Welcome to True Crime Deep Dive, the YouTube channel dedicated to exploring the lesser-known stories of injustice. No team, no flashy production, just a passion for uncovering the truth. I've always been fascinated by true crime, but not the cases that everyone else is talking about. I'm not interested in covering cases that are already trending or have been heavily covered by the media. Instead, I want to shed light on the forgotten cases, the ones that never made headlines or have been swept under the rug. You see, I believe that every victim deserves justice, regardless of whether their story has captured public attention or not. And that's why I'm here, to give a voice to those who have been silenced and to bring attention to cases that have been overlooked. But it's not just about the crime itself. I'm also passionate about standing against injustice. I firmly believe that the criminal justice system is flawed and biased, and it's our duty as citizens to question it and demand change. Through my deep dives into these cases, I hope to bring awareness to issues of injustice and spark important conversations. Another important aspect of my channel is breaking harmful stereotypes and stigma, particularly those surrounding drug addiction. Too often, those struggling with addiction are portrayed as villains or criminals, when in reality, they are victims of a broken system and often have their own stories of trauma and struggles. I want to humanize and bring empathy to those affected by addiction and show that they are more than just their struggles. So if you're ready to go beyond the surface and dive deep into the world of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Join me as we uncover the truth, seek justice, and challenge harmful narratives. This is True Crime Deep Dive. Let's get started. There's a saying, justice delayed is justice denied. In a world where the scales of justice are often tipped in favor of the powerful, the pristine gavel of a judge can symbolize both hope and despair. In the heart of the justice system, the judge's gavel begins its life untouched, unblemished. It stands as an emblem of fairness, a beacon of truth, and a guardian of the innocent. But as it navigates the complex labyrinth of human stories, the gavel starts to bear the brunt of the system's imperfections. Like a silent witness, it observes the wrongful convictions that shatter lives. It echoes the cries of the innocent, who find themselves ensnared in the web of prejudice and bias. It grieves for the broken promises that tarnish the sanctity of the courtroom, and for the voices that are silenced by the thundering verdicts. Yet, amid the cracks and flaws, the gavel persists. It carries the weight of its duty with unwavering resolve, never ceasing in its pursuit of justice. It's a constant reminder that, despite the challenges, the fight for justice can never be abandoned. In the face of adversity, the gavel strikes back, demanding a system that works for everyone. It rallies against the injustices, it champions the cause of the marginalized, and it amplifies the whispers of change into a resounding call for action. The gavel, in all its cracked and chipped glory, stands as a symbol of resilience. It reminds us that even in the face of harsh realities, the pursuit of justice must go on. It's a testament to the fact that despite the obstacles, the quest for a fair and just world is a fight worth fighting. As we delve deeper into the realm of true crime, let the gavel's journey serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is a collective endeavor, one that demands our unwavering commitment and relentless dedication. As we wrap up, ponder on these questions. How do we ensure that the gavel remains a symbol of justice and not of its failings? How can we contribute to a system that works for everyone? And finally, how can we make sure that the voice of the gavel is not drowned out by the noise of injustice? Remember, every crack in the gavel is a story that demands to be heard, a story that calls for change. This
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's over here on Gay Street, near First Avenue North.
What's the exact location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm at 1740 61st Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee. I just
61st Avenue North in the nation's office continuum?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened?
My company works on the river. I have just found a dead body. I believe it to be Riley.
Okay. And you said you guys found a dead body?
Yes, ma'am, in the river. We unload barges at this facility,
What does it
and
look
I was
like?
checking around my dock. It's definitely got a person, hair, black shirt, kind of like a white, muddy looking on the front. It's face down in the water.
Shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a
Caucasian.
It looks like a male?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is he right on the, what is it called?
Yeah, he's on the front of my work barge. I'm at river marker 184 on the Cumberland River.
You said river marker 184?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And my company has requested only police and rescue personnel only on site.
All right, so I already have this call up. I have it at 1740, 61st Avenue North in the nation's office continuum. What is the name of this? Is there a name on the building or?
Yeah, it's there's a sign out front. It's called Holston.
You said Holston, Holston?
Holcim.
Okay. Is he completely submerged, or is he right on that, like the bed? Not the bed, but like is he partially in the water, partially out of the water?
No, he's fully submerged. Besides his back sticking out of the water. I actually had to move a log off of the head to confirm it was a body.
Okay. I have this call up, and I'm gonna get somebody out there. Okay.
No, all right. I'll meet them up top. I'm gonna make my way up from the river here in just a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Sebastian, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph. Sebastian's dad, his bio dad, Seth, I don't understand that because he told me he would take a polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he's told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know, but I'll tell you what, I volunteered to take polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts, but I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something of my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
Sebastian's dad, his bio dad,
February 26th in Hendersonville, Tennessee. It was a Monday morning. Katie Proudfoot says she woke up at about 6 in the morning to get her son Sebastian ready for school. But when she went to his room, he wasn't there. Katie quickly went around the house and could not find him. Where was Sebastian? Panic quickly set in. Katie says she called police and searched around the neighborhood and at school and could not find him. She says his shoes were still at home. His phone was still there too, but a flashlight was missing. Where did Sebastian go? Did he leave in the middle of the night? Why would he leave? These are all questions that have no answers. Police say they don't know where he is. They don't know what happened. All of Sebastian's parents have cooperated, his mother, Katie Proudfoot, his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, and his dad, Seth Rogers. They also say there's no sign of foul play. But people don't just vanish. Tonight, we speak live with Sebastian's dad. What does he know? What does he suspect? Then we'll also listen to what Sebastian's mom and stepdad have said. Does it all make sense? Tonight, as investigators continue their search, we continue our investigation into the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I want to start here because this is the most important part. If you take nothing else away from the next hour of this program, please just remember this face. Okay? If you don't remember anything else, even if you change the channel at some point, please remember this face. This child is missing. You may know something. You may have seen something. Investigators need help. His family needs help. Sebastian needs your help. A new search was announced today. A search that seems to be relatively close to the home, but good news, right? Yesterday, we heard from investigators, from the sheriff, FBI, and one day after they addressed the public to kind of give an update on what's going on, now a renewed search that could take a couple of days. That's good news, not great news. It's good news. You've got to keep the search going. You've got to keep his face out there. You've got to keep a spotlight on what is happening here. Because we don't know what happened. Nobody knows. Well, somebody might know, but investigators don't know. We don't know, you don't know, I don't know. Which leaves open like any possibility here. So it's good that the search is continuing. More importantly, remember his face. Another question people are asking tonight is like, where's mom? Where's mom? And we're going to talk about that tonight. And a lot of people have been talking about that, but it's a difficult position for any parent to be in what has happened here. Now, I can tell you where Dad is. Dad's going to be here. He's going to be here live on this program. And we'll get a lot of information from Seth Rogers when he joins us in just a moment. But I want you to listen one more time to the Chief Deputy from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, again, describing the status of this investigation, this search for a missing child.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
Not ruling anything out. Why? Because they don't know what happened here. They don't know. I want to bring in our special guest right off the top, Sebastian's dad, Seth Rogers, joining us tonight from Clarksville, Tennessee. Seth, thank you so much for joining us. I know this isn't easy. A lot of people are asking you for your time, so we do appreciate it. How are you doing? How are you holding up? Your feed.
Just looking for my son.
Your feed just froze up for a second. I'm so sorry, Seth. So we didn't hear. How are you holding up tonight?
I'm just looking for my son. There is no holding up. It's just moving forward. Move forward to the next location. Move forward to the next. Anything that I get, any type of lead, any type of anything. I mean, it's just every day holding on to hope.
What are your thoughts about the investigation and the status of the law enforcement investigation into the search for your son, where they're not ruling anything out, no evidence of foul play? Do you think that they have found anything so far in more than a month?
I'm not part of the investigation, and they don't have to let me know anything, which they don't let me know anything.
Fair enough. Not letting you know anything is one part. The other part is you're his dad, right? So has that communication been enough to have you feel like, okay, I know and I trust that they're working this thing?
I'm in law enforcement myself, so I've got to trust the procedure. I got to trust that if everything is followed by the procedure and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, that there will be a positive outcome and my son will be found. I don't understand. They haven't came up with anything, why they're not asking for higher powers to help.
From where, I want to go back to when you first found out, and this part isn't clear in my head. Where were you when you found out that Sebastian was missing, and who called you? What was that conversation like? And then sort of what happened next there?
Made it out to the parking garage. When I got in my vehicle, I saw I had a missed call and a text message. Christopher Proudfoot. Text message was a 911, so I called immediately, and he's the one that told me that Sebastian was missing.
And how much detail did he give you about what happened, and how would you describe that moment, that call?
Wasn't much detail except for Sebastian. Except for he said, Katie woke up, Sebastian's missing. So I left the parking garage and headed straight to her house.
And how far are you from the house?
About 45 minutes from downtown Correction Center to their house in Henderson, Sumner County.
Okay, so now you respond. You're on that 45-minute ride there. Are you talking to anyone, or are you just pedal to the metal trying to get there?
No, I'm trying not to get a speeding ticket.
I get that, but I mean, are you just focused on getting there, or are you calling his mom to get more details?
No, I'm just focusing on traffic to get there as fast as possible.
So now when you got there, what happened at that moment? Like, did you have a conversation with his mom, and did you try to find out, like, well, what the situation was here?
When I got there, there was already law enforcement presence there. So I walked in and just started.
Okay, something I found interesting about this whole ordeal is who was there and who wasn't. Now, I want to put a little kind of preface onto why I got my spidey senses tingling, is because of Nina's interview, and which is Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife, and the way that she was terrorized, and I'm just gonna say it for what it is, by Chris and his family. Okay, specifically his parents. So listen to who was there at the house when Seth gets there to find out what is going on and where his son is. Listen to who he says is there.
Started listening to what was going on.
And
I wanted to hear what was going on. So I got to hear her telling law enforcement asking questions, me listening to the questions and listening to the responses from his mother.
and what did you form any opinion based upon what you were hearing?
Knew my son was missing, and I just started watching body language, listening to words coming out. Did I form an opinion? Yeah, I formed an opinion. I am only human.
And what was that opinion?
That again, once again, my son, something has happened to my son under her watch. And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child.
That's the first time I've ever heard him allude to anything being something has changed for him drastically. Like, I don't know if something has just finally rubbed him the wrong way, or if it's a little bit of all of it with the exhaustion and the emotions, but he has turned over a new leaf where he's not holding anything back now. And I'm glad, but I just wonder, in my mind, like, I just wonder what it was that made him say, okay, that's it. I've had enough. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I'm not, and trust me, it is a long time coming. I don't know how he's held his composure and kept it nice and civil this long. As soon as they packed up and hauled butt and left for Chris to go back to work, whenever the first freaking 5 minutes of Nancy Grace's interview with them two, he said it was up in the air. He didn't even know if he had a job. So what are you talking about going back to work? You just said you didn't even think you had a job. So what are you talking about? Hello. Anyways, what I caught right here was that he says she's not being a responsible parent again. So therefore, this means this is an ongoing problem, and specifically pertaining to being irresponsible with having a child with special needs. So keep that in mind, that this is something that she has a history of, as far as being irresponsible in the care in her, while Sebastian is in her care.
So as you're listening and watching her, now she was home, it was just Sebastian and his mom that were home at that time?
When I got, yes, because when I
Listen.
got there, it was just Katie.
Okay, this is listen who's here. Listen who's here.
And I think Chris's mom was there.
Now, why in the hell is she there? Knowing what we know about Nina's experiences with her as a mother-in-law, and more or less how she is whenever you piss her off, why the hell is she there? Not her mom, not Seth's mom, not His mother is there at the first thing in the morning. Um. Okay. That's a little odd to me, especially considering those are the same ones that were aggressively chasing JLR around the neighborhood trying to get his tag number when he was there, like a week ago, a little over a week ago. Like, what is up with these people? Why are you so aggressive? What are you doing anyway? And this was after Katie and Chris had already packed up in the RV and left. So there was allegedly nobody at the house. It was like, so what are you guys doing there? You're like the guard dogs or something? Like, why are you guys all up in the middle of everything if it ain't got nothing to do with you? But they ain't all up in the middle of searching. Let me keep that in mind. But they all up in involved in like following volunteers around and getting tag numbers and threatening people and and being aggressive in the way that they just making their presence known in an aggressive manner, not like, hey, we'll take all the volunteers and support we can get, like almost borderline safe to say trying to run them off. I mean, hello. It's strange. It's very strange.
But it was just when the incident happened, it was just Katie and Sebastian at the house, from my understanding.
Now, I've got to imagine your mind is racing at the time you're hearing all this information. So as you're hearing the information from Katie, and from what you're telling me, it seems like you're a little upset in how things were handled. So what happened next? Where did you go? Where did she go? What did police do at that time? Because this is very early on, right? This is the morning of.
They started asking me questions on where I'd been. I told them I'd been at work since, I've been clocked in since before 7, but I'd been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before. And I told them they can call and verify where I've been at. And I just sat there and started listening. Just listening to everything that was being said.
Now, did you have any reason to believe that there were any problems in that home?
Katie was pretty adamant about having a good weekend, which meant my son wasn't misbehaving in her point of view.
So I'm trying to read between the lines here. Do you believe that she doesn't exercise enough patience with Sebastian, and that causes some problems in the home, or she doesn't approach her responsibilities as a parent appropriately? Like there's something off there?
Autistic children take a different. Well, autistic children take. It's a different aspect when you're a parent of an autistic child. You don't really get much freedom because you have to set a routine and you have to go abide by it. And when she's sitting there telling me she put him to bed at 9 o'clock the night before or 9:30 the night before, and that she heard him in there and told him to go to bed and things like that, it's like there's not much of a routine. And if there's no routine, then autistic children.
Now, before he even has a chance to finish this statement, I cannot stress enough, it is vital, crucial for any kind of child that's on the spectrum, whether it be extremely high or extremely low, if they have any kind of autism, they have to have structure in their day-to-day life, or they will act out. They will be some of them, depending on the level of it, of their their autism, some will get aggressive, some will they get combative, and they get out of control, because that's how they feel, out of control. When they feel like they have structure and routine and control in their life, then they're calm and they're fine. And autistic kids, if they are in a good routine and have a good circumstantial and environment in life, they are the sweetest, most smartest. Like they don't understand social cues, and so they might have not a hard time, but just a little bit of a different way of making friends and stuff. But that it's not like they're mean and violent and stuff. The only time they have fits like that is what I call them, is if something is not right, something is bothering them, something has them agitated, which is usually a lack of routine or something breaking from that routine. And that's all it takes. And it sets them off balance. And I know that from experience because I have experience with an autistic teenager because one of my stepsons is autistic. He's not high on the spectrum, but he is on the spectrum. And he is a completely different kid when he's out of his element and out of his routine. But as long as he's in his routine and everything is, the way it is supposed to be, he's the easiest kid to deal with. Don't have to worry about, running off or nothing like that. But he can get to be a little not, I wouldn't say aggressive, just he has fits if he's feels like he's not in his element, his regimen that he's used to. And he's very sensitive to loud noises. He doesn't like loud noise. He'll plug his ears. He has very sensitive hearing, and he's extremely smart. And he's very, 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 very inquisitive. Like always wanting to know how something works, why you did something the way you did it, what made you do that way. It's always why. Why? Very, very, very sensitive as far as like with empathy. Animals feels things very, very deeply, even if it's like one of the cartoons or something. He's just very emotional in that aspect, but not defiant or anything like that. Don't have any problems with him as far as that. He actually listens better than all the other ones combined. And so it's just a matter of really their routine is what it boils down to. And if they have that, they are really a completely different kid as far as behavior wise. And school, it's the same way. He doesn't have any problems at school either. So, but I know every kid is different, and it depends on the level, the percentage, of autism that they have and the range and all that. But for the most part, it's down to the routine. If they have behavioral issues, it's usually because they have a lack of structure and routine, or they have it and they've been diverted from it, and that will cause them to react in a rash, out of control state. Because when they feel out of control, they act out of control.
And don't act the same way they're supposed to. Not much of a routine. And with there's no routine, then autistic children don't act the same way they're supposed to. When I've had him, there's a routine in my house when I have him. And he's a teenager. You're going to listen. You're going to hear some back talk probably. I mean, they're growing. They're going to rebel some way. They're teenagers, so you're going to listen to it. You're going to have to deal with it. But you still got to remember that you're a parent. And you have to adjust your lifestyle to be able to make sure that they can adjust and learn and still grow. You can't do some of the things that I've seen her do in the past. So
the custody arrangement, it seems you both have custody, and he'll spend time with you as well as with his mom. Were there any indication in your communications with Katie that like she didn't want custody, that she didn't want that responsibility, and there were problems, and she was running into some rough waters? Anything like that?
Most of my discussions were actually taken care with Chris. And
I think that's very telling too, because I know a lot of people that go through divorce and have children and get in new relationships. It seems to I've seen it happening, I've seen it happen a lot, but for me, in my experience, considering um my husband has a kids and is divorced, um I don't I'm not saying that we don't communicate, because we do, but as far as like when it about the kids and getting visits and stuff, they talk to each other. Like I don't have to babysit that conversation or oversee it, or or dictate it, and oh, you can communicate through me. That just seems like very inappropriate and overstepping, my place. That's how it would make me feel, because at the end of the day, that's their kids and they're my stepkids, but they have to communicate with each other and be on the same page. In order to co-parent, you have to communicate. Like you can't co-parent through someone else, because that's just asinine to think that that's going to work. And it just seems very controlling on Chris's part, that he would feel the need that he had that right to do that. Like even if my husband's ex would try to contact me, I would feel like, whoa, this isn't my place. Like, like talk to him, and then then we'll all talk afterwards. But you guys talk and get on the same page, and then let me know from there. Like that I'm not in any position to be making decisions like for him, or what. Like it's just very, to me, being in that situation and knowing from experience, it seems a little controlling and an ego thing, and I don't like it, and I don't know why Katie would allow someone else to do the bargaining and do the negotiating for her child, whenever it just seems like on everything that she could be checked out on, she was just completely checked out. Like, here you go, you run the show. Like, I don't, at this point, I don't know why it would even have to be negotiated. It's why she wouldn't just send him to his dad. She clearly didn't want to have to deal with him. I mean, that shows in her lack of looking for him now. I'm just saying. Like, the only thing I can think of that would make her fight and not want to let him go be with his dad is if there's any kind of financial, like sometimes if you have an autistic kid, like there's state benefits they give you monthly, not all the time, but sometimes there is. And that might be what motivated it, but I don't know that for sure. But that's the only thing that I can think of is why she would put up a fight, because at this point she doesn't want the responsibility. That's clear. Just from the few things I've heard him say thus far. But let's go on.
Sebastian was supposed to come live with me. Chris was working on Katie, on getting her to agree to it. And all I wanted was my son to come live with me. I've already got him enrolled in school. I've had him enrolled in school. I gotta find him.
I want to put something up on the screen here. This is from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They made a Facebook post. Important announcement, attention everyone. We want to clarify that the eyeglasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation planned for today, which is like today, has been in the works for several days. We appreciate your cooperation and understanding. My understanding is that you and your team are the ones that found these glasses?
One of my teams. I have a group of volunteers that changes pretty much throughout the day, throughout the week. So whoever's off work that wants to come to help, they come to help. And then I separate everybody in teams, and I ask them to go flyer this area or flyer that area. And one of my volunteer groups found glasses. They contacted me because they couldn't get a hold of anybody at the They told me they couldn't get a hold of anybody at the sheriff's office. I turned around.
Okay, you guys, I got a big problem with that because I know for a fact by my own personal experience, and we even did it live with Ruben, with Riley's case. Why is this a common thing is in Tennessee, like to just have such a hard time to get anybody to take a tip or to follow up on it or to care? Like, but they're quick to be on some there's no foul play suspected, but that's about it. The only thing they are on the ball about. And come on, that's just not okay. It should not be that hard for an open, active missing persons case to get through to somebody in the jurisdiction that they went missing to take a tip. It shouldn't be a transfer you to this person and this person and this person, and then you get a ring in line all the way until a voicemail, and a voicemail that's full. Then you call again and you get the cold case line. What? What the hell? The cold case line? It's not even been a month. Like with Riley, at that time, but what? He says something about the cold case department. I might lose my shit. Or them acting like they didn't even know who Riley was. That was the other thing that I got. The first couple phone calls I had. It was absolutely ridiculous.
I called my contact. They were busy. I flagged down a deputy sheriff that I saw by our volunteer area and turned.
I can't go into detail, or I don't, because I don't have permission, and he didn't say either way. Yeah, he didn't say unequivocally if I could or couldn't, so I will just assume on the safe side and just say the bare minimum. But he is taking a leave of absence, and he could use some prayers. That's where I'll leave it until I have permission to say otherwise. But he is having some health issues, and I'll play it safe and leave it at there. So everybody, please take a minute, say a prayer when you send him up for healing, and don't be mad at him because he's handling getting better, which is absolutely priority, and we'll be here when he gets back. Nobody's taking his spot. He's still got it. He's not fired, and I just want him to get better and fast. The sooner the better. Thank you so much. Ruben was my co-host. He was up here for most of my deep dives with Riley. So yeah, Ruben Sanchez. But he's like my big brother, my brother from another mother. One of my very best friends, and one of the best people that I know, one of the most caring, and just gives the best advice, and could not ask for a better person to have in your corner. They, keeps me from acting like an ass sometimes, and tells me when I'm being an ass, all of those things that a big brother does to look out in the best interest of his little sister that he never wanted. Kind of like a hemorrhoid, they just grow on you. But yeah, we're sending prayers for Ruben. Yeah, so he didn't abandon everybody. He just you know how it is. And I just gonna say the bare minimum for now. Some of you guys that I talked to off the air, if you want to reach out, I'll go into more detail. But the main reason why I'm not going to digress into it more now live is because there's certain hatters, listening that would love nothing more than to take that and exploit it and make it content, and that's just not simply going to happen. Not with this, and not with this person. It's just they're going to have to go, keep on digging into me and keep right on with that, because I can't wait for that to. I can't wait for them to realize how much time they wasted when they get to that dead end. That is going to be a comedy show. So coming soon to a Rumble near you. But yeah, he's still been watching. Like, he texted me and let me know that he was watching last night and all, but he just needs to be focused on healing. And for those of you that are been doing this for a while or have dived into the cases to the extent, like, when you deep dive them, like, if you're any kind of have any kind of empathy in your soul and in your character, it weighs on you. It's heavy, and especially whenever the cases are so uh you know just I don't have to tell you guys, you all are very empathetic, and like, it's heavy. And sometimes whenever you can't do anything about it and you feel like, like, the answers are right there and you can't get anybody to listen, it's very straining and exhausting, and it can get you down on yourself sometimes. I'm not saying that any of those things happen. I'm just saying, keep all that in mind, that these cases and stuff, and when you actually care and are passionate about it, and care about justice, and when it seems like there's no ends to a meet, um it's very, very wearing and heavy on your heart if you have one. And just keep that in mind with when you start diving into these cases, because feeling helpless is something that just kind of comes along with it, and sometimes it'll just knock you on your ass. Like, I'd like to think of myself as a pretty resilient, strong person, but I can't tell you how many times uh, that just having a conversation with Alex's mom has just brought me completely to my knees, and just probably 3 or 4 days, just completely. It's heavy. And when you feel things like that, it's just, and like, oh my God, I can't do anything to help and to ease her pain. It's very frustrating, and it's very, very heartbreaking. So keep that in mind, especially as we dive into these details that are about to come out with Sebastian. I really can't stress enough, like, it's really, really bad. It's really, really triggering, and it's really, really sad. And it's going to make you mad, it's going to make you angry, and it's probably going to make you feel everything in between. So, um, I just pulled up the interview that Lacey sent me, so we're going to shift gears over to it real quick, and we'll probably come back to this, or maybe not, because I think he just kind of talks about this interview, and kind of, so I would rather just listen to that interview rather than having to listen to him talk about that interview. Right, okay. No, I'm not crying, it's onion.
That next Thursday night, I have an incredibly, one of the most exciting, like, the interviews like we do with Seth and stuff, they're raw, they're vulnerable, and they're incredible, and they're so important. But sometimes we need to trooper. He will sleep. I don't know how he do obviously, but before we get started on questions and things like that about Sebastian, who this is really about, is there anything that you want to say to the people before we start?
Thank you. Thank you, all those that are helping me find my son. Thank you for everybody who's showing up to search. Thank you, everybody who's putting out flyers, even where they live. Every little piece helps. I want my son's name and face plastered everywhere. And if somebody out there is watching this and you have my file, he's mine. I need you to just drop him off at an open gas station and tell him to go inside and tell him who he is and tell him to call 911.
One of the questions I was going to ask you later, but let's go ahead and get this one out of the way because it goes with what you're saying. Other than what you just said, is there any other message that you would like to convey to anyone who might have information about Sebastian's whereabouts? Anything that you want to say to them at all outside of what you just said?
Show up. They email me. There are people on Facebook that for all these sites send it to them. You know, there's Miss Terry Lynn. She has a
Lacey, listen, with offers like that, we might have to tell Ruben that he's replaced. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, I just now seen your comment. But you're more than welcome to come up. Heck, you probably know more about this case than I do. I just recently jumped on board because I tried to stay away from it because of, you know, the way that I felt about the mother particularly and me not being able to hold my tongue. But absolutely. I'm gonna push play. Sorry if I ignored you. I don't know how long that went back, but I was just scrolling up and seen it. So if you're still here, click at the link.
podcast. She wants people to send her tips. If you're local and you have a tip, come by where we gather before we go out to search. I live in Clarksville. You know, you'll find me. My truck's pretty easy to make. I mean, there are people, even if you want to call where I work, call, and they probably won't like this, but call Davison County Sheriff's Department. Tell them that you have a tip. They'll get it to me. I'm pretty sure. I've gotten a lot of support from Davison County.
Yeah, I'm positive they would get it to you. And at the same time, you know, if it comes up and you guys need to get a tip to somebody, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to Pascal. You can reach out to anybody that has anything. For me, out of all the cases that we've talked about, this one really hits me hard because I am local. I live in Sumner County. It is very, very close for me. This is my community. Sebastian is my neighbor. And even though you're in Clarksville, you are too, although getting from here to Clarksville, there's not a straight shot. But
okay. I'm just making sure. Oh my God, my camera.
That's why I put that little cover over mine. That way, even if I accidentally turn it on, you still only see nothing.
Okay. Let me do
Is this
something.
the interview you was talking about?
Yes. Okay. So I listened to this interview last night. This is the first time I've heard Seth fully express everything we've been wanting him to say.
Okay, well, this is a raw reaction, you guys. I have not seen this yet. I did see the Vinny video, so I kind of have an idea of like what's going to be said, but I haven't heard the actual raw emotions. So I'm not going to say that it's not going to trigger the F out of me and that y'all aren't going to hear me go on a rant. So just prepare.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and if he like, oh God, I can only imagine. You know, I just wonder what made him have enough. You know, just and finally start saying how he really feels.
I think he's been wanting to, but he's been trying to keep this just about Sebastian and not bring any of the stuff out because he's trusting law enforcement. He works law enforcement. You can tell
Right.
Seth has a strong bond with Sebastian, being
Right.
that Katie was deployed a lot in the military he was staying home raising Sebastian from an infant, whereas usually it's the woman that does that. I don't think Katie has that bond like he does.
Right. And she could be resentful of that because she feels like, her duty to the country, took that away because, when those first few years when especially when they're a baby, it's vital, that's who they're going to bond with. It's inevitable. And I think she was she was not so much jealous, but
I don't think she wanted to be a mother.
Well, then she got with the right person because I don't think Chris wants kids either. I mean, that couldn't be a better fucking mix right there because the way that he acted when he found out Nina was pregnant is just disgusting.
Yeah, the only reason he wants Faith is to control Nina.
To terrorize her, to get even. Yep.
He goes into her parenting, and she's neglectful.
And why was Chris's mom there, like, before the cops even got there? What the heck?
I must have missed that. That is weird.
Yeah, this is what he says when he got there, because he went straight from work as soon as he got the call, and he actually got a text from Chris, and then called Chris, and Chris just says, yeah, he's missing, and Chris is not even there. He's still in Memphis. And he drives 45 minutes from his house there, and Katie and Chris's mom were there.
So I listened to JLR this morning, and I follow him, I feel like he's gotten a lot better. He said Katie's mom is facing 99 years in prison probation for malicious harm or something violent.
Wow.
Yeah, I think in Virginia.
Oh, wow. That's interesting to know. No wonder why they're not out advocating, because she's probably out on bond.
I think it's something recent. Like, she's in a lot of trouble. I don't know the full story of it. He'll probably put it out. I know their family's name, so I can send it to you. Maybe we can deep dive it.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt.
The Payne family.
Oh, God, what a last name,
okay.
Huh? The Payne and the Proudfoot, and what's his parents' last name?
Okay, Proud Feet and Socks. And Payne.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Pain in the feet.
Yes. It's a strange name.
I'd say it sounds like Indian tribes or something.
Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know.
And what are the odds of that? Because that's got to be like a stepdad's last name to be different from his. So what are the odds that you'd have Proudfoot and then a sock? Like,
well, I think mother's maiden name is Bowerstocks, and I think they're like really wealthy. And then I think his father is a Proudfoot, and I think they're divorced.
Yeah, but his mother's remarried, right? Because there's a stepdad, Terry.
Oh God.
Yeah, and that's the one that was terrorizing Nina with the mother, because the father, I know his name is Michael, and he's remarried as well, because he was the one. Those were the ones that was actually helping her babysit her other children, because his mom refused to watch her two children that weren't Chris's.
Good thing.
Yeah, but still, it's like, why would you even separate them in your mind? Like, if you're going to be a step parent, like, that means you have to be a step grandparent. You can't, I'm only going to babysit my biological grandchildren. Like, that's a pretty cunty thing to say. Let me just be honest. As a step parent, I would never do that and separate them like that. Like, that's just weird. And it just shows, obviously, like, you have no interest in them in that relationship. I would never have married somebody that segregated my kids like that.
No, anyone that would make a difference between my children, hell to the no.
Yeah, like where I have to literally get two different babysitters, which is weird because it's like, okay, his dad gets it, but what the hell's your problem, lady?
Something's very wrong with all of that. Like, there's something very wrong with Chris. And then he refused the polygraph, told Nancy, sure, I'll do it. Then I think he said it was like a HIPAA violation, and that the TBI told him he can't take a polygraph.
Violation? What the fuck is that?
Yes.
That's medical records.
Right.
What the hell?
If I heard correctly, he refused. He said TBI told him he can't take it because Nancy set it up in his area near him because he said he would take one. He told
Right.
her, no, I can't. And I think it's something about a HIPAA violation.
TB or law enforcement can't tell you unequivocally anything. They're not a lawyer. They can't even tell you it would be in your best interest or not in your best interest. So
Right.
for him to say that, that's just really suspicious, is what it is.
I don't know what just happened.
I don't either. It happened to Ruben all the time.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, that makes no sense. TBI would not say don't do it. It just saves them funds. It just saves them money because it costs them money to
Right.
do those
Yeah,
polygraphs.
but wasn't Nancy Grace funding it?
Yes, she paid for it, set it up right near him. Like he didn't have to go out of his way, it's right by him. And so Seth agreed to one today, on the interview I watched today.
Who
Because he
did?
did another.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him say, like, they said that he didn't need to because that he was on camera, at work, clocked in, but that he said that if someone wanted him to make them feel better, that he would be willing to do it, which
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
is very telling.
he's got like 30 to 60 inmates who can vouch for his whereabouts during the time frame of
Oh,
Sebastian's
yeah, plus
disappearance.
there's freaking footage of everywhere
Yes.
he was at from the time he clocked in till the time he clocked out, guaranteed if he was on, in the facility, in the prison. That's a
Yep,
guarantee.
absolutely.
And it's just there's a lot of things that have rubbed me the wrong way from the beginning, but now knowing that there was abuse to the degree that it went to, and that Katie wasn't even allowing the therapist to counsel him properly because she wasn't being honest and forthcoming, and obviously telling Sebastian not to talk about it. That's very, very, very that is abuse.
Seth breaks down in this because Chris has been saying, or it was said, he didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, but never would answer why. It was asked on Smiley's Story World a few times.
He
It was
says
asked
that?
why he doesn't
I've never
want. He
heard him
does.
say that.
He didn't want
He
either in a
said that?
Facebook group.
Oh
It
my
said,
God.
yes, somewhere he said he did not want Seth around Faith. Now in this interview here, because it was also asked to Seth multiple times, why doesn't Chris want Sebastian around Faith? And he would never answer it. He answers it here, and he says it as if Chris is using this against him. He's like, you're not going to use this against me. And it's because of the essay that happened to Sebastian and the fact that Katie and Chris never got him the proper therapy for it.
And I would imagine the kid or whoever did it was exposed to them in their care.
Yes.
Mm.
And I think it opened up another
CPS?
because he's going to go into detail too, because Katie put out there, that Seth was
He was
abusive to
abusive.
her.
Yeah,
Well,
I
he's
read
going to
that
go into
DCF
that.
report and I was like
Mhm.
floored. I was like, dude, oh my God, no. I'm just like, I instantly just started crying because I'm like, oh my God, the amount of abuse this kid has endured at the hands of just everybody. But apparently, I hope that it was not true.
No, I don't believe it is. He's going to tell exactly what happened in this interview. This is it's deep. He goes all
Okay.
out.
Okay, good. All right.
This is do what?
I said that's because of 24.
Yeah, I know that's because of 24. They could make a thing, but they haven't. But that's a different discussion on a different day. Like a bypass. But this is my community, and so what I want to say is they are out there searching every day. This is, a lot of volunteers have come forward. They still need things, which we'll talk about more. But if you are local, if you are in the Nashville area, you can devote some time. Please, come out and search. Drop off supplies. Are they still doing supplies over by off Volunteer Drive?
No, we are at 127 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. It's over by the Rudder, which is a restaurant on the water.
Yeah, Rutter's in south part of Hendersonville, guys. Pretty easy to find. So if was it where that place we were searching that one day where I met you out there, where the building was? Okay, so yeah,
Yes.
you go down like you're going to the rudder, and you just don't quite go that far. And anyways, putting a GPS, but they need supplies. What do you need at this point from supply standpoint? Obviously, water, food, snacks.
Water is great, but we need eyes. We need people. Um, we need people. We need people to come together as a community. This is a 15-year-old child that doesn't deserve what has happened to him to have happened to him.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he's a special needs child, which makes it that much more. And so, yeah, if you guys are out, I know that we have. I know that this live was posted in a lot of Sebastian Rogers groups and a lot of local Hendersonville groups. If you are local, please find some time to come out and search. It doesn't have to be a formal thing. You can come a little bit later. You can come a little bit earlier. They are. You can organize your own independent search. There are maps of where they've gone. If you do live in the area, and you have property, because with Hendersonville, as you know, Madison, Goodlettsville, Gallatin, there are some people that have pretty large plots of land. If you have one with anything on it, from water to wells to caves to any places where he could hide or be stashed, please check. And like law enforcement said in the press conference yesterday, if you're afraid to go do it yourself, you don't want to do it by yourself, call them. They said that they will come out and help you search. So that being said, let's start here, because this is about Sebastian, right? And we've had a lot of people ask a lot of things about Sebastian, but we don't know a lot about him. So if you don't mind, how would you describe him as a person, as your son? What are some of his passions, some of his interests?
Oh, boy loves video games. I think it's more like a close toss up between animals and video games. When it comes to animals, he loves cats. Like, the boy just loves cats. He loves cats. I mean, like, if he sees a stray cat, he's apt to walk up. Why is it running from me? Well, son, it's a cat. Trying to explain that to him, and not. I mean, my son got bit in the face by a dog, and he had to have 7 stitches in his face, and he still isn't scared of dogs. I mean, he's not scared of anything except for, I guess, his stepfather.
That's fair.
Did he just say except for his stepfather?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
It gets. Oh,
Lord.
yeah. Sounds so
Oh,
sweet.
oh
Loves
yeah, like
loves cats. Doesn't know why why are they running from me?
yeah, that he
And
has no element of danger. That he has no concept of that. And autistic kids don't pick up on most social cues, but they don't have the concept of danger, or that people or things are bad or going to hurt them, which makes them very susceptible to getting hurt, because they're not scared of people like a normal kid would. Stranger danger, they don't detect that they should be afraid.
and I think Chris took advantage of the fact that he knew that Sebastian wasn't going to tell anybody. Sebastian wasn't going to tell about what was going on, and probably didn't understand quite that it wasn't normal or right.
Yeah, or believed that it was his fault because of, I'm sure he was telling, oh, this has happened because this and this, like,
It's your
instead
fault.
of right.
You're a liar.
Yeah, because he wasn't even there's no way he could have been getting the proper therapy if the therapist wasn't even told the extent of his trauma.
Yeah.
Ugh, poor kid, just bless his heart. To even be smiling like that in all those pictures just goes to show how pure his heart and soul was, because you wouldn't even know unless you go, because he's just, oh, that makes me mad.
I know. I think that it's much worse than we even know. Like at
Oh,
this
I know it
point.
is. Oh, I know it is. I could just tell by the way that he said that, like that apparently Sebastian was scared of him. Like obviously that, like he said that to somebody, or and it's coming out now. But the fact that he didn't tell his dad is probably more because he was scared about what his dad would do to Chris, and he's still thinking, oh, I don't want Chris to get hurt, even though he's hurting me. I don't want him to get hurt because that's how they are. They
Yep.
don't, they love, and they just, that's all they know. That's all they know how to show.
And
Like they're hyper and high strung, but they don't have hate and violence.
Seth had to find out about this publicly online through a podcast. Like
I would
that.
be I would be in a padded room, or I would be amongst the inmates I was supervising, now an inmate. Oh hell no. Like,
Yep.
how the hell, as the biological custodial parent that has joint custody, how are you not immediately notified when something like this happens to your child and the state is involved? Hell no.
It's just like who said it in the comments? Another child let down by CPS system.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's got to stop. And it almost makes you wonder, by the way, that Chris used it as a weapon to harass Nina, if he doesn't have somebody on the inside or his mother. Makes you wonder. How do you get something like that? How do you just get protocols that are supposed to happen just completely, oh yeah, we're just not going to do that. Seth should have been immediately notified.
Well, if what Chris said is true, and that worker showed up while they were eating dinner and they already met prior, what kind of connections? Who is this person? Is there a conflict of interest? Is that why Seth wasn't notified? Because there's something not right there, because he should have absolutely been notified that there had been a report. He is also shares, because he's not like there's a shared
the parent deadbeat dad.
custody.
Yeah, they have and a what's it called, a timeshare agreement, that was written up in the divorce. Like, it's not like it's just a verbal agreement. Like, it's court ordered. He's the custodial parent, not the custodial, but he has 50% custody, which means he has 50% rights and say so and decision making.
Yes.
And he should be, even if he wasn't, and he was a deadbeat dad, I feel like that wouldn't matter. If your child is being abused, you have the right to know, so you can do something about it and get them out of that situation. And if there's another parent in another place that they could go live and they're being abused where they're at, you as a freaking CPS worker have the obligation to make sure that child is safe.
Look what happened to poor Harmony. But
Oh,
Cricket Day,
God.
someone's paid them off. Well, I believe the Bauer Sox are very wealthy. So
No,
that
I
is a
think
possibility.
it's deeper than that. I think they know somebody, because look, he immediately weaponized it and used CPS against Nina. And
Yeah.
if Nina wouldn't have lucked out the way she did with that lawyer that helped her, she'd have lost faith.
If just one small portion, I'm not saying Nina's a liar, but just one small portion of what Nina said is true, it is absolutely terrifying.
Well, I know the court stuff is like he baited her there, and they took her and served a protection order and was on their way to take full custody of her. And if she wouldn't have had that lawyer step in, she'd have lost her. And the case is still open right now.
Yeah, he tricked her into moving to Hendersonville,
Right.
or whatever the hell it's called. Isolated her, abused her, and then was going to take that
Then weaponized the system against her. And he did that because he has ties and connections in Tennessee. He knew he would not have gotten away with that shit. Right, exactly. Yep. And I think he's got connections in CPS too, because most people don't go fucking around with CPS if they do shit like that, because they know that it could turn back on you, and they don't play. It's about the safety and of the child, and the judge can rule that neither one of you are in the best interest, and that happens often. For him to feel good about his behavior and his abuse and to use CPS as a weapon tells me that he has leverage and has some kind of connection in that system, that he makes him feel cocky enough and arrogant enough to do that.
Yeah, there's something wrong here. There's absolutely something wrong here.
Yes, for sure.
Let's see. Yeah, and then if you know that your child's being abused, and let's say that you're both like, you're joint custody, but one parent is like the domicile, and you know the child's being abused and you refuse to hand them back over, or the child saying, I don't want to go, you're going to be held in contempt. So there's so many rules and regulations, and like that would only hurt getting full custody. You got to send this child back to be abused. And I know he was telling Seth, I don't want to go back. And Seth says, when I would ask him, he wouldn't say why. And he figured it was because Seth was more lenient and gave him a little more freedom at his house. And that's why he was saying it, because he would never say why.
Right. And plus, because, you know, he's used to living with his dad. Like, his dad, it was just him and his dad, like you said, for most of his life when his mom would be on deployment.
Yep.
And, you know, and at the end of the day, like, that's his sense of normalcy. And I'm sure that's just what Seth thought, because he missed him too. But, you know, he just felt like he was doing the right thing by allowing, you know, his mother to be in his life and make up for lost time. And, you know, and didn't have any reason to suspect other than just a preference. And, you know, he would rather be here because it's normal and probably more fun. That, you know, that still doesn't make it any less, you know, he's still obligated to go build a relationship with his mom. And I respect that wholeheartedly. And there's no way that he would know, especially if he's specifically asking Sebastian, is there anything you need to tell me? Is there anything going on? And he tells him no. And he had no reason to believe he was lying. He had never lied to him before.
And if he knows, if he's thinking, if I say anything, I got to go back to that house and I'm going to get
in big trouble.
I'm going to get it.
Or even worse, if you tell, then we won't let you go back to his house.
That
or something like that. There was some element of fear, or probably just knowing how his dad is. He probably didn't want Chris to get hurt.
Yeah. Well, I think Chris threatened him. I'm gonna give you that belt, boy. Because I'll just say I've heard these words myself, and I've heard that belt cracking, and I've heard "get over here, boy." So I can hear that. I can hear that man saying that. I've heard this in, you know, households and whatever. So I won't go into that, but yeah.
And I wholeheartedly believe that he was absolutely a bully. I think that he made him feel dumb, less than, and just every way possible, you know, bad about himself, about things that should be overlooked or could have been dealt with in a completely different fashion. You know, like, there's ways you go about dealing with kids, but there's a whole different way to go about dealing with autistic kids. And when it's not your kid, you have no business putting yourself in that role and feeling the need that whatever he did, whether it be a lie or whether it's because he wet the bed, and kids don't wet the bed at that age unless there's something wrong.
Well, from my understanding, I heard it was spoken about by a professional that autism, there can be regressions for different reasons. Let's say like a huge change or anything like that. Let's say they moved to school or moved a house or whatever, they can regress. Now, but I think that
anxiety,
I think it was abuse. I do think it was abuse.
And fear.
Yeah. And then you always hear about those cases that they I don't know what words we can use on here, Kayli, because you're monetized. So they unalive the child because the child wet the bed.
Right. Yeah.
They put them in a cold bathtub, and then they go all crazy because they wet the bed. Yes. Wet themselves, wet the bed. Yes. And then they lose it on the child.
Yes. And that's so disgusting, because I think about my life. I'm like, dude, I mean, my son's potty trained now, but at one point it was just normal that oh my God, everything's been peed on at least twice. You just wash it and you get over it. Like, you keep things on the furniture so that they can be washed, especially when they're learning. Like, it's not the end of the world for a kid to pee on something. Like, I cannot imagine being that mad about something that's just a part of life and parenting, especially.
Parenting is about having all kinds of bodily fluids on you that aren't yours.
Yes, and it's somehow when it's your kid, it's not as gross as you would think when you say it. Like, I would probably be more grossed out by my husband being on me than I would my sons, and I'm just being honest.
He couldn't handle a newborn baby crying. You know what I mean? Which is like the sweetest cries. Like, that is the sweetest cry.
That's what they do.
Yes. Oh, Magazine says, what are we seeing on the screen? I think this is like Kayli's peen screen. like teen mom
Yeah,
scream.
it's in my overlay so that we're just doing the audio so I don't get copyright struck because I am monetized.
Yes.
No golden
So,
showers for me. You're right. No, not my thing.
I think that's a possibility. I think anything's possible, MAGA team. I think the thud that that Katie talks about is possibly true, and I do think it's possible that this stuff was so bad, and if Chris was coming home soon, I do think it's possible that maybe Sebastian did something bad. And you ever had like a dad that worked away and you'd be like, just wait till your dad gets home, he's gonna take care of you. Y'all ever,
No,
you know what
I
I
do
mean?
that. I do that with my son now. Wait until your dad gets home.
But let's say this
He gets
man is her
home.
dad,
Yeah,
and
when
what
he
he
gets home, they end up teaming up on me. Like I'm like, dude, I told you that he didn't do this, this, and this, and he's like, well, why didn't he? Then he's like asking me questions, like, well, what was going on? Why didn't he do? What role did you play? And him acting like that, like, what the hell?
yeah.
When did I get put on trial?
But I had like a kind of a dynamic like that. Like I watched my stepbrothers go through that, and and then they would get the belt. So I'm wondering if like that's the situation. So Sebastian, I think it is very possible that Sebastian did leave, and it's because of what they
I
have done to him. So
I
they're
think
responsible.
I don't think he came home from that. My opinion, I don't think he came home from the restaurant that night. I think something happened in between that restaurant and home, and he got out of the car and bailed.
I don't know because there is no scent. He left barefoot, no scent.
And there's no footage. There should be ring camera or something of him getting home. And the Seth seen him on camera in the parking lot leaving, getting in the car with Katie, leaving the Texas Roadhouse, and it was like 10 to 6.
He
That's the
said
last.
there's footage of it's grainy, but it's supposedly that it is Sebastian taking out the trash, but it's very hard to see. But at
Does he
6
say
or
this in this
something like
video?
that, or it's he says it recently. Yeah, it might be in this video, but it's hard to tell. But it could
Right.
be. Oh, and who knows? Maybe he did have more access to the internet than they're aware. I mean, it's easy to get around the screen time on iPhone. You set restrictions. Maybe
Right.
there was someone online he confided in about the abuse and like, oh, I'll treat you so good. And they lured him out. I would hope to God not. I would still hold these parents accountable because they're abusing that child and he wants to leave.
Right. And it strikes me odd that there was a plan in place for Sebastian to come stay with Seth, and Katie had to be swayed or persuaded on it. Like this whole dynamic is like taking a left turn every time I turn around. Because it's like, why was him and Seth and Chris working together? Like, and why would Katie not be on board? And it's just the whole element and the dynamic is very bizarre.
Yeah, something's not right here at all.
And
Yeah,
yeah, and it's hard to put your finger on it.
it's dysfunctional. And
For sure.
I think Katie's abusive as well.
Oh, for sure, no doubt. Or she's so checked out, which trust me, I come from I know that firsthand from my mother. It is absolutely possible that she is telling the truth when she says she doesn't know because she is in her own fucking world and that
Yeah.
does not consist of you, and you're going to catch 9 miles of hell and a screaming match, and sometimes even further than that if you go and try to disrupt what she's doing, which usually in my situation, that's all she want to do is fucking sleep.
Oh. Hmm.
But if she was in there on the phone with Chris, arguing with Chris or whatever was going on, because she makes a point to say she was on the phone with Chris until he told her to go to bed, and he told her to go put the dogs up and go to bed. Like, did he have to tell you to go check on Sebastian? Is that why you did it? Like, when you heard the thud?
My take on her is she's lazy.
Yeah, and he's very controlling, so it's a very easy way for Sebastian to get put on the back burner.
Yeah, like he has to tell her, are you going to put the dogs up? Or are you going to let them tear up shit on the house and whatever?
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if that's so much lazy or so much as like she waits to be told what to do.
In this interview, I take it as she is lazy.
Yeah. Well, I haven't
do.
heard this interview yet, so my opinion will probably change.
It's telling.
What are what are some of the memories, like your favorite memories that you have with him? What stands out to you as a dad? I know that you have a great relationship with your son. What are some of the things that you guys like to do together?
Well, I think one of the favorite things that he likes to do with me is road trips. Me personally, I'm not a fan of road trips because he were to drive. Okay, if he were to drive some, that'd be great. But I can't even get him to sit behind the wheel in the vehicle stationary. But he likes to go on road trips with me. He likes it when I take him to go. I mean, he was born in Georgia. We moved to Kansas while his mother was at Great Mistakes, and then she got stationed in San Diego. And so we drove to San Diego, and then she would leave on a deployment or a half a deployment, a third of a deployment, and we would leave the house. We'd pack everything that we were going to need into the car, and we would drive. We'd go see family. He has been coast to coast probably 6 times. I mean, boy loves road trips. To me, they're educational because never a road trip is never the same. You always can take a different route and see different things. And he loved it. He liked when Christmas came around or summer break, if I could get it off, road trip. We'd go down to Texas to see his grandma and his grandpa. You know, drive. There's multiple different ways to get there. Drive through Missouri into Oklahoma, stop and see friends on the way. That I think that's one of his favorite things to do with me is road trips. Because also at the end of road trips or in the middle of road trips, there's going to fish. When my mom and dad, his grandparents lived down in South Texas, we go down there and go fish in the Gulf of Mexico. Boy, loved that. I mean, there was nothing like going on the boat to go fishing. He got to see baby hammerhead sharks. One of the people caught one.
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad you said that, Candy Wrapper, because that was another thing I wanted to add too about my stepson that has autism. He is a I don't think he has the capacity to tell a lie. Like even if it's throwing himself under the bus or one of his other brothers, or he will tell you he it does not have the ability to lie. And I'm not saying that they're all like that. I'm just saying that any case I've ever heard, because they don't their brain doesn't work like that. They don't know that there's an option to lie, and they just it's it's great for me, but his brothers are all like dry snitch.
That's what I've heard too, that autistic children, they will not, like, they can't lie.
Yeah, because it's learned behavior, and especially if they're not exposed to it and they're not taught, like, hey, they will not naturally just come about lying, like, And I know it. Anytime something goes down and they're all the boys out there, I don't even go down the line. I just instantly go, okay, tell me what happened, and he will tell it to me raw. I did this, and this, and I'm like, do you realize like you told on yourself? He said, yeah, but you asked me, like. Just matter of fact, like you want to know what happened, and I never get on to him, about because that's the rules of my house. Like you're gonna get in trouble 10 times worse if I catch you lying, because not only did you do what you did, but the act of lying is gonna get you in way more trouble. So you'd be better off just telling me now.
Yeah, it's better to encourage your children to be able to open up about it and reward them for that. Like
Right?
there's a consequence, but don't
Yeah.
have a freak out because they told you, like, and
Yeah.
reinforce good
Never that.
behavior.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because that'll make a kid say, okay, not only am I not gonna not I won't ever tell you the truth again or open up to you again because this is how you
Yeah,
reacted, and that's the worst thing that you could have as a teenager that feels like they can't talk to you.
absolutely.
So thank you for saying that, Candy Wrapper. I wanted to say that earlier, but I mentioned everything else but that. That was one of the main things that I wanted to mention was the lying part, because that's one thing that I've heard Chris continuously harp on. That was Sebastian's problem with lying, lying,
He's
lying.
a
I just find
liar.
that really hard to
Oh,
believe. Yes. Yeah, I just find that really hard to believe. I feel like he's just trying to create that narrative because
he's a
if
liar.
he's made statements to everybody and he's told people about this abuse, then it'll already be out there that Sebastian's known to be a liar, you know?
Yep.
And that's a red flag for sure.
He's a piece of shit.
one of those little 11-inch hammerhead shark, and he was like, "Dad, it's a shark," and I'm like, "It is. Can we keep it? No. Can we eat it? No, son. If for in order for it to be big enough to eat, it'd be big enough to eat you." Um, showing him all the
Yeah.
jellyfish and stuff that were in the water. I mean, he's inquisitive. He's always been inquisitive. He likes to ask the questions because he wants to know the answers. He wants to know more and more. And it's like, I'm a wealth of information, son. You want to know things? Ask me. You know, I like sharing my knowledge with him. He's my mini me.
What
Aw.
did he have a favorite place that he liked to go when you guys road tripped?
He'd like to go see his mom and my mom and dad. I mean,
So down
they
in
have,
Texas?
yeah, he likes dogs, and they have dogs. They have a little Boston pit, and they like him. He liked them. He was so heartbreaking when one of them passed on, but you know, he enjoyed it. He enjoyed seeing family. He enjoyed the trip. He enjoyed the experience of it, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure. You're wearing, I see, I'm wearing green, you can barely tell, but the shirt that you're wearing, can you show people that for a second? So this shirt right here, for Sebastian, you can get a shirt similar to, I think it's someone similar to what you have on. If you see what I have scrolling down here at the bottom, it's bonfire.com/Sebastian-Rogers. You can get one of those. And at the same time, I put Seth's Cash App up here. You can see it too. So if you want to donate to the cause to help with searches, look, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, this man has been out there every single day. He does not sleep. He does not eat. He's definitely not taking care of himself. And searches are expensive. He's not working right now because he's taking the time off to find his son. So if anybody has anything, if everybody between all the platforms that are streaming this right now went to that Cash App and donated just $1, it would make a tremendous difference for him. There was something that you said a little while ago, and you know that we talked about this beforehand, and I don't want to talk too much about your ex and his stepfather. I want to keep that to a bare minimum because this is about you, this is about Sebastian and about you, because you're the one that's out there every day doing things. But you had said a second ago that he was afraid of his stepdad. What has he conveyed to you or talked to you about that you're able to talk about why he was afraid of him?
I found out afterwards. I mean, I found out after my son disappeared that he was scared of his stepfather. I mean, I've seen some of the podcasts where he has used the belt. I mean, if you think about the if you I've been to the school, I've talked to the principal, I've talked to his teachers, I've talked to the SRO, and everybody is like, he's a wonderful kid. He's always happy here. He always wants to make sure, as the SRO told me, he saw him every day, and the SRO was like, it was the same thing every day with him. He would stop the SRO and be like, "How many tickets are you going to give the teacher today?" You know, and
So he's
he would.
funny.
I like to think that he got that from me. I have a sense of humor.
You do have a sense of humor. Even through all this, you have a pretty damn good sense of humor, I think.
Well, there's been people that say that when my sense of humor is gone, the world's probably going to end. But you know, yeah, he's got a sense of humor, and everybody at the school was like, they're wanting him to come back. It's not just me. I mean, he has touched the lives of a lot of people. He has brought joy, his smile. I mean, his behavior, his demeanor.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard. Take your time.
Believe he's
I
alive
can.
out there,
Yeah, I know
and
you. Sorry, go ahead.
just needs to be found. he needs to know that there are people in here, and I wish he would have told me. I wish he would have told me what was going on, because I wouldn't have let him go back there.
He might have been afraid to tell you because of what might have happened to him if he did. This is a man. Well, I'm gonna table the comment I was about to make. Let me switch gears just a little bit, and I'm gonna ask you a question. And there's a reason. There's two reasons I'm asking you this question, and it's something that we've talked about. So, in a previous interview, not with you, it was asked what medications Sebastian was on. And I'm going to ask you that right now, not to be nosy, but so that people can know. And there's two parts to this question. What medications was he on? And what does it mean if he does not have them right now?
He was on some medication for impulse control, for ADHD. He wasn't on anything for his autism. And he had two different types of medication they was taking. And I want to say they just switched it, but I want to say it was like Guafaced or something that he was taking, and then he was taking another medication as well, and I can't remember the name of that, and they just put him on Risperidone, or however you want to pronounce it, try to get him to sleep at night.
Respidol.
I didn't have a problem with him sleeping here, so I never really understood that. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but he just turned around and they removed his tonsils because he had obstructive sleep apnea. So they were trying to get him to quote unquote sleep. But I remember as an infant, my son, and a newborn infant sleeps like 18 hours a day.
Okay, real quick, you guys, because I just had that thought. Obstructive sleep apnea occurs when your breathing is interrupted during sleep for longer than 10 seconds, at least 5 times per hour on average throughout your sleep period. These periods are called hypnop. I don't even know how to say that. When your breathing is reduced and you're not taking in enough oxygen. So
Yeah. I had my daughter's tonsils, adenoids, and tubes in her ears because she kind of had some snoring and it seemed a little sleep apnea type-ish behavior going on, and she sleeps much better now. I don't know, I don't know the circumstances for Sebastian, but I do feel like Katie kind of wanted to. It seems the way he's explaining it, like she wanted to just medicate him and sedate him so that she didn't have to put as much effort in.
So the tonsils being removed is usually done in pediatric, so I guess that is a thing. So it
Yeah.
says on an
Respirol,
obstructive and overall, I don't even know how to say that. That's a tonsil. That's when they get them removed, I guess.
tonsillectomy.
Yeah.
Um,
With I don't know that other word either.
I don't know because I can't see it. But Respirol, I have a little brother. He had ADHD and some other stuff, but he was on like the one of the ADHD medicines, and then Respirol was given to him for helping to sleep. But it's also, I think, an antipsychotic and used for schizophrenia as well as autism, and for ADHD. Uh,
So I'd imagine if he had that, like where he would stop breathing in his sleep, that could be why he's having a hard time sleeping because he's probably scared to fall asleep.
Well, it makes you, and well, you would think he'd want to sleep more because it also, you don't get a full rested sleep. Like my daughter,
Right.
she would be really tired in the morning, even though her bedtime is 8, because she would have like disrupted sleeping, breathing. She would
Right.
never, I guess, get in a full REM cycle. So you would think he'd want to sleep more. I don't understand. I don't know.
Hmm. sleep
Sorry,
study
that's
outcome.
me. I'm sorry, magazine. It passed. The sirens.
They're coming for you. That's why.
They're outside my house right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you live in the damn hood.
I do. For a reason, but
Yeah. The fact that that a-hole said it, like, really? Mister,
yeah.
I went to a all black college. Get out of here with that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I live here for a reason, to be closer to my family.
Heck, and listen, sometimes my family might be in the hood. Who knows? Like, who knows? I might be in the hood. There's hoods in the woods.
I ain't scared. I'm strapped, baby. I ain't scared. Let somebody try to come up in here. I am strapped.
Yeah, and there's bad places everywhere. There bad things happen in gated communities too. Believe it or not.
Look at this neighborhood. $600,000 home. Boy vanishes. Come on now.
Exactly, and and nobody sees anything. I bet you
Mm.
in the hood, everybody on the block would have seen what went down.
Somebody gonna snitch.
Yeah, somebody was looking out the window. Somebody was sitting on their front porch, or somebody, somebody seen something. You know.
Magazine said they thought they were going crazy. Oh, you thought they were coming for you?
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming to kick in your door. He said, "I live in the country, peace and quiet." Yeah,
I
until
grew
there's
up in
not.
the country, so I miss it.
Yeah, well, sometimes shit happens
Yeah,
even in the
yeah,
woods.
yeah. Well, look at Summer Wells.
And
Something
they would come looking
happened.
for my dad, and we're in the woods, and boy, they would come in force. Like you'd think he unalived somebody the way they'd come, and no, just a child support warrant. Copters, dogs, the whole 9 yards. Like, here we go again.
Where's our money?
Yeah, in our small town, like everybody, all the neighbors be out like barefoot in the yard. What's going on? Like they don't already know. Oh, it's just Jimmy.
They're outside sweeping the grass.
Yeah, vacuuming the dirt in the front yard.
Yeah.
Trying to look over the privacy fence.
Oh my
It's
god.
okay, Karen. Just say you want to know what's going on. Your vacuum ain't even plugged in, asshole.
Yes. It's funny. I have nosy neighbors, which is kind of good because they're watching, you know. I'm not doing anything bad, but it's good that they're watching.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if something like this ever happens, it's good to know that somebody would see something because yeah, it seems to be getting closer and closer. Just more and more often these kids are just either being unalived by their parents or just going missing on their parent. It just seems like it used to be such a rare thing that it made big news because it was so rare. But it seems like after the Chris Wass case, it's just like a normal thing. I see it every other week, a headline of annihilation and just crazy things that should not be happening.
Yeah, that case tore me up.
Yeah, but there's so many that are just like it. That's like, why would that be? What mindset do you have to be in for that to be the best solution? Like, what is happening?
Why would you need to do that? If you want to just be with that nasty thing, then just leave.
Just get a divorce, right?
Yeah,
He would have,
then
and he had the upper hand, and he was more financially stable. Like he probably would have won if it ever got to just because the mothers are not always awarded custody if the situation is that used to be how it goes, but that's not how it is now.
Yeah.
Most fathers just don't even try because they think, oh, the mother's gonna win. Well, with an attitude like that, probably.
Alimony, though, he would have had to do something. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what it comes to. Like their lives are worth more than a numerical value. I
know.
No, that's easier. I mean, how's that working out for you now? I would rather pay alimony than sit where you're sitting for the rest of ever.
Was it Cece or Bella in that recording? My daddy is my hero. That stuff like that.
That was Bella.
That case tore me up. I couldn't.
And he was a good dad. He loved his kids. And how do you just overnight just not? And that's what scares me because it's like when you watch how they were and how they interacted, that makes anybody take pause and holy crap, could that be my husband? Could he just decide that we're disposable like that? Because nobody suspected it or seen it coming from Chris either.
Yeah, it makes
You
me
know,
wonder
it's
like
scary. Like what
something.
happens mentally, right? I want to pick his brain, like I'm on a scanner. Like I want to know.
Nicole should be holding more responsibility as well because she lied to
Oh,
the police. She lied to the police
yes.
at
She
the
deleted
minimum.
evidence. Everybody else would have
Yeah.
got a fed time for that shit.
Yep. She lied and deleted evidence. Yeah. Stalking that woman's Facebook and just
Yeah, and then acting clueless and like you didn't know and like you didn't have
Mhm.
any part in it, even if it was just simply by planting the seed of saying, "Oh, it's him," giving the ultimatum, "It's them or me." You might not have specifically said, "Oh, go unalive your family," but you creating the ultimatum made him make that think that was the only option because he, poor wording or poor choice of words on your part. He took it literally. But
Oh,
I
he.
think she's more involved than that. Honestly, I just can't prove
I
it.
do too. I do too. I really do. I know it's like a big. People are like just let it rest, but
No, you let it
she better
rest.
stay in hiding because nobody likes you.
Exactly. There was no trial. There's nothing to be protected from. There was no, she never went on stand and gave any witness testimony. And her statement said that she wasn't there and didn't know anything. So what did she do that was so, what they call it? Bombshell evidence. What are you talking about? She didn't
Yeah.
say anything, like, unless you want to say what she really told you, because she was in front of the house according to her phone, and the fact that she got away with that.
Yeah, and then there's like, people have kind of looked at that footage and it looks like there were two people, two shadows, and
Right.
yeah, there's a lot, and I think it could be that he may be protecting her. He may really be protecting this woman. Who knows? Because I think there was like a rumor about she wouldn't say anything about somebody in his family's knowledge if he didn't throw her under the bus too. Like, because I think it was either mom or sister, somebody on his side of the family, I think, had some kind of inkling.
Yeah, because I think that's who gave him the oxy that he gave
Yes, the
Shanann
mother
in
then.
North Carolina. Yeah,
He was drugging her.
yeah, to try to make her have a miscarriage, and then when that didn't work, he escalated it.
Oh
Because I think if
man.
she'd had lost the baby, he'd have went through with the divorce. It was the new baby and the first son that was the deal breaker, because she told him she wanted to give him his first son, and that would be the only first she would still be able to give him, and he took that shit to heart.
Yeah, I mean the graphic description he said when he threw her in that hole and she
Oh
gave
yeah.
birth, man, I was like, oh my God.
And the fact that he was just that's cold hearted, like inhumane, and I don't care how bitter you get with a relationship. How do you just feel that way when someone's bearing your child and gave birth to your other two children? Like, there's no way I could ever be that just full of hate again. I mean, and trust me, my baby daddy, what if that's what we're going to call him at this figment of speech, gets on my nerves, my ever loving nerves. But I could just not imagine, like, just not caring about his well-being and what happens to him. Like, even if we weren't together, which, I mean, till death do us part, good luck, he'd fuck around and find out. But I'm just saying, it's just crazy to me that you could just completely, because of something a little more, I get the lust, like, I just
He
most
seemed like he was under a spell for sure. And yeah, that's
hmm
the father of your children. You know what I mean? That's the father of your children. And by the way, good night, MAGA team. And Candy Rapper has a question for you. I don't know the Corey Richards case.
that's the one where in Utah she like drugged her husband with fentanyl in his
Oh,
Moscow, whatever, his drink, and then she wrote a children's book about it, about grieving when you lose somebody, and come to find out she was the one who unalived him. Like, yeah,
what?
like it's 50 shades of messed up, and apparently there's more to it because there's been more charges that came up. But the fact that she's taking it to trial when she's so screwed, it's not even funny. But all because of money. She wanted money.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's a whole nother one that
People are
what in the
nuts,
hell?
man.
Yes, and they were happy, and I don't know why. Like she couldn't just she'd have got more than she deserved by divorcing him in alimony, but she did. She wanted all of it.
Yeah, she wanted to like be a victim and profit off of a book and like,
Yes, and she wanted her kids to get
mm,
all the money, and she wanted to be the widow. She wanted it all, and him out of the picture.
the estate and all.
Yep.
Cricket Day. It bothers me that someone, don't know who, told the father that he was afraid or didn't want to go back. I'm a bit bothered by that. Why would you wait to tell him that? I think that he deduced that from the fact that Sebastian said he didn't want to go back but wouldn't tell him, and then found out about what Chris was doing to him. So if you kind of put it together, it does seem like he was afraid to go back. And he at the time didn't understand and kind of brushed it off as, well, he gets more freedom here. I'm more laid back. And that's what I take from it, but maybe someone did tell him that. Oh yeah, the Munchausen. It's called something else now, Munchausen by proxy, but there's a new name for it, a new diagnosis for that. Kind of how they took Asperger's, and there's no longer that. They've now put it on the spectrum with autism. I'm not a doctor, by the way. I don't know if I lost you. Did I lose Kayli? Can anybody hear me?
No, sorry, I'm here. I didn't
Okay,
know I was
okay.
muted. I didn't know I was muted. I'm like, yeah. I'm like Asperger's. I'm like, wait a second. Can you hear me? And then I'm like, oh well, it says I'm muted. No shit.
I didn't know what happened. I was like, okay, well, I'm up here alone. Let me think of something to say.
No, I was like, what the heck? Because that happens all the time with Ruben, and they'll be able to, the audience will be able to hear both of us, but I can't hear him, and he can't hear me, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I could see his circle moving, and I'm like, dude, I was like about to cuss him out. I was like, dude, are you fucking ignoring me on my own panel? What the fuck? Like, because he's like engaging with chat, and I'm like, dude, hello.
I'm talking here. Hello.
And he's like, dude, are you ignoring me? Like, where'd you go? Like, why do you keep leaving me on this fucking panel?
That's funny.
Oh,
That
I'm
is
like,
so
dude,
funny.
I'm here, and I can see the freaking circle moving, and I'm like, dude, are you like, how are you doing that? Like, are you making it where I can't hear you? Like, are you how is this even possible? And then I just refresh and it would fix, but it's happened like twice.
Yeah, it's something to do with the programs we use, or
Yeah,
or human error.
the joys of it being free.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have StreamYard and I'm paying for it. I don't know why. I don't ever
I'm
go
not because
live.
it was like, food or StreamYard.
Yeah, it does the same thing with or without it. I mean, unless you want to do some crazy like what, restream to 20 different platforms.
Yeah, the only thing it does is you get more hours a week.
Oh yeah.
But if if you delegate it between the two, like I make it work. So
Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I'm not judging
yeah,
you. The people that judge you, that means that you're on in their
money
mind.
motivated, right?
You're
Yeah,
on their mind.
yeah. Because I don't. It doesn't bother me having that little emblem up there in the top corner. Apparently, it bothers them.
They're triggered by ducks and restream words.
Do they? Do autistic children over exaggerate? Um. Uh. I don't think so. I don't. I think they are very.
I think all kids over exaggerate.
Yeah, well, if I ask something that happens, like he's a matter of fact, like he's not going to overtell it or undertell it. He's going to hit it right on the mark the way that it happened.
Okay.
That's how mine is. He's very matter of fact, and like when he learns something and he tells about it, like he doesn't want you to paraphrase it, and he's not gonna paraphrase it. Like he's gonna tell it to you exactly. He's got almost like a photographic memory in that sense that he remembers things exactly the way that they are. So I don't think so because that to me exaggerating is a form of lying and he just does it. He's very, very matter of fact, and that's my stepson. But like I said, they're not all the same. But my stepson, he is very matter of fact on everything, like almost to the point his sense of humor is very dry, and because he's very matter of fact, and some things go over his head because he's like, oh, just too
He's so
cut and
literal.
dry. Yes, he's too cut and dry, and then he makes you feel dumb by the time you break it down because he's like, well, that's just preposterous.
So he's a genius, basically.
Yes, but he can tell you his blood type, his DNA, why the body does this, and every dinosaur from here under the sun, and I mean the Chihuahuapalis and the blah 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 blah, all of them. And I fact check his little ass, and he's on point every time. I'm like, dude, why do you know this? You're just full of fun facts. What the hell?
That's gotta be really engaging and fun. My daughter's the same way. My daughter's really smart. I don't believe she's never been tested for that or anything. I'm not saying she's autistic, but she is really smart, and she'll just tell me little random facts. I love that. She's like, Mom, do you know? And then she'll tell me.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's what my stepson does. Hey, did you know? Blah 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 blah, and then he'll ask me if he's trying to learn about something. It's why, but why? Okay, but why? And I'm over here well, you know what? I've never really thought about it that deep, and he's like, why not? I don't know. Good question. He's like, maybe you should.
I love
okay, you little
that.
shit. Yeah, he definitely keeps you on your toes, and I know whenever we know that we're gonna have them on, it's our weekend. I make sure to do research and to try to have a new fun fact for him, because it makes his entire weekend that I knew something that he didn't about something that he's interested in, like Pokemon or dinosaurs, and he's like, oh my gosh, no way. And it's challenging because most stuff he's like, duh, that was so last year.
It makes you feel stupid.
And I'm like, well, dang. And he's like, glad you're learning though. I'm like, fuck, you little shit.
He's teaching you.
Yeah,
So
for
cricket
sure.
day. How much do we really know about this father? Well, Seth has, every time I've watched, I might have missed a few of his interviews the past 2 days, but every time I've seen Seth come up on an interview and they try to bring up this kind of stuff, he really goes into detail here where he has not before. Every time someone would try to ask him a question about Chris or Katie, he'd be like, I don't know. He wouldn't say anything negative now, whereas they have said negative things about him, but he will not say anything back. He goes on podcasts that he knows are going to be more focused on Sebastian. He is the only one I find that really tells you about Sebastian. Whereas there have been interviews with Chris and Katie where it's just
vague.
It's a shit show.
Right. And
It's
they
awful.
talk about him in a negative light. They talk about all the bad things
They
he did
mock
and the things
him.
he did wrong. Yeah.
They're mocking a missing child.
Yeah, and blaming him ultimately. Saying he's hard to deal with. I've never heard Seth say that he was hard to deal with or anything. He talks about him like a father should talk about a son. He doesn't. So that either says one of two things. Either Sebastian was a completely different kid when he was with his dad, which is very telling, or he acted the same way, and Seth is just not going to harp on the negative stuff because he's missing, for crying out loud.
Seth sees his child as a child, not like an issue,
an enemy, right? A sparring partner
or a burden.
Right.
Do we know who the real manipulator is? Nobody is talking. Well,
I
so
think the nobody talking is a manipulation, because at the beginning they were the only ones talking and they were controlling the narrative, and now that they can't control it, they've hauled ass.
So
Literally.
I know Smiley's story is I've heard her say anybody can use her content. She has no problem with it, at all. So if you want, we'll play this one, and then you should go to that one.
Is that the one Chris was on?
Yes, that's where he lies and talks about the and he's only focused on let's answer the hard questions. This about me and about me and about me.
Cricket Day, are you like, did you read the report that was leaked on Seth? Is that why you feel that way?
He goes
Because
into,
I think
he explains it.
I was gonna say I think Lacey said that he kind of gets into all of that and puts it all on the table, and the fact that he's willing to do that when he could say just like Chris, oh, lie about it, or just say TBI told me not to talk about it. I think that's telling in itself, the fact that he was willing to be forthcoming instead
This
of getting defensive when he's asked about it or it gets brought out.
this man has injured his
Oh, he
shoulder and
does in this one.
he has
Yeah.
been out every single day except for Easter Sunday looking for his son, calling his name. This man has not stopped. He has
Right.
not stopped.
And he does talk about them in this interview. Like this is him
The
finally.
first time.
Right. I don't know what caused it or brought it on. If he's just had enough, or he's exhausted, or a little bit of all of it. But he's way more forthcoming with his actual feelings and in this interview from what I've heard so far.
Because at first I stayed really neutral about all this, like for a while,
Yeah.
but the fact about
Yeah,
like, because we discussed it the other night
on Twin
I
Mama. Yep.
I think the fact that Seth has found out and it's really been on his conscience and on his heart, he's feeling guilt and he's feeling anger and he wants his son, and now he's finally saying something about this. And
Right,
he's
because I
probably
wholeheartedly don't think that he suspected them until he's had a shift now where he says
Yes.
my son didn't deserve what happened to him. Before he was saying like he didn't know and everything was on the table. Like he's had something he's heard them say has made him completely change his entire perspective, and it shows. Just I've never seen him show emotion like this, and I know you guys can't see the screen, but he's had to stop in the middle of talking 3 times because he's literally wiping tears away. Like, and
Yeah.
he's fucking mad.
Yeah, this man he gets up early and he's out searching and putting together teams, and this man he still believes his son's alive, which is
Oh God.
another,
Yeah,
you know.
which is if you watch the Deception Detective Cricket Day, I think you'll he does a breakdown of Seth's interview and why he is being honest and how you can tell a parent's lying, and I think that was very eye-opening for me because I was kind of suspicious of it too. Because I was like, how as a dad, it's your responsibility. Like, why do you not know what's going on with your son? But at the end of the day, it's not like if you don't suspect it, you're not going to go looking for it, and nobody's telling him anything. And I see that now, and that sucks.
Jim Coddington, look at that, girl.
Thank you so much. I can't see how much it is on this weird ass setup, but thank you so much. I can see that it's a sticker.
It says $1.49 a cityscape. I don't know what that means.
It looks weird for you too? What is that? What's a cityscape?
Oh, it might be the emoji of like the square with the city and the stars, maybe.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Put that for my Pookie money.
Okay, let's get back to the interview. So
My
sorry.
son slept maybe 4 hours. He's always been one that does not sleep, that gets there's just medication doesn't always solve all the problems. Sometimes I think parents use medication against their kids because they just don't want to deal with it. I literally only worked part-time until my divorce because I spent most of my time taking care of Sebastian. He's not perfect. Nobody is. But that doesn't mean he's a horrible person. It doesn't mean he was a horrible child. Had him set with a routine. I could get him to take a shower, eat, take a shower, lay down in bed, and he'd fall asleep in about an hour at the most. And we're talking about at like 5, 6 years old. It was all about a routine. And there's as soon as she as soon as she filed for a divorce, first thing she did was take him to get him medicated. It's, now, not only is the child going through a divorce, because the children suffer the most through a divorce, because at some point in time they're going to be asked to choose sides, and that is horrible to make a child choose between their mother and their father. I could never do that to my son. I was good with joint physical, joint legal custody because I believe that a child needs both his mother and his father. But she started putting him on medication after medication. This isn't doing enough. This isn't doing what I'm wanting. He's not going to sleep. He's bouncing over. Well, take him out. Take him swimming. Take him to the park and let him play. He's a child. He, he's got to have a way to get rid of all this energy. You can't just, go to work and then come home and expect him to, do what you want him to do. He's got to have an outlet for this stuff. He's growing. And and medication isn't always, he's, it was just an uphill struggle.
The next, so with medication, I want to say this too with what you're talking about. I get that. I am very ADHD, and a lot of the medications that they can put you on for that will really just make you an absolute zombie. No
Yeah.
personality. It kills who they are as a person until they're off of it, obviously. Now it was report. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Look how happy he is with his snake.
And I'm putting the pictures up because I want people to be able to see what he looks like, because the more pictures, the better. So if you see him somewhere, you can recognize him. You get a lot of different ones. So, he's a cute kid. He seems like a sweet kid. And no kid is perfect, right? Like none of them are. But that's what you're there as a parent for, is to help them, get there and grow into that adult. I want to ask about the glasses. Well, a couple things. One of them I'm going to clarify for anybody who's watching now. Glasses were found during the search for him, and I think it's safe to say now that you were the one that found them. Correct?
It was one of my search teams. I wasn't the actual person to
Okay.
find him. It was one of my volunteer search groups.
Okay. And
They
if I
found
understand correct, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
And my understanding is those glasses were not his. Is that what they determined?
That's what everybody knew that off of the internet before I did. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. There was originally reported that he did not have his glasses. Do you know is that a true statement? Is he without them?
My understanding, he has his glasses.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Good.
why. That's why when they said they found a pair of glasses and they sent me a picture of them, I was like, that is too close for me to tell. Go ahead. And they told me that nobody was picking up the phone. And so I reached out. I wasn't able to get a hold of anybody, so I flagged down a deputy sheriff and kept him at the volunteer place. And I told them to bring it on. Told them put on gloves, take pictures around them, how they're laying, so on. Take pictures and put on a pair of gloves and bag them and bring them in. Do not touch them. Don't get any DNA transfer or anything like that. And they did. They brought them in so that we could have an exchange and we could have a chain of evidence.
There was something that you said earlier that you were talking about, and I kind of want to, and you and I talked about this a little bit on the phone, and like I said, we don't want to talk too much about, your ex and that side of this. But there is something that I did want to bring up, because information about you and your divorce with Kayli was leaked. And some of the stuff has taken the internet to put a lot of accusations against you, and you and I have told the story. or told me the story of what happened, and I want you to kind of share what you're comfortable sharing. But what I found that was kind of odd between the accusations that are being thrown out about you through your divorce is that those stories are oddly similar, very similar, in fact, to the stories told by Chris when he was basically bragging about the way he treated Sebastian, the way that Nina Gomez, her children were treated and she was treated. It's oddly like it almost mirrors it exactly. And so, respectfully, what I'd like to ask you is there anything regarding those accusations that you would want to address?
I mean, she filed for a divorce. She accused me of domestic violence against my son. Took several months. I ended up when she filed for a divorce. Me being the person I am, I was like, okay, well, grab a legal pad and let's go ahead and do a divorce. We'll go ahead and split all the furniture and whatnot. What do you want? Obviously, things of that sort. And I was like, when it comes down to Sebastian, all I want is 50-50. He's my son, you're his mom, so. And when that part came up, she went and got an attorney. And the next thing I know, I'm being issued a restraining order for domestic violence and a move out order so that I would no longer have a place to stay as well. I thought initially I thought it was her that I was being accused of being violent against. She told them that I had an arsenal. They showed up with like 20 sheriffs in SWAT gear, armed with assault rifles, fully automatic in California. They walked up. I looked at the lady and I was like, "You're coming in here. Who are y'all here for?" Because I was outside with my son and he was playing with the neighbor's kid, and we're sitting there, drinking coffee, shooting the shit, watching our kids play. When they rolled up, and when they rolled up, he looked at me. He was like, "I wonder who they're here for this time." And I was like, one day they're going to be here for me because Katie's going to call them on me. And that was the time that they were there for me. They rolled up. The lady that was in charge, she she told me that why I was here, why they were there, and I was like, okay. I looked at her and I was like, you don't remember me, do you? And the lady looked at me. She was like, no. And I was like, I'm the father of the autistic special needs child. And she was like, oh, I remember you. And turned around and told all the deputies there that they needed to stand down. I'd comply with whatever was asked. And they were like, they stood down. There was no need for it, all that. You know, that time I was before she did this, I was an armed security officer, worked in military housing. And they were like, we hear you have firearms inside. I was like, yeah, I have my pistol that I use when I'm at work, and then I have the other pistol that is used for work because work issues your own pistol. And then I had my own, and they're like, where are they? And I told them they were on my desk. And they were like, but you have a child. Why do you have them on your desk? I was like, they're on my desk. You can go get them. 30 minutes later, they asked me to come and point out where they were on my desk. And I walked in and I showed them the secret little pop so that they would drop down so you could actually get them. And they took those, and I still never got my firearms back 'cause that's California. But that was it. So I was hit with this. I turned around. I was living in my car, trying to make ends meet, trying to make sure I had money to feed myself, which was, yeah, it was kind of hard to actually get employment because I didn't even have a residence or an address anymore. Dealing with the court issue, finally turned around and her attorney kept pushing and pushing, and the judge at one point in time just turned around and told both me and Katie that we needed to be adults and remember that we're parents for Sebastian, and told us to go in the hallway and do a parenting plan, and dismissed everything. CPS had done their investigation. Finally, CPS never contacted me. One day I went by there just out of the whim. It was the last day they were closing the case, and they informed me they've been trying to get a hold of me for the whole time. And I was like, well, my number hasn't changed in years, like 12. And they're like, well, nobody had your information. And I was like, well, his mother did. And she didn't even bother to give him that. They turned around and they were like, well, we can't find any evidence of any abuse. And so they submitted that to the court, and the court dismissed everything.
So one thing, hold on, let me try to get this better so we're even size. There we go. One thing that I want to say to the people with this is, oftentimes you want to make sure that you believe victims 98% of the time when they accuse somebody of something, but there are situations where you can tell that things aren't truthful. I will tell you that I have talked to Seth at length about some of this stuff, and I truly, and I would say this even if he wasn't here, believe him. Because I think there's a couple reasons why. Is you can tell the way that he shares his story, and you can also tell in his actions, which is the fact that he is out there literally every single day. The other thing that I want to share with you guys from just a real quick personal note is that there are women like that who will use their children, fathers too, but there are women out there who will use their children as pawns, as control in a divorce situation. My mom was one of those. She had my dad arrested in front of me multiple times by violating some BS contempt of court thing. It just sometimes happens, and I think that that's what he got caught up in, and I truly do believe that, because this is a man who has been like y'all every single day, and nobody has a bad thing to say about him.
Hi, JD.
So I just wanted to clear that up, because I know that the internet guys can be cruel. Y'all know that. And so I wanted him to kind of clear some of that stuff up. There are some questions that have come in I want to ask you real quick for the people who are wanting me to share a couple things with you.
JD, Jenny, and Roddy.
Go on. So the first one is
hey girl, hey.
One wants to know how is he with strangers? Do you think that he would just leave with one if one approached him?
Just no. I don't think he would leave with one because he's apprehensive. I mean, taught him to be aware of your surroundings is what I was teaching him. But I've also taught him that not everybody is your friend. And I had to do that. There was an incident in California before Chris and Katie came back here. There was another CPS incident in California at her house.
Pay attention, guys.
Katie and Chris let a child into their house that was 5 years older than my son. My son was 7 or 8 at the time, and this kid was 13. And she has a habit of not checking on her kid. I would never let some kid that's 5 years older than my son play with my son anyways. It's like, why do you want to play with my son? There's a 5-year difference. That's a pretty big difference. You're 13 and my son, you're a teenager. My son is not a teenager. He's still playing with Hot Wheels and Legos, and you know, he's building things, he's playing video games, and you're a teenager. You go out and you have your own, you know, age appropriate group that you play with, and they were letting this kid play with my son and they weren't checking on him. And then this kid took my son's innocence and he molested him.
Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
So you take your time.
And there was nothing I could do in California because the kid was 13. But they let that happen. And they didn't bother to try to even get my son help until last year. Here,
Yep.
my son is just turned 15 in December. That means he's been dealing with an emotional, stressful, traumatic incident for the last 7 years. And I've been trying to help him. I've been trying to get him help. Going to talk to his doctor and telling them what happened. And for the doctor to tell me, she was like, I knew none of this stuff. And I'm like, really? Because he's supposed to be seeing a therapist for this. And she's like, well, he's not seeing the right type of therapist for this type of trauma. I care about my son. And actions speak so much louder than words. And there's just no justification for the actions that I have seen from them. They're not parents. They're not parents at all. And I want to know what happened to my son.
You deserve to know what happened to your son. Every bit. And I'm sorry, I don't think any of us were aware of that. And I am so sorry that, number one, that he went through that, and two, that as a parent,
Well,
you're going through a parent's worst nightmare, but that's like the second worst nightmare.
My son around his daughter. Because Chris has turned around into my mother told my mom, your grandson's a pedophile. No, he's not.
Oh,
He's a
hell
victim that
no.
hasn't got the
Yep.
help that he deserves and that he needs so that he can get over the traumatic incident that has happened to him.
Yeah, how horrible. How
That
horrific.
should have never happened underneath their watch to
That
begin
guy.
with. That's why Chris doesn't want my son around his daughter. Because he's scared that my son is going to do the same thing that was done to him under his watch. And Chris Proudfoot, if you're listening to this, you can't hold that over my head. I told you. You're going to piss me the fuck off, and I don't give a fuck who knows. It's your fault. It's your and your wife's fault.
Preach.
He's at his
You guys
breaking
don't
point.
deserve to be around kids.
I don't know if you listen to it, but I know that you're aware of Nina Gomez's video, and I'm going to say this based on what I've heard and having dealt. So my account started off as toxic and narcissistic behavior because of the type of parent that I had. He doesn't even want his own daughter. It's what I heard, and it's just all about control, and it's about control with Sebastian. That was pretty clear because as I had a lot of step parents, more than I want to admit, and most of them would have never disciplined me without talking to to a biological parent. They sure as hell wouldn't have hit me. So it's for him. I think it really is control, and maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but I'm kind of like, I'm with you at this point, kind of like, fuck it, because everything that has come out, every word that has come out of his mouth, he double talks. He talks out of both sides of his mouth. He can't keep his story straight in one single interview. So I'm fully with you, and I feel that most people who have seen this going down, have seen everything that's happened, watching it because this case has become incredibly public, are on your side with us, and we all feel the same way about them. Because the way, I'm just going to say it. You're out there every day looking. I've said that a million times. And the only reason you're not out looking for your kid, is you're not looking for something that's lost, is because it's not lost to you. You know right where it is. You know right where he is. And that's why, in my opinion. I think I told you that too on the phone. So every day you're out there busting your ass. And I'm going to tell you, he hurt himself. So like when you see the way he stands and stuff like that, this man is in pain. Like he's got the massager right now. I don't think there's better timing for me to bring this up. This man is constantly in pain. He doesn't sleep. He maybe gets 30 minutes to an hour a night, tirelessly, while the others were literally, I'm just going to say this because I'm pissed off too. Because again, like I said, this is my community. Okay. They were at the Cracker Barrel 5 minutes from my house on Easter, and then they left town again. They haven't been seen. And I just don't understand that. The last time you saw shit like that was with Chris and Roberta Laundrie. So I'm just saying. I want to kind of go on to something a little bit different because I know that this is taking a massive emotional toll on you. So going to the search, can you take us back to the moments leading up to Sebastian's disappearance and what was happening during your lives at that time, which led him to whatever you believe, whatever you know, whatever you're able to share, what was going on at that time for him to disappear?
I talked to him on Thursday. Everything seemed to be normal. I mean, sorry, it hurts.
I know, it's okay. I know.
Yeah, his shoulder. He
I
messed
know
his
you're hurt
shoulder up
emotionally and
searching.
physically at this point. And if you don't want to answer anything, if something's getting too much for you, you don't have to. You
Well,
don't have to answer it.
I'm just trying to focus so I can answer the questions. That's all. Pain is a overwhelming distraction at times. Sebastian was going to school. Whole point of him finishing his first year was he was supposed to come live with me. We were supposed to do a swap where she would have him every other weekend and he would be living with me, going to school. And if she wanted him on his breaks, then she would be able to have him on the breaks. If not, then he would stay with me. I mean, I wanted full custody of my son since the divorce, but I didn't. I don't believe it's my right to take a child's mother away. That's something that the child would debate or would decide at a later point in time. Only thing I wanted to do was protect him, and
Respectfully, not every person who is a mother is a good mother or deserves to be.
makes me feel like shit.
You didn't do anything wrong. You're still not doing anything wrong.
Should have done things different. You wouldn't have been in that situation.
I know that me saying this isn't going to help you from beating yourself up. You're going to do that regardless. But look at the situation that you've been dealing with. It's not, you're going up against two people who are constantly battling you in every bit with your son. It's the same thing that Nina was talking about. They battle every step of the way because it's about control. It has nothing to do with love of the children. It has to do with control. That's what it is. So how do I put it? Yes, you married her. Yes, you've been having this co-parenting situation for a long time. I have talked to you enough, and I've seen you talk in other interviews enough to know that you are not like that. And when you have somebody who is not like that, it's hard sometimes to grasp the full spectrum of what you're really dealing with. And so you can sit there and beat yourself up and say, I could have done this, I should have done this, but you don't know what you don't know. And I don't think you truly know what you're dealing with. or have been dealing with?
Just makes me look for him harder. It just makes me want to find him faster.
In your opinion, and again, this is one of those that I know with an investigation, you can be very limited. So if you can't answer, just say you can't answer. And if you don't want to, I don't want to take too much of a toll on you. But in your opinion, what do you think might have happened to Sebastian? Do you have any theories or suspicions about his disappearance that you're comfortable sharing? If not, that's okay.
I'll let you know. I have theories and suspicions all day long. All day long, but they're suspicions. Can't really back it up because I'm not in charge of the investigation. But it don't make sense if there's no scent of him leaving the house on a weekend that was 70, 75 degrees. Then he didn't walk away from the house.
I think that it's very, I'm just going to say it. I think it's very obvious he didn't just walk away from the house. If the story that's being painted or told to us is true, and he went out there barefoot, then there is no way that those bloodhounds would not have picked up a scent leaving that property somewhere, and they didn't. So there's no way that he.
Been something. There's concrete. You lose skin cells all the time. You're barefoot. Even if you got socks on, you're going to lose particles. It's just. None of this makes sense. None of this makes.
The only thing that would make sense for the dogs not to get a scent is that if he left that house in a vehicle and didn't walk off like they said, that's the only thing that could make sense. That's the only reason why a dog would not have picked up a scent. Any of the dogs that came out would not have picked up a scent.
I know, JD Jimmy.
No cameras picked him up, and in 2024, people, you don't just vanish.
No. In 2024, I'll walk outside right now, and you look around, and people have at least their porch light on, something that makes it obvious so that if you're walking around the house, they can see. Nobody has their yard and their house all blacked out so that cameras can't see shit unless you're fucking hiding something.
I would agree. But even in the dark, a lot of these cameras can still pick up.
Cricket Day, have you heard the dad speak on Smiley Story? Because if not, you'll know that Seth has spoken on tons of interviews and never said anything about them. And once he's found out about the DV, and even after that, he hasn't said much. He's had his breaking point. If someone put their hands on your kid, well, I know if someone put their hands on my child, I don't have a step parent situation. Oh shit, you doing the 30? Kayli, are you muted?
Yeah, I'm muted, but no, I haven't heard this interview either, so I just went and hunting it down.
Sorry, I just know my mom never let a step parent discipline me. She would have went over there and she would have.
Is he not on camera? Is he like an avatar, Chris Profit, on this one?
Yeah, but we can finish. We'll finish this one, or we'll get towards the end.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have it queued up, the right one.
I don't know if you find out somebody puts hands on your child, especially you have an autistic child.
Wow, this was 2 weeks ago.
It's a big deal, girl. It's a big deal. It's crazy.
March the 20th. Wow.
It's crazy. It is I think it's one of the last, because then they went on Nancy Grace after, and I think they have not done an interview since this one.
Yeah, I would shut the fuck up too.
I'm just saying, in defense to what Seth is saying here, I think it's quite mild to probably what I would say if I found out somebody was putting hands on my child.
Don't worry, Katie Jean, we're
And
gonna play that too. So
and
just hold
then
your horses.
Seth had to stop listening to any interviews they were on after that, and then to hear them mock this missing child. He in this interview on Smiley Story, they mock Sebastian. They make fun of him, mock
They're
him.
both on there?
Yes.
Oh hell. Yeah, okay. Let's get through the rest of this one because we're
Yes,
definitely watching
yes.
this one next. So don't go nowhere.
Oh, I'm not.
JD.
Oh.
Yeah, she's like, I'm gonna have to look into that. And I'm like, well, you can look at we gonna do
We're
this
about
right
to
here
watch
live.
it.
Yeah, we gonna and oh boy, I can tell you what, I'm already mad just the idea of it. Like
It's bad.
and this was 2 weeks ago.
It's bad.
Wow. Fuckers.
Mm-hmm. And you can use her stuff, so you'd be able to show it. But I don't think they're on camera.
Go figure.
Yeah, they're cowards.
SRO told me he saw him asked to choose sides. But that doesn't mean he's a horrible person.
Tell the way that he shares his story, and you can also tell in his actions, which is the fact that he is. The internet guys can be cruel. Y'all,
you
deserve. So every day you're out there busting your ass. Yes, you married her. Yes, you've been having this co-parenting situation for a long time.
People that lived there did not know where people's cameras were at.
They know. And again, you don't have to say anything to what I'm going to say, but I find it odd that she works for ADT and there's no security.
She works for home security.
Oh, it's Brinks? Okay, somebody said ADT. I thought it was Brinks, but okay, Brinks. But so same thing though. You work for them, you get free security systems, or at least discounted. So I find that I just have found that very, I'll just say odd, is what I'll say.
Yeah, she's an installation technician.
Weird. Unusual. Yeah.
It's
strange.
Listen, who lives in a $600,000 house neighborhood with no fucking? I'm sorry, excuse my language. With no security.
I've heard conflicting statements. I believe they do have cameras, but I think the cameras weren't working that night. I would need to be fact checked on that because I've heard it's rumors. You know how the rumors fly.
How do they not have like everybody?
She's an installation tech.
Right, everybody. You would think she would have the up and up, especially if her husband is out of town a lot. You would think he would want his family to be safe while he's away.
Yeah, girl, I got 6 cameras on my house.
Listen, and I live in the trailer park, wink, wink, and we got security. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like it's 2024. You can't be too careful, and it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same thing with a, you know what? You know?
Yep. And I'm just saying, especially if you have especially like you said,
a company van.
With
like, come on.
With a child that has
with special needs, exactly.
Yeah.
You should have a sensors on the windows. Like, you can never be too cautious because, especially if he's like, you know, a wanderer. And some of them are. There's no in between. Either that's something they do or they don't. And clearly, you know, just because he didn't doesn't mean. I can't for the life of me.
I think they do have cameras, and I don't think they were working. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Hey, Miss W. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, Miss W. It's good to see all y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, this case, I've been obsessed with this case. I'm not gonna lie. I've been following everything.
Yeah, I'm with you, Roddy. I'm late to it. I've tried and everything in me to resist to stay away from it because how I feel is probably a little more controversial. But now that now that it's the vibe has shifted, I'm willing to come out and speak now because I wasn't going to be the only asshole that was like, they did it.
No, actually, that's actually what everybody's saying. My opinion was the unpopular one, which I still don't think they directly did anything. I think that
they were the cause of it.
I think this boy left because he was going through it.
Right. And I think that
I
they did
do.
want an investigation done because then it would be okay, well, what was he running from or where was he running to or what was going on? And that is ultimately what they have. I think that is what they ran from because they knew that was coming to a head because that about that. And I think he is hiding from Seth and rightfully so, you know?
Yeah, why that man won't take a damn
Because
polygraph?
listen, the first 5 minutes in the Nancy Grace interview, she asked where they were, and he said he had to go back to work. But she asked him after that about, oh well, what you made he made a comment about this costing him his job, and she said, do you have a job? He said, well, that's up in the air. Well, how are you at work if you don't even know if you
Oh,
have a job?
he's doing contracting work.
For fuck's sake, my
Hmm.
ass.
Yeah, he can't go back until this is solved, until this is
So what?
done.
Yeah, exactly. So what is he doing? He's just
Contracting. He's doing his own contracting work.
so he's not even at an obligation to be at work. He's going and looking for work
Well,
just so that to find something to do.
they may be living outside their means, girl, and they may be having to pay some bills. $600,000 house.
They're not even in the house.
I
They're paying
know.
double rent because you have to pay for the fucking RV and the gas. That's bullshit. It wouldn't
And
cost
then
anything to go out there searching.
and the neighbors don't want them there anymore.
And his mama's got money. Who are we playing, girl?
Yeah.
And he's a
Well,
mama's boy
yeah,
to
oh, I can't stand that.
an unhealthy degree. To be that
Hmm.
old and to still be that like, let me call my mommy for everything, that would be a big problem in my relationship. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to quit that shit right now.
Let's get you off the boob, boy.
Yeah, like, but no, it's in an unhealthy way. Like, because my husband is a mama's boy too. Don't get me wrong. When it's like when she gets you like a doctor bailout type shit. You know, when you not happen to be accountable. That is
Hmm.
not doing anything to help you.
No, no. She's enabled him. That's why he is the way he is.
Exactly, and obviously she's probably where he learned it from. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, something's not right. I'm telling you, there's gonna be more
The
dirty stuff coming out.
Oh
I'm
yeah, the
sure.
shit that they did to that woman and her child, and for the sake of just because is. Oh, thank you, Miss W.
Well, imagine Trev Time. Imagine Trev Time interviews all his ex-wives.
Is there really 5?
I believe so. Yes.
Wow, he's
He
not really that
claims
old though.
that he can pick up the phone and talk to. Oh, on the next interview, you're gonna hear all about that.
Oh my God, I can't. Well, oh, I can't wait. Okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Miss W. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks, Miss W.
So you for a month you probably know every inch about of Hendersonville about now and some other areas: Natchez Trace Park, Goodlettsville, Madison, Gallatin, probably Clarksville. And that being said, can you walk us through the efforts that you've made in your search for Sebastian since he went missing, and what has that process been like for you?
Tolling. It's. I have been to Drake's Creek Park. I have been across from there. I have walked through water clear up to my ankles. Well, to my calves. I had water up to my ankles in my boots. My parents have helped me search, and this was just the first week. I have been up and down Happy Hollow, Muddy Hollow, Tear Branch. I've been to the tallest point in Hendersonville. Didn't know that until I spoke to the gentleman that has a house up there.
What's the
I've
tallest
been.
point in Hendersonville?
There is a road that comes off of, what is it? It's New Long Hollow Pike goes this way. It's the road right next to the high school.
Oh, I know where you're talking about. Okay, I was just curious because I didn't know that was the tallest point in Hendersonville.
It's not,
So
but if you go up, you make the first left on there. I'm sorry. Uh, and you take that around, it actually goes all the way up to the tallest point in Hendersonville. At least that's what the gentleman told me that was outside of his house. He,
Cricket Day, honestly, no, it's not. Like, it's really not. And I think that probably has a lot to do with my childhood trauma and the way that my mom acted and the way that she treated, and more importantly, the shit that she drug my dad through. I just have an I have no choice but to consider, the other perspective. And I honestly, my heart breaks for him. Like, I see a narcissistic, manipulative, see you next Tuesday of an ex-wife that he had, and my heart breaks for him because he was only involved as much as she allowed him to be, and there was no reason for that because clearly he wasn't the one being abusive. She was, or she was allowing someone else to be and turning a blind eye to it, which is just as bad in my perspective. She's a
Well,
cunt.
if she thinks this is bad behavior, wait till she hears the next interview. It's
But yeah,
bad.
that is I think that's why it's not setting off red flags for me, because I've been that kid that has been exposed to this type of mother that he's describing, and honestly it triggers me to high heaven. Like, I'd like to throat punch that bitch. I'm just being honest. Just saying. Allegedly, hypothetically, like, it chaps my ass to no degree. And I recognize it. Like, just in her interview before even this stuff came out, I recognized it. Like, she's so checked out, like, and she can say what she wants to, but that is only that glaze that she has. That is absolutely Xanax all day long. I don't care what she says or what she's willing to admit to. I know what that is checked out, and just, she doesn't give not a teetotal shit about what's going on. She doesn't worry. She don't go in the room and check on him. He is unattended for hours at a time, and she has no idea what he's doing, and that's just normal.
I think that she is not as bonded to him. I think she probably is being abused herself. I think she's putting a man before her child. And I think that she watched and allowed behaviors to go on that she knows she shouldn't have.
Right.
And
And
I
I think a
think,
lot of that is because she's just checked out entirely.
yeah, man.
She has no patience with Sebastian. And listen, me and my brothers weren't autistic. That my mom was just a raging asshole.
Well,
Like
Roddy,
that, it was an inconvenience for you to bother her from her precious sleep. Like, how could you be that fucking tired, lady?
yeah, yeah. It's sad because children aren't burdens. They didn't ask to be brought into this world, and they have needs,
Right.
and it's our
Right.
responsibility to water and nurture our children. But Roddy, it was seen, and Seth even had asked. He had finally got to see it the other day. He was smiling that day. The surveillance of Sebastian and Katie leaving the restaurant. So it
Yeah,
is
the
seen.
Texas Roadhouse. It
Yes.
was 10 till 6, and he was not wearing the outfit that Katie describes him going to sleep in, but he was with his mom. It was just him and her, and they're getting into the car, appearing to be leaving after eating. And that was it. It was very short, and he said nothing was suspicious about it. They didn't seem like there was tension or anything. Just looked like there was no cousins or nothing with him. It was just Katie and Sebastian, and they were getting in the car, and it was 10 minutes until 6 p.m. And that
He
was the
was
last proof of life.
Cricket Day, he was pressed a lot more and gave in on this interview. On the other ones, he was shut down this kind of questioning, especially before knowing about the abuse. That's a bad word on here. The DV.
I think something was exchanged. Well, yeah, that's because she leaked the affidavit or whatever, trying to get him in trouble and trying to take the heat off of
Yeah.
them. And I think that's why he's like, oh, okay, after I've
He
essentially
didn't say
protected you guys
nothing.
and didn't say
Yeah.
anything and kept my opinions to myself, you're going to dig up some shit that got proven to be unfounded. And you're going to bring it up like it's relevant to why he's missing when he was with y'all, when he went missing, or at least you, Katie. Fuck y'all and fuck this. That's his attitude, and I don't blame him.
After hearing what
Because
was
he
going on in the
was being
house.
extremely civil and humble and
Yes.
unbiased. And I mean, to the point people were getting annoyed with him that were having him on podcasts because he would not say yay or nay on anything. He wouldn't even say he said he wasn't even ruled out as a suspect because nothing is off the table. That he was just keeping it very safe and very clean. Wasn't taking
Yep.
jabs and taking sneak disses or nothing. He was being very respectful and just wanted to keep the focus on Sebastian and where he could be.
Yeah, like to the max. He would not feed into any question. Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing. He couldn't
Nope.
be baited with anything.
I didn't even know they had a nasty divorce until this shit,
Yep.
which was that because of Katie leaking that freaking document.
Yep.
And in my opinion, and this is my opinion, that was done to take the heat off of Chris.
Yep. How much longer on this one? Because I think it's only an hour, right?
It's like an hour and 20 minutes, and we're at 52 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, because towards the end, I think it's like it tapers off. So it does.
Yeah, well, when it gets off subject, we'll end it. Yeah, we'll go to the next one.
Burp, burp. I hear a barker.
He was there.
My mouthy ass wiener dog.
Oh, I love wiener dogs. Sorry.
Waiting on his wife to come back because he had locked himself out of the house. But he told me they had been following it, and he had been looking around, and I think that was on the Wednesday after he went missing. But I lost my voice the first week, just driving around screaming my son's name. If he was in that area, he would have heard me. I have a pretty loud voice. And then going back to everything, because now we're starting to research every place that we've been, because I think he's alive, and I think somebody has him, and I think they're moving him around, trying to stay away from wherever I'm searching. See how I've got people that want to follow me around, follow my volunteers around. They want to go in there a couple days after we've been there. We've gone back to places that we've put out flyers 3 days later, and there's no flyers there anymore. They're literally ripping our flyers down and getting rid of them. Somebody doesn't want me to find my son. It's not motivation to make me stop. You guys, you can't threaten me and make me stop. You might be able to stop volunteers from showing up because you're threatening people. But this is my heart that's out here missing, and I have to find it. I have to find the rest of me. And you guys ain't gonna make me stop.
The one thing, so there are people that have been following him, that have been trying to interfere with the search, and the level of audacity. He is a corrections officer who works, in a prison with some of the worst of the worst. You're not going to intimidate this man. You're not. What kind of support? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I do work with maximum security, but I guess some of them are the worst of the worst, but they're still human. They're still human too. They're there to pay for their crime that they've done. All right. But I'll tell you what, even criminals have an issue with people that hurt kids. All right.
Absolutely.
So do gangsters. So does the mob. So does everybody. Normally, you don't mess with kids. You don't mess with kids, and you've messed with a kid that is autistic. And the worst thing is that you mess with mine, and I won't stop. I'm not gonna stop. You can't make me stop. You can't threaten me and make me stop. It's not gonna work. Get over yourself. You ain't that important. And I'm talking to whoever's got my kid, whoever's wanting to follow my volunteers around. You're pathetic.
Robbie, they got together before
You're a
Seth and her were
coward.
officially divorced, and this is directed towards whoever took his son and whoever is taking down posters and threatening volunteers and searchers.
I also think it's very telling that the threats and stuff and all that escalated when they were due to start searching in the water. And in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and this is my guess and my theory. I think Sebastian's in the water. I think he's in the river, and I think the way that they got so aggressive, whoever they are, to the searchers, and I feel like that was a key, that they were getting too close, and I think that he will be found and ultimately somewhere in that river.
Cricket Day, though, what you're saying, that only Sebastian would only leave from that room if he saw his dad. The thing is, he was in a high maximum security prison, around I think 30 to 60 inmates who can vouch for his whereabouts. In between the window of when Sebastian was gone. So
he's got more of
doesn't
an
make
alibi
sense.
that's credible than freaking Chris does, because Chris was just word of mouth in Memphis, which he was actually on camera, clocked in at 6 p.m. and did not get off work until 7 o'clock the next morning. And he was alerted by Chris via text that his son was missing.
I don't know that. I think that it's very possible that Chris also has, may have like absolute concrete proof of where he was too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you can believe that with no camera proof and no clock and no timestamp, no time clock, then it shouldn't be hard to believe that Seth was where he said he was when there's actual documentation of a legitimate job where he was at from this time to this time.
Well, I just wanted to clear that up. Like, there's absolutely no way he was at Seth's window because he was on camera in a facility.
And he knew his dad has worked the shift. He knows his dad was at work.
But so where would Sebastian be if his dad sent someone to get him? Who is he with?
If his dad sent somebody to get him, why would he be looking for him?
Yeah, like every day.
Yeah, like I mean, I get it, but like there's Riley Strain's parents, and then there's Casey Anthony, and look, there's a big difference.
Well, he's not even taking care of himself. He's like pushing himself to.
He's not working.
Exhaustion.
He's out there searching. Exactly.
Well,
he's been on everybody that's offered him to come on a podcast or a live stream. Everybody that has asked, he's in front of that camera. He's wearing the shirt. It's just it. And it could be because he feels guilty because of the shit that he's learning his son was going through, and he didn't know it was going on. And regardless, I don't think it's guilt because he was involved. It's a different kind of guilt.
I think it's driving him crazy that he doesn't know where his son is, and he's directing this.
I think he had suspicions, and he's beating himself up because he didn't act on them, because he was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But his gut instinct is kicking his ass right now because he knew something wasn't right with Sebastian, and he didn't do more to get to the bottom of it, and that he'll have to live with that for the rest of his life.
Sadly, I'm hoping for the best.
No, that boy's gone. I mean, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but he's not here anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, statistics show. Yeah.
Yeah, and just the fact that it's been too long,
Yeah, it has. It really has. He's a corrections officer. He works in a maximum high security prison, Roddy Parade. He's law enforcement.
Yep, he's a CO.
Yeah. And he even shows empathy towards the inmates. Like, what he was saying earlier is directed towards who he thinks that it's possible.
Oh, no. The stepdad, he's a crane operator for I guess he works for himself. He contracts out, but at the time that Sebastian went missing, he was doing a job for Jude.
He was working on the St. Jude's, yeah.
Yeah, in Memphis.
He works for a company, but right now he's doing self-contracting work because he's told not to come back until like this is all resolved.
Because why would you want to come back? They probably just thought he would want to leave of absence.
Yeah, well, he almost lost my shit. He almost lost his job, he said. I think you'll hear that in the next interview.
Wow, I can't wait. We got to get through this.
Yep.
But yeah, he operates cranes, which means I'm sure he could operate all heavy equipment, but I guess his special forte is crane operating, like demolition and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, you're not going to stop volunteers in this area. This community wants to try to find him, and we're not scared. It's a good community. What kind of support would you say you've received from the community, from authorities, from organizations during the search for Sebastian?
A lot of I've received a lot of support from everybody that comes out to help search for my son, every business owner that allows me to put my son's flyer in their window, property owners that I get a hold of and I call up, and they literally drive over to where their property is and unlock it and let us come in and search. I mean, it's extraordinary, and I appreciate that 100%. When I call you up and I asked if I could go on your property, I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking because this is private property. It's yours. And the only thing I can do is ask you if it's okay if I come on it to search for my son. And I appreciate those that say yes. Those that say no, it's your prerogative to say no, but why would you try to stop me from finding my son? You know, I'm not asking you to let me search this on my own. You can walk with me. You can come with me. Help me find my son. That has been my plea the whole time. I need people to come help me find my son. Heads up, eyes open. He could be around the next corner.
So I know that we've talked about this toward the beginning of this. For people who are local, who want to come help, who want to come bring eyes to this with you, because there's somebody in here who just a second ago said that they're a preacher in Gallatin, and I'm sure he can get the congregation, things like that going on. Where is the best place to find where y'all are searching? How to
can grab a flyer when they come in on your way to work.
And I sometimes feel that can get lost.
Can't go into my son's room. He's not in there. I don't want to clean up my living room because there's magic cards all over my table. When he comes in, I want it to still be the same way, like he hasn't left. That way, when he walks into my house, he knows that he's back in his sanctuary. Routine? I don't have a routine. Let's just try to sleep every once in a while. I'll be driving, and I just pull over because I get so tired I can't even focus on the road. I just pull over, give me like 30 minutes worth of sleep, and then hit the road again. There is no stop. There is no downtime. There's nothing. There's nothing but the goal of finding Sebastian.
Regarding the search and efforts and ongoing, is there anything else regarding that you'd like to share with the people that are listening? Or
On and off for 3 days before it became a hostile situation. But I didn't get to see that video of Texas. I was in that house for on and off for 3 days before it became a hostile situation. But I didn't get to see that video of Texas Roadhouse for over a month before they showed me that video. So I can't even tell you if what clothes were there. That would be something that the investigators would have to actually look for.
okay, I know people asked, and I wanted to make sure that they heard it from you. So the goal with this is to make sure that we quell rumors around it, because really, when you're searching for somebody, you want to make sure that the truth is what's out there and the truth people have, and getting it straight from you, is helpful in that situation. One thing that I want to address, I want to be very cognizant of your time, because I know you're mentally and physically exhausted. But this is something that I'm going to say on my own, because again, I'm on these apps. I see comments that are made. I see what people say about people, and people can be very cruel on the internet. With some of Seth's interviews, people have tried to judge his body language, the way he holds his hands over his head or whatever. I'm telling you, think about how you would feel if you had been on your feet with limited sleep, limited food. Plus, you start giving Henny Pascal So the important thing to do is find him, because footprint based on this, and he had only been in the house from what we know one time, maybe a couple. I'm just saying that there's a lot that can be done that I don't think has been done to people.
I think
Anything
if you're
else at all.
towards the end, I think this is pretty much like where it's pretty much done. So you can probably go to Smiley. And we can hear Chris. Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah, okay, so little backstory. She was on Justin for All, and Chris like messaged her and is like, I want to go live now. So she hurries up, gets off of his panel, starts a live because he wants to go now. So she does. And it is crazy.
Okay, so hold on just a second. Well, never mind. Sorry. Hold on just a second.
I didn't do anything to my.
I don't know if they have to go out and come back in or what, but the device is not connected. It's not showing connected. Okay, are you there now? Can you show me your face? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Okay, I see Katie. Hold on. Hi.
Hello.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised, but thank you and welcome for coming up here. I appreciate that. How are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of misinformation being spread, and my son is still missing. And so it's hard.
Whoa. That's what she says 30 seconds into the interview. Like, she's upset about the misinformation. What about the fact that
Mad
there's
about the
people
things
talking about it
being,
at all?
no, mad about the things being said about her.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, most people are just happy that people are talking about it at all, because you could be one of the millions of people that are missing that people just don't even know about because they get no attention.
Oh,
Just I don't like it. Comes off a little ungrateful. A little like shut the.
They use this woman's platform to clear up, to make themselves look better, but it turns out badly. Like really bad. It made it. This was like I cringed the whole time because I was still on the parents. Like I was still on their side at this point. I was like, "What the hell is going on? Like, why? What is happening?"
I don't know how I missed this. Like, I didn't even hear about this.
Do you know Smiley's story?
No.
She's the one that called Don Wells's father with dementia, like way back. And like I actually really like her now, but like way back, she got a lot of flack for it. But she's come a long way. I like her.
Kind of like JLR, I guess.
Yeah, she came out of nowhere with a call with
Well,
Don Wells'
I was gonna say kind of
father.
like I guess we all had a dark side and we redeemed ourselves.
Yeah, she's cute. I like her. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably subscribe to her. Hell, if
She covers a lot.
Yeah. Well, if she's softball question, if she softball pitches these questions and doesn't lay into them.
Oh no, she don't softball.
Okay.
It gets good.
Horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I will. I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And again, I wasn't expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel. And if it's okay, I would like to ask some questions, but I would like to talk about Sebastian, and maybe we could just start there. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay. I didn't know if he was. Yeah, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. It's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
Yeah.
The
Well,
truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
mhm. Well, there's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs. And, I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know I, you know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want
Um,
anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
right, right. Um, I've I've seen in my own family, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same. It's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say. But also, I do have an autistic son, and I know many do. I'm going to drop her link again. I'm dropping it again. I think she's having a bad signal. I don't know where she's at. Good. Is back. Okay, Katie. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. And you may have a bad signal somewhere. I don't know if you're having like rain or anything, but it keeps going in and out, but that's okay. But anyway, the main thing is people just have a lot of questions and just trying to make sense of everything. And you're here. Okay, Chris, I'm dropping the link again. I told nobody not to get it but you. Here you go, sir. Oh, drop again. Sorry. There you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all three of you. I can feel when his dad talks, Seth, I can feel that pain. And it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest,
Well,
So,
it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating, me included. I know I am too, but we're just all, we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box, and I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And, I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but, my heart's in the right place. But go ahead, and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So there's time too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is one
Okay.
call. I don't
Okay.
care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go
I will
ahead.
come
Go ahead.
back and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Mind
Is
you,
it good?
they made her like hurry
You're
up and get
still
on.
you're
That
You
just
know what I
came off
mean?
super fucking like, okay, let me make you drop whatever you're doing, and now that I'm here and got everybody here, like, let me let everybody hear how good of a dad I am because
Yeah.
I'm dropping everything I'm doing to take my daughter's phone call. Like, come
Yeah.
on, she ain't calling you right now,
He
Chris.
he called Smiley and was like, "Go live now. I want to go on your panel." So she was frazzled, like she was like nervous. Hurried
And
up,
if he'd have
started.
got a phone call, it'd have kicked him off the
Yeah.
panel. I've
Yeah.
gotten phone calls on panel.
Yeah.
Very manipulative. I didn't like that. Like, that just rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Especially considering he, like, aggressively, like, go live right now. Like,
Yes. He
because he
was.
wanted everybody to hear how good of a dad he is. Like, and how attentive he is.
And I think that was for Faith. And I think this is prior to his court case, and then he lost his court case.
Right. Yeah, but I still doubt that she was I doubt she was making sporadic phone calls, it came off real forced and just real staged to like, oh, listen, this is, I can't, nothing is more important than my child, that's how it come off. And it just didn't seem natural,
Yeah, this was at night too. I don't remember how late, but because how long is this live? 4
Uh,
hours?
3 hours and 7 minutes.
This was late.
Yeah, it doesn't say the time, it just says the date at March the 20th.
Yeah, and
Let's see.
Faith is what, 7 or something like that
Yeah,
right
she'd
now.
probably be in bed.
Yeah, it was late because I remember watching this. I think it finished at like 12 or something for me, and I'm central time. So I mean, I don't know what time Smiley's Tennessee, they're Tennessee. Faith
Faith is in
is
New
New
Mexico.
Mexico.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that at all.
No, he went, get on like right now, like go, and it made her
Yeah.
nervous.
Yeah, yeah, that was super.
You can tell.
It just came off really unnatural,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter.
Oh, here we go. There it is.
Just to go ahead.
Oh, there we fucking go. That'll clear up that side of it. That's all that was. That was okay. Well, clearly I have a relationship with my daughter because she's calling me right now and I have to go.
So this is the second time I'm watching this. Good catch, because I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Like, dude, that was so like poorly timed. Like, that was just, come on, you guys. For today, I'm not judging you. You're not crazy. You're entitled to feel the way you do, and I think a lot of us feel differently because all of us have our own life experiences and our perspective, and unfortunately, our own our opinions will shift towards that and makes us biased in a way that is just naturally happens. It's an inevitable. So if you haven't been exposed to that kind of stuff, then you won't see it that way.
Well,
And
actually,
it's not
you
a
and
bad
I
thing.
have a different opinion on what happened. I
Right.
think
Oh
he
yeah,
ran
yeah, yeah.
away.
Yeah, and even before this, we had majorly different opinions. Like, because
Yes.
last time me and Lacey discussed this, she was like, "I don't think the parents did anything bad. I don't think they were abusive." And like, but we didn't have like an argument about it. We just had a debate, and she said her side, I said my side, and we're still friends. Like,
Yeah.
imagine that.
But I think this man is an abuser to the max.
Yeah, now, but I smelled that shit way before this came out. It just, but I think when you're a kid that's been abused, it's almost like you have a nose for it in a sense. And I'm not saying I'm right every time. I just look at things just differently. I mean, if you haven't been and you had like parents that loved each other and were not toxic, it's kind of hard for you to put yourself in that mindset that people and parents are capable of doing that to their children,
Well, I went through some
and I
stuff
respect
too,
that.
but abusers are good at hiding it.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely, and that's another thing with these, with you would never know it until because they,
Jesus.
you know, the kids don't tell, and there's just, and everybody's like, okay, well, why would the kid not tell? Well, you don't understand the circumstances, like what it, you know, when if you're scared, like you will not say anything, or if you think it's normal, that's even worse because why would you say you're being abused when you don't realize that what is happening to you isn't happening to every other kid in America? You know, you
Yeah,
have to
when
be
you don't know
exposed
what's
to a
normal.
normal household to realize
Yeah.
that yours is not normal. And if they don't let you go stay overnights at friends' houses and you don't really leave home much, how are you supposed to know that what's happening in your house is not normal unless somebody tells you?
Oh, I could tell you some stuff recently I've seen. I don't even. I'm not going to get into it because it'll be weaponized. But yeah.
But yeah, exactly. Me too. That's why I'm real careful about what I say. But for the most part, I've kind of put all my stuff out there, just in a generalized way. But you know, I think it a lot of that's why people's opinions will differ because of, you know, it's all about what your life has been like and what you've seen with your own eyes, because people tend to see things through things that they have personally seen or been exposed to, and it, you know, it's hard to kind of get outside the realm of that.
When
And
you have a kid come spend the night and they look around in the morning as you're fixing breakfast and they go, "You don't have any roaches in here."
oh God.
So you
Oh,
know what I mean? That
right.
that from a 5-year-old. You know what I
That
mean?
that's yeah, that's
That's a
heartbreaking.
tell sign. You know what I mean? Like, wow, that like you don't
That's the
have
first time
that.
he's
You
ever
don't
seen.
have
Yeah,
that.
that's not normal. Like that's, is it that only at my house? Bless his heart.
Right. Yeah.
Poor kid.
Yep.
But no, you're good. You're not crazy, Cricket Day. You're just you. And I
No.
appreciate your opinion. And I respect it, even if it's different from mine. Even though we agree
Yeah.
most of the time but the times we don't disagree, it's not like you get out of here. Like, no, I respect it because it makes the conversation interesting. Because we could both be right in our own little ways. Who knows? Some things that you're seeing could be right, some things I'm seeing could be right, or we could both be completely wrong. This is all just speculation and throwing theories out.
Right. The facts are TBI has said that all of the parents are cooperating, none of them are persons of interest, but nobody is cleared, which is
Right,
standard.
right.
I feel personally that the DV in the house does have something to do with. I personally, my theory is he left,
I
and I
think
feel that's why.
I think he left unalived by the
Yeah.
hands of yeah. See, and we differ. We've always differed about that. But you know, and we could both be wrong, or we could
Yeah.
both be right. You know, it we won't know until ultimately until he's found, and that, you know, and that's
If if it turns out to be a huge hoax, I will eat
oh
crow.
yeah, I will. Oh,
If
I will too. I will come up here and wear my dunce hat and be like, oh man, I have to take my walk of shame, because you
yes,
know you're not
yep.
right all the time. That's why I tried to stay
No.
away from this case, because I'm like, I feel so passionately about this. Like, I don't want to offend people or be controversial. Like, usually I'm all for that, but when it's a sensitive case like a kid, I don't want to be that person. But when the shift happened, I'm like, oh hell no, let me go ahead and jump on this pony.
Yeah, I tend to stay away from accusing the parents, but I feel strongly about the DV, and that's what I'm focused on. Like, I don't think that Don and Wells did anything to Summer. I know that like everybody in the world
Oh.
does. I don't,
I
and
don't think
I
Dawn
stick
did.
to that.
I think Candace did.
I think Candace may have left out a detail about maybe falling asleep doing an
No,
illicit
she didn't.
substance.
She was jealous. That's why she chopped her hair off, because she didn't want her to be prettier than her. She's uh.
I see, and I have totally different opinions. I think that that girl fell in a sinkhole in that holler. That's what I
Ed,
think.
Eddie, I hold you to a standard that you are just here to either one, distract, or two, mimic and agree with everything
Oh,
I say, or you're not allowed to be here. Hello.
he's a total distractor, and
Yeah.
he's not
Like, you're
even a
not
real
allowed to have your own
person.
opinion. If it's not the same as mine, kick rocks and flip flops, my guy. Like, what are you
His
thinking?
his real name is not even Fast Eddie, and he doesn't even have
It's
any
Mark.
kids.
It's Mark.
He doesn't even have any kids. So what is he even
All he
doing
has is
here?
pimples. Like, why would you even think that your opinion mattered? Go pop a pimple and like fuck off,
Stop.
you little bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna cry.
And who told you that I like you, Eddie? Because you are sadly mistaken.
The distractors.
You're like my stress. You're like a fidget spinner. You're like a little fidget midget, like my stress relief. I just take out all my anger on you, and I feel more gooder.
He's YouTube surveillance.
Shoot, little twerp.
If my cat is eating a plant, I'm going to squirt her with water. Oh, she ran.
She puts the stuff she had in the bottle.
She knows it. It says naughty spray. She can read, allegedly.
Oh God, Eddie, you'll have to wait, man. This pay period, you just go have to. I don't need you rebelling though. I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can like sell some Pookie or something. Just bear with me. Don't get all fucking tyranny on me.
Oh man,
I'll need you acting out.
revolting. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take out a class action on you if you don't watch yourself.
Yeah, he's gonna start distracting.
Yeah, distract. Look, he is. Maybe it's true. Huh.
Oh God, you're about to. I'm taking your wrench. You're done. I know who you are.
I'm calling Fumbler your employer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm totally reporting you to the kids having association and telling them that you're not a kid haver.
Yeah, you have no kids, just lots of pimples that you probably named kid names.
Yeah, which is understandable because they are like substantially huge. Like they have their own zip codes, but still, that's a lie. That's a lie. And get on a treadmill, why don't you? All the time you have on YouTube.
Oh my God.
Which way do we look? Up, down, left, right? Oh God, what? I don't even know my left and right.
He's doing Ernie Shell hand signs.
Dude, it looks like he's doing the hand jive.
Do you know Ernie Shell? Just real quick.
No, I've heard the name, but I've heard enough to know that I stay away.
Okay, well that's what that reminds me of right there. Sorry.
Isn't that over there like the Doug crew and Dolly Vision and all them?
No, Ernie K. I don't know do you know who Benny Keys is?
Yes, only because of Danielle.
Okay, well, me and Danny come from the same side of this place. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Me and Danny in Arkansas. I think Arkansas are like the two oldest people I know. Like they're old. Like I've known
like
them the
age,
longest.
but yeah, like been in the community.
Yes. And we come
Wow.
from the same like place. And I watched the first time ever that Ernie Shell came onto YouTube from Facebook on Benny Keys. Yeah, it's that's a whole rabbit hole. Sorry.
Yeah, that is
that's off topic.
I've seen a lot of weird videos like zooming in on his teeth, so I've seen a lot of trolling on him, but
yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, no, well, not his teeth. There's not much to work with, and it's just like I can't unsee it, you know. And I don't know. I'm just judgy. Sorry, guy. And weird hairline. I don't know. Lots of mugshots. He's weird.
If you go in his chat, he says that he's running a background check on you guys. Like, you're on a
Oh my
list.
God. Well, I'm kind of used to that, you know.
Like you just go in his chat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, little do y'all know, that's what someone else was doing too, blaming it on me, fucking asshat.
He should really click up with them.
Oh God, that would be a nightmare.
They're about the same. Yep.
There wouldn't be room for both of them. It'd be explosive, like him and Jim.
It would be hilarious. It would be just so hilarious. But okay, let's get back to
Nanu? What's that?
Nanu.
What the fuck is that?
Star Trek?
Oh, I can't afford my proactive prescription this month because Kayli and Fumble didn't pay me. Sorry. Put toothpaste on it and suck it up, Buttercup. I'm broke. I have to start a GoFundMe and grift for some pimple money.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm keeping half of it for Pookie money because I got a problem.
I'm keeping it. I want to skip town and leave my family, and no, I'm just joking.
Yeah, see, I would at least give you some, Eddie. I'm not gonna tell you how much because I don't know how to do math anyway.
Got to take out a tax.
Go ahead and
All right.
clear that one out because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's
Hold up.
it's just part of it when you work.
So did he come home before Sebastian went missing?
He came home. It had been a while.
Because on Nancy Grace, he said that he had not been home since the 1st of February, and the next time he's home is the morning that Sebastian went missing, and it was because
Right.
Sebastian was missing. But the way
Right.
that she just worded that makes me feel like, did he come? Maybe he didn't come home to stay, but maybe did he come home to like visit or something for a weekend day, or did they meet up or something and have lunch, or did they go to his job site? Like, why did she say Sebastian seen him when he was home? Like, did he come home before he went missing?
I think she might get into that. I think it does.
Oh, good.
I think it
I
does
got,
stay in line with what they've said.
I got my handy dandy notebook.
Yeah, take your notes, girl.
Because the verbiage is everything, because sometimes it's not so much of what they say, it's how they say it, like the verbiage, like if they talk about him in past tense, because Seth does not. And I think that's a big thing that they do that's different, and that's a big thing. Like, girl, I've been learning so much from the deception detective. I'd be like, skirt, liar, 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 pants on fire.
Yeah, I think in one of the instances it made sense when they did, and I do think I caught one where they did it and it didn't, but it could be like they lost hope. I don't know. See, and I leave it open like
And
that.
losing hope is a big red flag in the deception deck. Like, because parents that don't know what happened to their child have no choice but to hold on to hope because they don't know. When you lose hope, it's because you already know the outcome.
Yeah, yeah, and
Just wise words of the deception detective. Check him out. He's awesome. He's did a bunch on Summer Wells's appearance. The Madeline McCain. He's been doing Nicole Kessinger. Like he does. He's
I've watched
statement.
him.
He's a he does strictly statement analysis, but he doesn't do body language. He said body language is very like misleading. He does based off of the words they say and how they say them.
I'm a huge Dr. G fan, not so much a behavioral panelist fan.
I subscribe to Dr. G. I'm not big on the behavior panelists either because I think they spend too much looking into stuff that there's too many things that it could mean that other than lying that I feel like it's not it's not something that I would waste time on because there's no way to prove it. People could just be anxious and have tics. According to them, I would be suspect anytime they interview me because I do all of those things when I'm nervous, So I don't like the
Yeah.
behavior panel, but I do like Dr. G.
I think they're just kind of, I don't know. They all agree with each other. Nobody ever's like, oh, I think that me and like they never
I like a good debate. Yeah, I like a good debate. Like, what the fuck did y'all fucking write a script before this? Like, I like a
Yes.
good debate. Like, and and healthy like people that because it's good to see both sides because some people don't see things. They get tunnel vision, and I'm guilty of it myself. And when I see someone else have a different perspective and it makes sense, I'm like, holy shit, that makes me take pause and reconsider because I had never even considered that that way, and I really appreciate that. Like, it's very healthy and stimulating for me, and I'm all about some stimulation.
Yeah, I like to see all sides. I just always stay like I always caution against fully going on parents did it unless law enforcement's like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
But
meanwhile, you would
TBI.
have not liked me during Casey Anthony case because I was like, oh, bitch.
Oh no, I watched that with my mom as that was happening. That was oh
Yeah, that was
my
like pretty much right
god.
at my backyard. That was like 20 minutes away
Wow.
from where I live, and I was like, dude, if I was old enough and had a driver's license, I would go fucking find this bitch and snatch her out of whatever bar she's partying in, and
Yes.
get her to talk.
Yes. She yeah, she's still in bars getting her ass beat right
Yeah,
now.
what is it? La Vida? What was it?
Yeah.
Whatever that tattoo was.
Living a
Oh my.
beautiful life. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
what the? Who does that?
Zanny the nanny.
Oh my god. Oh, go and get me mad, bitch. Go find her because she's out now. Talking about starting a daycare. I will. I
Oh
wish you
no.
would.
I remember like she was with her lawyer and all that too.
She still lives with him,
Oh my god.
and she's still dragging her parents through the mud, accusing her dad of the most
Yeah.
disgusting things. And they went and took a polygraph, and I ain't heard that bitch say shit publicly since.
I refused to watch that Peacock thing. I was like, I'm not even gonna. I'm not even watching
I
that.
watched it, and it was the most triggering thing I've seen in a long time. I
That's
almost like
fine.
broke my TV because my remote was like just flying out of my hand. I was like, "You fucking cunt!"
Yeah, that's like, come on now, girl.
It was
Come
straight
on.
up OJ vibes. So OJ vibes. Haha, I got away with it and watched me gloat
Yeah.
because now the statute of limitations says you can't give me a double jeopardy. So heh heh heh.
Yeah, I'm
Fucking
surprised she
bitch.
hasn't wrote a book on if I did it, or how I would have done it. You know, like
Ugh.
OJ.
Yeah, now she's blaming her dad though. It's just disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah, she is gross.
Ugh.
I agree.
So is this lady. You just got to get on board Cricket Day. We'll get you there. Baby steps. I'm gonna revolt you.
Well, for me, it's more him. The fact that he admits to beating, like not beating, but hitting an autistic child with a belt because he forgot to put on a belt.
What?
And
He said, "Oh my God, we got to get into this." He says that.
yeah, he admits
Well,
to.
because
He
Nancy
admits
Grace, he admits to it, but he says he doesn't remember why. It was because he lied.
and the story is totally different on Nancy Grace. What he tells her.
No shit.
Mm-hmm. So
Wow.
he's done it more than once.
Wow. Yeah, oh, absolutely. But the fact that that tells me that he doesn't really care what this lady thinks because he's being more loose. Because why would he feel the need to lie and sugarcoat it on Nancy Grace?
Oh, this is all they do is laugh the whole time, and he does is fight. All he does is fight with the chat, and I feel like this is a troll. He trolls the whole time. This is just a huge troll. This is not about Sebastian. This is not about Sebastian.
Okay, well, what did he call her for? What was this for? So that he could get his anger out, his frustration about what people are saying about him?
He got tired of fighting with people on Facebook.
I gotta go find this Facebook stuff. I wonder if it's still out there. Like,
I'll send you some screenshots.
Yes, because I want to see his demeanor and like the shit that he's getting defensive about. I feel like that's important.
Yeah, on Facebook he said he took a polygraph. And passed.
I doubt that. I don't think Katie did, to be honest.
Well, I think she did because she was the last one with him. Well, I don't know if she passed because law enforcement can lie to you, but he said he passed too, but he didn't take one.
Right. What the fuck?
And I think maybe he could have said that because of all the harassment online and to get people off his back. But when you're found out like that, that just
makes it worse. Yes.
Yeah, it just made it like the speculation.
And why would you agree to one and then when it gets set up, you play duck a goose? That's super sketch.
That's where I'm like, I've just kind of like, why are they doing this? It's making it hard to defend. It's making it hard to defend.
Would you not want to clear your name if nothing else? Just so that you could be that troll and be like, ha ha, I told y'all so. Why would you not want to do that?
Yeah, I was defending them until it was like I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah,
don't know if
there's it's just undefendable the shit that they have done, and it's inexcusable, and it screams guilt, and maybe not to the degree that I think, but they're guilty of something, and guilty people, people that don't have nothing to hide don't hide anything.
well,
You know,
guilty of mistreating him for sure.
right?
He
Which
says that.
ultimately led to him going missing, even if it wasn't their hand. It was why he left with someone else or ran away, and something bad happened to him. Regardless, they are at fault.
I see it that way. I do.
But I think it's more nefarious than that, honestly, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. But it could change after this interview. We'll see. Ask me at the end of this, and it could be
Oh no,
completely
it's
different.
not gonna. It's probably gonna be worse.
I'm going to be like, oh, I'm on my way to fucking Memphis.
It's gonna. I don't think
I'm going to go
it's gonna
two
help.
trailer park girls go around me outside. I'm about to pull up at the RV park. Watch this shit.
It's not good. I'm gonna tell you, it's not good.
Yeah, what's funny? Let's see who's laughing now.
It's a lot. Oh, it's a lot of laughing. It's not good.
Oh my god. There's
And
nothing
mocking.
laughable. Oh,
They
my life.
they mock the way that he would throw quote tantrums. They mock how he did it.
What
Yeah,
the
fuck? Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Wow. Oh my god. Here we go. My ears are getting hot.
Yeah.
Work away, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't. It's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him. 'Cause
Yeah.
they have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think it
Oh,
got
okay.
buried in chat.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I
Paste.
know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Look. Watch it over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian and stuff like that? But basically,
Oh, and that's
I
a
know it's
police
a 3.5
scanner.
hour drive. You was at
I was about to say, what the fuck is he listening to in the background? I just heard they went down about 6 feet.
Police scanner.
What the hell? Hold up.
Yes, ma'am.
basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that, okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your people?
No, I'm asking you that. I just want
Okay.
What the fuck? Does it matter? Is the question, is the answer going to be different depending on who's fucking asking it? What the fuck does that mean?
Just keep going.
What the fuck? As he's got the police scanner in the background talking about go down about 6 feet. What the
whole
heck?
time. The whole
Oh,
time.
what are you worried about, my guy?
I don't know.
That's weird, man. That's some tweaker shit. I ain't heard a police scanner since I was back in his fucking tweaker days. Like, this is fucking triggering me. What?
Oh, God.
Like, tweaker, tweaker, 1-9. Are they coming for me? A booga bug.
I wonder. I was like, maybe it's just in case that they find Sebastian, like so that
No,
they know.
no,
You know what I
that's
mean?
not
I don't
normal. Well,
know.
you would think you would be out there searching if that's what you were really worried about. Not listening
Well,
to the fucking. They're not going to be talking about that on the scanner. They have direct lines that's closed off.
I have to say this. It is like typical that parents, especially in direct home, are asked not to search because if you're searching and they do come up on a scene where unfortunately maybe the child is
It's a
unalive.
recommendation, but it's not a law that you're not allowed. Look at Seth.
Well, right, but like if
It
he
because they
would
don't
find
want to traumatize
Sebastian,
you. Right,
well,
exactly.
he would have to tell Sebastian that you can't touch me.
Right, and plus it's you don't want to find him and
If
that
you,
be the next if
yeah,
it's
I don't. Oh my God, yeah, I didn't even think of that. But
because
yeah,
you
and
might
then
act rash and panic and touch stuff and you could contaminate a crime scene if that's what it is. There's
right,
lots of reasons why they recommend you not because some people cannot handle
but
the
like,
trauma that would come from that.
oh, I wouldn't be able to. But like, let's say he would find him alive, and then Sebastian would want to run up to him and be like, "You can't touch me."
Right, exactly. Exactly. And that could be or if they want to act, freak out on the person they're with, it could just, they're too
Oh
emotionally involved,
yeah.
you
Oh,
know.
I'd be in prison.
Yeah, oh, girl, you don't even know. I would be in the padded room or the prison, depending on how bad it went and how bad I'm willing to play the part of why I did it. But I would be institutionalized some way.
I'd be smiling in my mugshot.
Yeah, like somebody else. He's in church retreat now. Give him some freaking dignity. AKA rehab.
If you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, um, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No, no,
preoccupied.
don't turn your chat off. Leave it
Oh
on. It's
my
fine.
God, let's
Okay,
cuddle
That
well,
way, that way you can
baby.
get all these questions coming in because, like I said, I
Cuddle
told you, I
baby.
gave you my word. I'd come on your show. I would
thank
answer
you.
questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful,
What?
What
and I
is he
ask for the
slapping?
same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all,
So,
because
so one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I want.
Just for the record, according to the dictionary, it says brash is self-assertive in a rude, noisy, and overbearing way. So there's that.
Hey, that's the one truth he's told so far.
And used in a sentence, he could be brash, cocky, and arrogant.
He is very much. He's very
Well,
rude.
well, there's that, and so clearly he's not. He's aware of it. So there's that. He's got self-awareness.
He came on here to troll. That's what he's
Yeah,
doing.
it's very, very narcissistic because he's aware he's a douchebag, and that's a whole different ballgame.
He likes it.
Talk to men.
I
Not that
said
I don't
that
want to
too.
talk.
I
Right.
said
It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24
Man, what?
days
How did this
than
get
I've
about
probably ever
gender?
talked to in my entire life.
He's
Same
reading the
thing
chat.
goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. Um, and I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would be.
Why is he saying it like that? Like with so much
He
space
the
between it?
beef,
JLR.
big beef, big beef.
Why?
Because JLR has been like pestering him and like, hey, where's Sebastian? And like, will you do an interview? And where's Sebastian? Where's
What's the
Sebastian?
difference with
Where's
Chronicles of
Sebastian?
Olivia? What's the difference? Why is he the one that's annoying? Because he feels like
Because
he can't manipulate him.
Because JLR is the type that will not, like, he is very determined. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I like that. That he doesn't back down and come to. And now that all this shit's coming to find out, it looks like JLR was right. Heh, 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 heh.
Oh yeah, but there's huge beef with him and JLR, like big.
Well, good. I didn't know that, and that gives me more respect for JLR because look who is coming out to be a POS, not JLR.
Yes, yes, Fast Eddie, this is stepdad.
Yeah, this is Chris, the Proudfoot brash douche nozzle.
Yes, Proudfoot.
Douche canoe.
He's come to answer the hard questions.
Yeah, right. That's why he vets before he comes on. So he vets like if they're gonna ask him hard questions like, "Did you abuse the boy that's missing? You fucking asshole."
Oh, he wants them to ask everything, and then he laughs about everything.
It's okay. You don't have to agree.
You'll
Cricket,
see.
but yeah, we'll see if you feel that way at the end, and if so,
Well,
then I'll go ahead and give you a spanking.
Cricket Day, have you seen this interview?
I don't
was
think
just
she has.
wondering. Okay. I was just
Because
wondering.
I know a lot of people like hadn't really been following the case. I know for sure.
Trev time is what like kind of started the ball on getting people to pay attention to it. Because at the same time, Riley Strain and I think Madeline Soto the same day had went missing as Sebastian.
Sebastian, yes, I did catch wind of that, which was like super sad because we know what happened to Madeline, and it's just a matter of getting the charges to come out, which
did
they
you
are
see
taking
that
their time.
that they had FOIA'd there was some body cam or police dash inside the vehicle when they were transporting him that came out, and he's complaining about the conditions he was sleeping in.
Oh no, that shit'll piss me off.
Oh, it's so oof.
Okay, I'm trying to see what's triggering him in the chat. That's why I got this pulled up.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
the chat
it's
replay.
great. Oh, it's great. Make sure it's
It's
on.
not anything. Like,
yes.
It's on all.
Yes.
But it's not like overbearing. They're just asking legit questions. He shouldn't be. It's weird that he's not triggered.
Oh, he came for this, and he's going to laugh the whole time. And yeah.
All right, we'll see. This is gonna be a bumpy ride.
I don't like it.
Because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay, this is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's. My personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. I've read up on him. Not.
So we coming up here doxing out here on these streets?
Oh, JLR he doesn't care.
I know that, but I'm just saying it seems like a little aggressive, for somebody that is just ultimately trying to get word out about your son, which is more than a lot of people were doing at this time, because at this point in time there was nobody talking about Sebastian. I hadn't even heard of him until JLR went from Riley's to him. So honestly, if not for JLR, I for a fact would not have known about this case. So why are you so butthurt and so aggressive? And this is what you want to spend your time focused on? You see the difference between him and Seth? Seth has waited over a month before he would even speak on the drama and negativity. And he doesn't even speak on the negative stuff being said about him. He said he can understand why people would feel that way. This is a whole different vibe, you guys. I don't like it.
All Seth is asking for people to come out and search and put out flyers. That's it. Anywhere, even like me
and
here.
He would tearing the flyers down, which is weird.
And asking whoever has his son to please give him back. Drop him off at a gas station and tell him to call the police and tell them who they are. like who he is.
We can agree to disagree on that because I think the only reason why you wouldn't want to talk to JLR is if you're guilty because he's a bulldog and is going to
No, yeah, I wouldn't. Okay, I agree with Cricket Day on this. I wouldn't talk to JLR.
guilty. Get out.
I think he's a pest. I think he is a bit much. Like, I didn't agree with what he did with the Cajun Navy.
Oh, I do.
Because the Cajun Navy, even the law enforcement
Listen, boo boo. They didn't mind them cameras all up and down that river while they were searching. That's some baby back bullshit. It's because they didn't do their due diligence to make sure they had rights to be on that property. That's their problem, not JLR's.
No, but JLR said that they were scammers and this and that, and then that caused
Well,
people
there
to
is a group that's scammers, and it might be them because they sure as hell had a whole different vibe when they were looking for Riley. They didn't mind the cameras. They were doing interviews, and it was public property. They can't complain. I don't even know that this was the same group, to be honest.
Well, law enforcement thanked them for putting up flyers and doing what they're doing. So that's all I know.
Yeah,
but I
but
don't.
got scared off.
Do you think that maybe some of what JLR and Dolly Vision said has maybe influenced people to take down flyers?
No.
Because I know, like, I don't think they scammed. I think that they were out there to do a good thing. I just don't think that they were interested in TikTokers and YouTubers coming out looking down at a live chat.
But they should have did their due diligence and made sure they had permission, considering they were on federal property.
Well, that's not what. Okay, JLR got his butt hurt because he got turned away because he wanted to live stream it.
Right, but why everybody else was live stream? Why was it okay to live stream the entire time they were looking for Riley, but not okay looking for Sebastian?
I'm not sure, but I know that's.
Okay,
I
exactly.
know
I think it's a
that.
good argument.
I know that's why JLR and Dolly went online and were like, "They're scammers," because they were pissy. I like JLR, but I didn't agree with that.
Did you see the statement that Occasion put out there about JLR and all the derogatory and defamatory statements they made? It was completely unprofessional. I don't think this is the same group, to be honest. I think this is the scammer group.
Yeah, I think that was after JLR called them scammers. But there are several different Cajun navies. Okay, so
yeah, but
I'm local.
People call Adventures with Purpose scammers, and I got my opinions about them too, but they don't come on and publicly react to it. There's a professional way to conduct yourself to your organization.
Oh, Jared does, but he just removes, like he deletes it, and he does it under alt accounts.
Right, so there's that, and then there's Texas Equisearch. There's just levels to the shit, you know?
There are, so I'm from Louisiana, so there are a few different Cajun Navy groups, and there is one that is legit. And like they do help with like hurricane relief and disaster relief, and they did like for Hurricane Henry.
They did missing persons, you know? I've never heard of it. I've always heard too, like they do, like they team up with FEMA and like Red Cross whenever there's hurricanes and tornadoes and that kind of disaster, you know, natural disaster.
Yeah, I think they may. I don't know. I know that they are putting up flyers and they are trying to help. And I do know, like, even on Nancy's, like, it was addressed there. And there is police reports they did file. It's just not with the county. I don't think it's because it was in a different area that they're getting those threats that they put the reports in. They are getting like death threats and stuff. So
yeah, and he also clarified that it wasn't YouTubers or anything to do with YouTube that was doing the threats. So that could only, it was people that were local in the community, which is so fucking suspicious. That was said on Nancy Grace.
Yeah. Well, I know that law enforcement thanked the group, whichever Cajun Navy group, for helping put up the flyers. I do think a little bit of what was said did kind of cause.
I think it was the reason why the volunteers, like why there wasn't numbers that came to volunteer with it, but I don't think they were the part of the reason that the flyers were getting taken down. I don't think that was JLR's crew. I really don't.
I don't know. I know that you got to be careful when you have a large platform. I do know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I do know that. I've seen it. You know, look at Doug.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever, you know, all that crap about it, when you say something and you have a large following that believes you, it can be very, 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 you know, makes them where they won't go and help if it's not done a certain way, you know?
Yeah.
And
all I know is if I was This is just my opinion. All I know is if I was organizing, like I bet EquiSearch is not going to allow TikTokers and YouTubers to come with their phone in their hand and live stream while reading a live chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I also don't think Texas EquiSearch is going to announce 3 days a week before they get there and let them know where they're coming and where they're going. I think they'll come and they'll meet up with law enforcement and the
Oh, they're
family.
doing
And
it.
we won't know about it until they're gone.
I think
You
they're
know,
already doing it though. I think they've
you
already
can't publicly make a spectacle out of it and then be mad when they come to speculate. It's be more. You didn't have to announce to everybody because you wanted clout. Because of all the shit that you were riding off of the high with Riley Strain because you just you acting like they found him. No, you didn't. First of all,
they have to announce it because they depend on volunteers.
yeah, but they got mad when people volunteered, but then because the volunteers wanted to live stream it, like people have the right to press. It's on a public property. It's not like it's you're searching in your backyard. If you're doing it publicly, you can't dictate what the volunteers come and do, and you didn't act like that when you were searching with Riley. That's fucking weird to me.
Well, I think because they did it in the water, so I don't think it was quite the same. But
so the public park is different.
I don't know. I didn't follow Riley's case as close. I do know that, like I said, I wouldn't want to have like searchers on YouTube.
Yeah, but you can want one hand and shit in the other. It doesn't mean that they don't have the right to do it.
Well, they said that they can film, just not live. Because okay, let's say this.
You can't stop them though.
What?
You can't stop them though. You can you can ask them and politely and suggest, but you can't. That we have a First Amendment for a reason.
Well, let's say this: you're live streaming and you literally walk up on a child's body and it's on a live stream.
Yeah, well then you take it down and you have to blur it out. That's just it's just like with the card. They were live on TikTok when they found Riley's debit card.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that child's body is out there forever because somebody's going to screen grab it. Now, if you're just recording and then that would happen, you can go back and take that out or blur it.
But that's just the it's just a part of the yeah, I can understand why that might, but it just is what it is. It's not going to stop people from live streaming and doing, having the right to do it, especially in public spaces.
Well, then they could do it on their own. Like they could do their own search. But like if I was organizing a search, I'd like no live streaming because if we do come up on a body, like that's just poor taste. It's just like wrong. I wouldn't want my child's body broadcasted.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think of it. If you see something coming up on something and you're on a live stream, most people would have enough etiquette and tact to turn the camera the other way I haven't ever seen that happen though, and they'll have to deal with that lawsuit and all that when that time comes. But for the most part, if you have any kind of decency, you would take space and say. And when they thought they did find something, JLR did that. He wasn't right up there on it. He was waiting. He was far enough back. But I think people are so used to waiting around for the news to tell us what their watered down version of it. I think it's a breath of fresh air what JLR does. I really do. I really appreciate it.
No, I don't disagree with what JLR does. I just think that it was a bit irresponsible what he did. I feel like it was more of a hissy fit from both him and Dolly. That's my opinion.
It was egos for sure, and it wasn't about Sebastian, which is what it was supposed to be about. But I don't think that he was legally in the wrong. That's just my opinion.
Oh no, I mean no, not legally in the wrong, but I do think it was like
ethically,
not about
morally,
Sebastian at that point.
Yeah, ethically, like he could have been. He could have just put pride to the side and let it go, and then or went and live streamed somewhere else, But I do agree on that, but I don't legally. I do think that he did have the right.
Yeah, if he could have just said, "Well, they won't let me join because I can't live stream, so I'm just going to go do my own thing," instead of like making a big deal of it. Because really, I don't think they were scamming anybody. I don't think that they were just asking for people to come in. You can donate if you want. You didn't have to donate to join the search. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and I don't agree with that, but I do still respect what he does in his boots on the ground, because he's got way more balls than I would, going and getting right up in the middle of it and asking questions and stuff like, and a lot of people aren't willing to do that, and that is kind of dedicates most of his life to just driving around and going from case to case. So I will give him credit for that. But
Oh
he
yeah,
is
he's got
also
balls.
he's very when he got his mindset on something and he has his opinion, like he doesn't let off of it. And if he's right, then then that's it's respectable. But if he ends up being wrong, then that could be hazardous to the investigation. So it's like a double-edged sword because
Definitely.
he doesn't let up of it either way. And if he does end up being wrong, looking back on it and like, okay, well that could have been damaging to the investigation, and now you can't undo it. So it's like maybe not be so hardcore on it until until there is facts to back it. But I do respect that he does say how he feels and he doesn't back down from it, because there's a lot of people that are scared to even say how they feel.
Yeah, he keeps stuff in like what? And he keeps stuff in the algorithm. But like,
Right, yeah,
okay,
for
so
sure.
I watched something when he was doing Riley Strain. He was outside of the St. Jude's Hospital. I was a patient at St. Jude's. Now, he was kind of getting like why is security being weird with me? I don't think he had the awareness of what kind of city he was in, because first off, Memphis is super dangerous. Super, super dangerous. And St. Jude's is like high security. You can't get in unless you have a blue wristband that's from the hospital. They scan it. They know exactly who you are. And so for him to kind of like the way he was standing outside, and then those guards don't know, because there are a lot of crazies in that walk the streets and dangerous. Like I was there one time, and there was a child struck by a flyby bullet on their bicycle, on their tricycle. Okay, that young.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
It's really, really dangerous there. When I stayed in the Ronald McDonald House, there's a halfway house right across the street. And like my dad was with me one time, and
Halfway house for like drugs or what?
yeah, like it's a bad city. But when Danny Thomas had it built there, it was I think the best oncologist in the United States was in Memphis. So he built the hospital there. Now since then, Memphis has turned really high crime rate. But like my dad walked, because we were flown back and forth. So he walked, he dipped. So he went buy him some dip, and like a guy just walked up on to him in the street and just stuck his hand in the bag that he had got from the gas station and was like, "What's in your bag?" And my dad was like, "You better back the fuck up." And so my dad just kind of like walked off. But it's really dangerous there. So JLR was kind of like outside. It was going dark. He's outside of St. Jude's. They're protecting children with cancer. And he didn't understand why they were acting that way with him. But it's because I was like, my nerves were really bad for him walking those streets. I couldn't believe he was doing that in the dark.
Yeah.
He was like in the hood walking at one point.
Yeah, and he glows in the dark. He sticks out like a sore thumb.
Wow.
It takes balls though, for real.
But he really could have gotten hurt, really. Like it could have been bad.
Right. Like I don't think people I hear all the time people getting shot on Facebook Live all the time. Like they don't give a shit if you're live streaming.
No. And but I just think he has balls, but I think sometimes he doesn't have awareness of like a situation, because that was dangerous what he did. And then he was getting upset at the security guards, and they were just doing their job trying to protect those children, because it is really dangerous there. They don't know who he is. Like they don't know who JLR is. But yeah.
Yeah, just because your shirt says media doesn't mean shit to them. There says security, so what the hell?
I don't even think he was wearing it, because I think it was chilly. He wasn't even wearing his media stuff. But yeah, they were like, "You gotta go. You gotta go." He was filming Chris Proudfoot's. He was filming Chris Proudfoot's work, where he had been working, that project they were building.
Yeah, St. Jude's.
Yeah, they're adding on something.
Wow.
The credit card is suspect.
That's a whole nother rabbit hole. We'll get there though.
Mom boss
The
Mayo.
best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
If somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the
Mhm.
toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather,
Toxified.
do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
Well, he's not supposed to have internet
Yeah, and it's
access.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless, period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that.
He's not even supposed to have internet access. How is he going to know what they're saying about him?
He's
And this
not
could wait.
clapping. What the fuck is he doing then?
This is an ongoing investigation. They're not going to come out and say anything because let's just say, okay, because I don't think they did it, but the person out there that maybe did abduct this child or lure him out the house, well, let's clear the parents and make that person, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just better to just not, when we don't know for sure what happened, it's an ongoing investigation. It's just not going to happen. It's just not. Until 100% they know what's happened. They have no clue.
Right.
Yeah, you've been questioned, but that doesn't mean shit. Especially when your story's changing all the time. I don't know. I don't know. But they're not going to clear you. They haven't cleared Seth.
He's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all
Now,
don't.
where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't. I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has
Ask
nothing
'em.
to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all of that, that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about, and there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens to. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this one, this happened, this one, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like, and whether you're in here
No,
or
it's
not.
it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is because of an ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not and have been told by law enforcement do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do,
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted. I heard him on another show, but anyway, I suggested same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo, as long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me that to remember something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no. They're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right. I'm going broke. trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I knew you just said that. So
Right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it to
right,
do something to put it forward. It's
right,
those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand. I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
right. No, and I
You know,
understand
and
that. I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it. But I
Oh,
tell
say it.
everybody,
Feel free.
well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing,
Well, hey,
but understand something, and I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point. You
well,
know,
I think we kind of think alike there, and I
see,
don't, yeah, I agree. I agree there, you know, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you and I want
no,
to
and
talk
that's fun, isn't it?
not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mhm.
I understand there is a situation of my son, not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he abs. When I've asked the guy, I said, "Do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?"
Right,
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you, and you don't want him to monetize on that, he's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah, if he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. He wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and
Yes, ma'am.
the only reason is because fair is fair. And I want
Yes.
to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen. No matter what happened, and don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
Right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this when she said, can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son because it's not, and it kills Seth even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad
Mm-hmm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I came in Sebastian's life roughly, he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay?
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married. But my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
I will
I have
say
always
this.
left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his
All,
mother has her
yeah,
opinions, and that's that.
you know, and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care if what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse. Just because, and it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night of Sunday night, um, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, "Hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep."
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have boys.
Um, let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or, where you looked under things, or was it like, what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No, no, no.
I
It's
mean,
just
and please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
okay. Well, I'll explain it to you. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but but they like stuff in order, and so I was just wondering, um, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like, doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to get paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask
So,
questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this. When I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also worked for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box, and that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
right.
that.
So, me asking that question back is
Mhm.
because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So, let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations, and because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me, we have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from from the truth, and it is ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you. I
What
didn't.
did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't. I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it, and you already had it in your private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris. Can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got rid, or decided together, or tell me about the snake? I
Okay,
understand you
so
don't
right.
anymore.
So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So I viewed long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things.
Hmm.
In California, we actually had a snake. Um, they had a bearded dragon. It died.
Hmm.
Um, but we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
They. Um, but we had a Samontine boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake.
Hmm.
Um, now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat um, and I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time.
Hmm.
Um, all of them were ball pythons.
Hmm.
I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That
Yeah.
is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to a point with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going
Hmm.
to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
He what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And
Yeah.
and parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not, just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take him.
well, his dad wasn't going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you've got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that.
Yeah.
People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean,
Like,
to this day, I call him my buddy.
mhm.
If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And
Yeah.
he's like, if you want to see him, just come on over, man. Whenever, just call me up. Cool.
Yeah.
It's
It wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just,
right.
yeah.
Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, how did you discipline?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room,
Mm-hmm.
and people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean, and you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay. Thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room is clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick
That's
up,
traumatizing.
I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be.
I sent
Now,
Kayli a
it sounds crazy,
screenshot
but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids are going to be like,
of the person that was given the snakes, and they never had a discussion with Chris about giving Sebastian the snake back, and they never
I've
brought
seen that
Sebastian
too.
to.
I was going to say they never even mentioned they were
Yeah.
Sebastian's snake, and they've never came to see the snake or even ask about
Yep.
the snake
Right.
or anything. That wasn't even
Right.
in the agreement. It was just, hey, do you want these snakes I'm getting rid of?
Yep. Yep.
I've seen that too.
And they kept Brownie because he was special, or she was special to Sebastian, but there was no agreement about getting Brownie back. Or
Right.
like you said, nor did they ever bring him to see Brownie.
Right, exactly. And they only kept there was no stipulation, they just kept it because they kept it if something would have came up, they would have got rid of it because there was no underlying stipulations. They bought, they paid for them.
Yep. And then I had sent you another one that's from the estranged brother, Bowersock's brother of Chris, who is like, I guess he had bad experiences with the guy as well. For you to have that opinion about your brother, not good look. You know what I mean?
I think it's pretty fair to say he's not likable.
No, it's fair to say the guy is bad with children, and he's not a nice person, to put it nicely.
No, Terry, that's the stepdad.
Right. So this would be his stepbrother.
Right. So Terry is the one married to his mom, and then I guess Terry has a son.
Yes, this is the estranged stepbrother or half brother of
him.
Gotcha. Yes.
Oh my God. They ain't kidding. Works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
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 The
burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's only a struggle if you make it that. What is it? Please explain. How is that a struggle? What is there? If you know your place and stay in your lane and let them parent the kids and you play your role, there's no power struggle. There's no, why would you even say that? Ugh.
He's a controlling person.
Well, that would be a problem. That would be a struggle
Yeah.
then. However, because you can't have control of children that are not yours, that are none of your concern. Know your place.
Nor does Sebastian probably have control over being in places that are
Autistic.
too loud or
And
that make
autistic,
him
yes.
make him uncomfortable or
I
getting
heard
beaten with
that
a
he called
belt.
him the R word and would talk down to him about being autistic in a derogatory way.
Yeah, I heard that they wouldn't put pictures up of Sebastian in the house because he looked stupid or something.
Yeah,
like.
and no, the R word, that's what the buzz is on Reddit.
Oh my God.
And something about making him wear a diaper.
Yeah, because like we were talked about earlier, it does happen that like I said, like big changes or stresses or anything in school or anything, like they can regress. So they were putting pull-ups on him.
And yeah, but then Chris was shaming him about it, oh, you're a
Oh.
little baby wearing diapers, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, that's what that's the alleged buzz, but I wouldn't put it past considering he told Nina's son at 3 years old it was time for him to man up.
Yeah, he's a bully. He bullies
He
kids
is.
and
Yes,
women.
for sure. Really anybody.
Yeah, he's
That'll
not.
let him.
He shouldn't be around children.
Nope. He needs to be a drill sergeant because that's where that shit would be beneficial, not in the real world.
Yeah. I mean, who tells a 3-year-old to man up? Oh my
Yeah, like
God.
he's literally like a baby. Are you? Oh, listen, we would be fist fighting right then and there,
Oh my God.
and then
That was,
busting my daughter that's not yours, and to the point like her lip
yeah.
is bleeding because she didn't
With
want you cutting her
braces?
nail. Why are you cutting her nails anyway?
He's controlling. He's a
Hell no.
control freak. Because
Like
he
it's
probably
just a weird
knows,
thing to do.
he probably knows she doesn't like it. How old is this girl? She probably wanted to grow her nails out. I mean,
Like she was like 7 at that
yeah, I
time.
remember I remember being like 7, 8, preteen, like I wanted to grow my nails a little longer. And control freak knows that maybe she has a phobia of having her nails cut or didn't
Or
want him
maybe she
cutting her
doesn't want
nails.
you touching them because you're not her
Yeah,
dad, and why are you touching me?
exactly. And he's doing it just because
Because
he
I can tell
knows
you what to
that.
do. Right,
Yes,
exactly.
no
And then because
bodily
you snatched
autonomy.
away from me, oh, catch a backhand? Like you got me fucked up.
Oh yeah, and braces are already painful. I just can't even imagine.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, he's not.
And on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, with because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other,
Mhm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
He
Yeah.
laughs.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of
What
that like
the
violent
fuck?
Because
type stuff.
Sebastian's
We
terrified
tend
of you,
to take it
bitch.
behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have
has
taught that to Sebastian.
But you
You
strike a
will
child.
never strike a woman,
Mhm.
period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, uh, um, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again there was a time, and this is a long. People can change, but
Right.
again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
No. Um,
And I wasn't there either, for the record. Just so
yeah, so maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know. Maybe
yeah,
Katie should just answer
no.
this.
That, oh Lord, no.
Men do get abused as
That is a
well.
whole
So
nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And
When
this
he
is
Oh
was,
yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture. I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad.
Mhm.
I mean, to the point. I mean, So I'm not. I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the
this
mud.
is where
So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past that needs to die. Let it be. But
They
at
keep
the
saying
same
who's
time,
Rachel. So they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to
yes,
pass it
yes.
on?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel
That,
is my
that intrigued
third.
me. I didn't know about Rachel. So
No, no, no. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my fifth wife, and she's gonna say you're final. So
Lord have
let me make
mercy.
that clear. She's probably gonna yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay.
Jesus.
First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name
Found
was
her.
Stephanie.
Rachel is the one that he
Third
almost.
time, her name is Rachel.
Yeah, that's the
Fourth
one.
time, her
What
name
happened
is
to Rachel's
Nina.
head?
And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my
He won't
marriage.
answer what happened
Out
to her
of
head,
the
though.
4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations.
Mm-hmm.
That's how good it is. My
That's how
fourth
good it
ex-wife,
is.
which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that positive, and leave that there. That's why we go to court.
they keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
They're like, what happened to
Story of
Rachel's head?
Maybe
Um,
maybe how y'all met and maybe how long did y'all? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married, maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have
Yeah,
any kids?
Ariel.
I don't know.
no,
I'm just
no, no.
asking.
I have one biological child in this world. One. And that
Okay.
was my fourth wife.
Okay.
That you know
The
Oh,
of.
story with Rachel's real simple. We met. Um, we were all friends. We shared an apartment together. It was a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Um, and somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like things just happen. I mean, whatever. So we
yeah.
got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a
Hmm.
civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful.
Hmm.
We ended that relationship.
Allegedly, he's unfaithful as well.
She went back to Cuba. I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. Um, as far as I know, she lives. I think it's in New Orleans now. Um, and I think she just had a second child, so she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
He sure
Were
is
you
keeping
part of
tabs
any
on
of your
her.
any the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina, she has 2 children.
Hmm.
Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because,
No, no,
quite
no.
honestly,
That's
I
fine.
don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those
No,
kids are not being
we
dragged
won't
into
do
this
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Um, yes, I
And
was
then
very
Nina.
much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the
Hmm.
kids' lives. Um, it was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married,
Hmm.
but we did. Um, but I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. Occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
But it's not. It, I, they're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had other, or maybe it was in her interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So, did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to his
And
house?
that
Or
noise is him.
can you give me a
That's
day, like
his
what it was
phone.
like for him around other children? Somebody outside the family.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very
He
like
doesn't.
mind tracked. Like if he's
Yes.
wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this, and he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is
In personal
because
space. Personal
yeah,
space.
personal space is also another part of it, where he
Sounds like Chris has
disregards like
problems with
what we call the
personal
personal
space
bubble,
too.
just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. um,
Mm.
but he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they gotta time out and whatnot. Um,
You're muted, I think. Or I don't know.
we have being a because not him, but
Okay.
not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they gotta time out and whatnot. um we have met some kids, especially like because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of
Yeah.
social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have like a scale that we work on, like what is the problem that's frustrating you, is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So um yes, he has interact and does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Hmm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He don't
Yeah,
want to tell mama that he likes girls.
yeah. Um, were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes, we
church.
yes we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But
Is she
if we
allowed to
go, we
answer
tend to
this
frequent the one
question?
called
My
Freedom Church. It's up
God.
in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Hmm. Is that did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was
He
in church, so the kids area, oh my God. Um,
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Like
dance.
dance.
yeah, dance.
I mean, now granted, Granted,
He
what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
Oh,
he loves to dance.
yeah.
that
And that
wasn't
makes me
necessary.
think, I mean, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, oh, it just makes me, it just makes me smile. I just want I want them to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we gotta ask these questions and we gotta look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Um, but okay, so there was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search, because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs, and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers, is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, um, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs,
Yes,
those came from us.
they
My
came.
mother, my mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we asked them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, 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 we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some. You can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. Um, I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate, some in Madison. There's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh,
The
that needs to be
flyers
done.
are
Mm-hmm.
being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
We're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone we can't thank you enough.
And see, it wasn't going so
Yeah.
bad at first, like
Yeah.
up until here, and then it's going bad, really bad. Because it's not really bad right now, you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, thank you for doing this. We're doing this, and like there were a few little. I was like, I can. I was like, what the.
That you're pulling a Reuben.
But like I was like, I could kind of understand. They're getting a lot of flack, and maybe they're just fed up, and they're stressed, and they don't know where their son is, and they're just, I don't know, lashing
Yeah, but
out.
he's talked trash about Sebastian way more than I'm comfortable with.
Right. But I didn't think it was that bad until like I think it starts getting bad. It's about around here. Like you think it's bad right now. It's like
Yes.
it gets bad
Oh
because he
God, it's
starts
gonna get
talking
more badder.
about. Well, he starts talking about the physical and the.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School. And, it means a lot to me, this case right here. And it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And, it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, a stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound
fine.
like a jerk.
Say it. Say
It's
it.
going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay, have you ever had CPS
She was going on about they have a beautiful son.
Yes.
Their son is so amazing. And then he doesn't say anything other than, I don't know how to say this, but I'm ready to get these hardball questions out. Like nothing to add on to that. And that's where I started to be like, something's weird. Like that's weird. You're just coming on here to be confrontational. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
She was
and
just
he
going
chimed
on
in
about
when she asked about his struggles and like if he had fits and tantrums. Like he was all for that, but he doesn't have anything to add in that's positive.
Right. Like I didn't like she had just went on like, a rant about how he's handsome, beautiful. You have a beautiful child. I hope he's found and I
Yeah,
feel
like
for y'all.
exactly. And like Seth does.
Right. And yeah, he just wants to get to what did the assholes in the chat say?
Yeah, what can I say that's gonna like to get these fuckers going? Because
But they were
they just calmed
already.
down, but let's get them riled back up.
Yeah.
I'm not here for this boring shit. I'm here to I'm here to blow off some steam. Let's go.
They're gonna address the scratches on his arm, which I mean, it could be from the dogs. I don't know.
Scratches?
They look like I'll send you a picture. It was like bite. It actually looks like bites.
Like Troy Wadsworth scratches? What you talking about?
I didn't see Troy Wadsworth scratches. They actually like bite, like teeth marks. Actually.
Oh God, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it was in the first interview. I think, like when they showed themselves on TV.
You
They're
don't
on
get
his arm.
operating a crane. Just saying.
Well, he said it's from his Morkies. Like when he had first came back home, they were fresh. They had
Oh
just
my
happened.
God.
So he has little Morkies. It's Maltese Yorkie mix, and he likes
You're
to.
telling me you don't keep those dogs' nails trimmed, but you keep your
Well,
your ex-wife's
actually,
daughter's nails trimmed?
actually, that's why there were so like the scratches were so bad because they just got
'Cause
them trimmed. And when you
what?
trim it, well, when you trim a dog's nails and before they go walk on concrete, the nails are sharp. I know this because my mom's a dog groomer.
Oh, my
Dogs.
Lanta.
So,
Jesus
yes,
Christ.
trimming a dog's sharp until they walking on concrete and it files them.
But
You know what I
didn't
mean?
they
Like
look like
smooth
bite
them
marks?
out. They
Filing them
look
down?
like bite marks. So I don't know. I'm not saying I believe that, like I'm not saying I believe like he got
I
bit
want to see it.
by a person. Okay, I'll find it. Let me see.
Because there's a very distinctive difference between a dog bite and a human bite. Like, simple, like, the teeth are different. The dogs have canine teeth and they're more sharp, like, and pointy.
It looks like it looks like I don't know if I share a Facebook post if it'll because I know how Facebook is. This is probably in a group too. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'll try to share this. If not, I'll just save it and send it to you. Copy. But I'm also gonna. Yeah, that's Luna. She's fat, but she's obsessed with me. So then I'll also send you a close-up of it. It's in this post. If you can't see it, let me know. And I'll just send you the What, Luna? I know it's bedtime, but I'm not going to bed right now. You're not the boss. Yeah, I sent it. Just let me know if you can see.
Thank you so much, Confluence. Hair flip, hair flip, hair flip.
Oh, I know. Confluence is awesome.
She gets brownie points with me because she's got that other soul so triggered.
Yeah. Yes, she does. Show him, Luna. Show him how you're obsessed. I'm cleaning my daughter's room. Yes. Yes, he's so obsessed. Yes, like cleaning rooms while kids are at grandma. Luna. Me. What do you want?
You're not my wiener dog tripping.
Me. Me. With my bad. My hands are so dry. God, Luna, what do you want from me? Me.
Brenda's way fatter than her.
Oh, yeah, well, Brenda's her mama. Yeah, my daughter and her art crap. Girl, you got to stop with all that. She got art stuff everywhere. I'm trying to organize. It's impossible. I can't keep up. Yeah, now it's become the art art supply
She's
yeah.
right behind you again.
She doesn't leave me alone. Meow. It's not bedtime.
What does she
I'm not
want?
going to.
Like,
She
to be
wants me to
pet?
go. She wants me to go to bed.
But like
She's
she's
like,
rubbing
go to.
her head on the wall. Like, what does that mean? Pet me?
It means, come on, I'm being cute. Get in the bed. Like, come to bed. What is this,
Does the
sand?
cat sleep in the bed with you?
Oh, 3 of them. Yeah. She won't stop. I'm trying. You're. I guess. Well, no, you'd be like. I have your mom. What? Your mom. So you would be. Daughter. Your mom is my. I don't even know what you'd be. But glitter everywhere.
Your granddaughter?
No, maybe. Okay, you'd be my granddaughter. You're my granddaughter.
Your grandkitty.
You're obsessed with me. Yeah. Tell your What did he reboot? I don't even know. I'm about to stop buying this kid art stuff. For real.
Dude, she's got more arts than the
She just
freaking
does
art
this
supplies section of school. Holy crap.
like a lot of art stuff and like glitter everywhere. I mean, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable at all. And I don't know, like the crazy stand, the kinetic stand. I don't know what this is. I do this like every month and then it gets like this again. And then I just stay up. Gel pens. I'm about to lock all this stuff up. I think I'm taking the glitter. No more glitter. Ever. Never, ever. No more glitter.
Yeah,
I'm
that just
sorry.
sounds like a bad idea.
It's bad. I'm not happy.
Because it hurts when it gets in your eye.
Well, that, but it's also the herpes of arts and crafts. You can't get rid of it.
The herpes of arts and crafts.
You know what I mean? You can't get forever, everywhere.
And it comes back.
So, yeah, it's everywhere. Sorry. I'm going to mute.
Okay, and you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, you know, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, you know, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I've had it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And so and did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in fact, Sebastian here, I'll just, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, you know, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah blah blah." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
He sounds like a child.
You cut out just a minute. You cut out. Oh, there you are. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but, and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is."
Hey, wait. He said out of his own mouth that the lady came in and said word for word what happened, and he said, "Yes, that's exactly what happened." So he didn't lie.
Yep.
Sir, you can get in trouble for that.
And that right there is why he never told anybody else after that.
Yep. Silence that child.
And why he didn't tell his dad. If
It's
the people
bad.
that are put in charge of protecting you are told him you're going to get in trouble next time, why would you feel safe telling anybody else ever again?
I think that this is what Chris told him after CPS left. That's my
Or it was
opinion.
that CPS lady that's in his back pocket, which is what it sounds like.
Maybe, yeah,
But she
yeah.
said it was for another case. That should have been a conflict of interest to begin with.
You're right. Yep. Mm-mm.
So we had that happened, and the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back, and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know, what was he wearing when...
Everything's been fine because he's been keeping his mouth shut.
Eat your food.
They
Yeah.
went to dinner. Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh,
Hold on.
I don't know. Yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll save that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying. Does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute.
The
Okay,
lab. I like Josh. Yeah, and the story you gave Nancy about that belt incident, way different. Way different.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast, if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, he's done. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, there he is. There he is. He's like, he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay, sorry about that.
True.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me, and I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever, and he jumped up here on
That's
panel.
fine.
And,
They play a bit of semantics here, and so Josh
I thought
The
Sebastian had never had any history of never running away. He'd never done this.
well, this would be for this. So there is an active open CPS case currently for this.
Well, how do they know he ran away?
Yeah, I know, right?
Unless he jumped out of the car and ran.
But this is some like it's a play. Okay, first off, they're having audio issues for some reason. Him and Josh, the lab, cannot hear each other. And then it's semantics.
Wow.
And but he told Nancy a totally different story from all of this,
right,
as well.
Yeah.
So this
there's
is
no CPS involvement with Sebastian, just his other child.
and then the story of the belt is completely different
Yeah,
as
so
well.
he lied and don't remember what he lied about.
Right, and that it was like 3 years ago.
And he didn't remember it at all. And the CPS was never involved. It was just something that happened.
And then this one would be when he was 15.
Wow.
Which is the age he went missing.
Wow. Yeah, he's only been 15 since December.
Right. It's very odd.
Which is funny because I've been looking at the court documents. Like I can't see the actual logistics of it, but I can see the dockets as they're filed, like to go in front of the judge. And in January, something happened to where they had a shift in his custody case with Faith, and he had to be evaluated mentally. He being Chris, and the custody kept being like amended and like wanted to be reevaluated. So something happened in January of 2024.
Maybe he had a violent outburst. Something happened. Yeah.
A domestic dispute, and I know they haven't been around each other, so maybe something happened with Katie or something happened with Sebastian. And he made a request to have the documents sealed on March the 25th of this year. And this interview was on the 20th.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't find that to be coincidental at all.
He didn't want people talking about it. He said it has nothing to do with Sebastian whatsoever.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, violence against, I don't know if it was against a
Domestic,
child.
and he doesn't have any charges against the women, and it was domestic. That means it's someone that lives in the household. The only other person that lives in the house other than Katie is Sebastian.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
And him beating up on his wife would have got him a charge, and that wouldn't have anything to do with his custody case. Now, him having dealings with another kid is absolutely grounds to have the custody parenting plan reamended. It was something that she could use to her benefit. And she said that Faith told her she's seen him hit Sebastian in the face.
Yeah. People speculate that Sebastian was going to be called to court to testify about this.
Well, he wasn't on the docket, but I know Katie was, and his dad was. Michael.
Huh. Like he was going to be called as a witness or something.
And that was in February, like beginning February. And then it got rescheduled. It's public information. I can share it. Let me pull it. I'll share it with you because I don't want to share like the kids' names and stuff.
Yeah, I think that would be bad.
Right, yeah. But it's just weird the timing. He's been dragging the shit out since 2017.
Yeah, he's been terrorizing that woman over her.
Yeah, every little thing, just taking it back to court.
Yeah, he's been like really, really terrorizing.
He wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I had asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
now,
you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God and Country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was. Because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case. And there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
they started having connection, like hearing issues.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Yeah, if you're honest, you don't have
Did you
to
hear what I
tell.
said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Well, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can now. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. Yeah, I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all
So-
now? I think
So
he said
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really. Maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "No, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't think? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay, I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next argument we got? Fire away.
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so I was just wondering, like, if Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot, and this is, I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times. Talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help. You know, known friendly neighbors. Um, how to get out, you know, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, you know, is able to think in a um sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So, so if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. Um, there's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
um, but I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. How did, so you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, you know, like, I forget what they're called, but you know, where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I meant, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code
Yeah,
in.
with the yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back? Is
He
that how
locks he locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh, man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure
Yeah, that's what I would think.
based on, you know, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but I mean, it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay. So did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Just asking.
No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Now, and he goes, you know, despite TV and the movies, you know, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. You know, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go
Is
out.
there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so, okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been
not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because
the back door would not lock
from the outside, like the front, no. You'd have to have the key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house
I
to
know, I
y'all
understand
personally.
that.
That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own or from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes.
the
Yeah.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah. Nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the picture of the house where
All
his
right,
window is
okay,
looks
so
very
let
possible.
me get these people. I know they're itching for some.
What do you say?
He's saying that there's no way that Sebastian would have went out the window because he would have landed on something and screamed. But it's just mulch and like a little bush, and the window's not far from the ground. It looks really easy to just get out of. So I don't know why he's like denying that Sebastian could have went through the window. He's denying everything.
Oh my Lanta. I'm about to
But
send this again. I think I found something.
Yeah, I'm about to look at it. I was listening and then a glitter.
Yeah, I think I found something though, because either
Okay.
one of two things. Like I think we just caught him in another lie. Like the I think I found a way to prove the time frame with the whole belt incident in school. And
Oh, okay. Whoa, let me see. Where's he?
Hard questions, and I've been all right. So let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat.
His tennis.
Let's go ahead.
his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
Which was
what got,
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because
Yep.
when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
and I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about, exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
nah, you're fine.
Okay, all right. Let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. There are 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble, and I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch. I'm just saying.
when I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking to Fox 17.
Okay, Fox 17. I had already been home. So I got home February 26th. That can be released because that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh.
Okay.
The day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay, so y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh, after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question, so thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah, so I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe, today, and I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were?
Yep, there you go.
Yep, absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, wait, huh?
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. And I have asked, keep in mind, there's 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, So let's see.
Give me a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all. Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to, like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay? He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yeah.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes, on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, you probably, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So, if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from the 6th, from midnight to 6.
Okay.
Being on the phone with her prior to, yeah. I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I've told somebody this before. My wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone. Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
Okay.
But we do love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you. Babe, if you want to answer. Go for it.
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or I'm honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
It's okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some of this. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
No, and we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like we said, thank you.
Let's see. All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, what did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there. Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Done some hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He
Hey,
loves
Mike.
playing cards.
We're doing a little research in
Uno
the
is currently
background.
his
Kaylee
favorite
found something
game.
very interesting.
Could he swim?
And if you want to put it out whenever you want to, that's on you. You found that info, girl. Which is, that's like kind of mind blowing. I don't know if you should wait and put that out in a shorter video so it can be findable and kind of get you some traffic over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or honestly, like I want to probably do my due diligence and like make sure Seth gets it.
Yeah.
First. But I don't just because that's what I've been doing when I find stuff with Riley. I just reach out to the spokesperson first and get confirmation that he's seen it. I don't want to be responsible for them having to learn something on a podcast or on.
You are awesome.
Because he's clearly had to go through that enough.
Yeah, you're awesome for that.
And I doubt he even knows that. He doesn't sound like he's very not to
aware of that.
He's not very tech savvy and probably not been skimming the internet for documents. He's been looking, so I doubt he even knows that that's publicly available.
He says it himself. He is not tech savvy at all. He has no social media. His sister set up the GoFundMe.
Right.
He is not tech savvy.
Right, and the documents itself are sealed. However, the docket, stuff is on there, and I don't even know what made me do that because that's not the first time I've looked at it, but something just, I just had that gut feeling like, because I just looked at it and I seen the name and I was like, oh, that's his dad's first name. So I just assumed it was his dad. And I was like, wait, that's not his dad's last name. Who's this?
Wow. Get off this bed. Go. Sorry. Cats are bad. That is like, I don't know. That's like we said, something doesn't smell right.
Right. And I think it would be, I think it could be something that Seth could use when this is all said and done.
Yeah, I think the lawsuit is in order. I believe.
Or maybe even like criminal negligence, because at the end of the day, like they had a responsibility. If it was bad enough that they notified his ex-wife because of her child and her child's custody, why was the father of the child involved not notified? That's very strange, and it makes you wonder what kind of pull he's got in that town, which is why he baited Nina there to begin with, because he knows that he's got leverage there. Because because he knows he wouldn't have got away with that shit in New Mexico. He did that for a reason. He's got
Good old boy.
right,
Good
and
old
it's
boy.
his mama's real estate background. Come on.
That's a shame, man. It's just like.
And I think him calling 911 and him being the one to call took the blunt of the incident to where they approached it with more, they tiptoed around the fact that, hey, this is the one. They were way easier on Katie because he was the one that called. If she'd have been the one that called, it'd have been a whole different scenario.
And that's possible. I do know.
And he
in a
called
panic,
it would be in a different jurisdiction. He said that.
Yeah, because of the way they were they're out of city limits or something. So he would have been redirected. So he
And
just
why does he care
directly
about
called.
why does he care about what operator he gets if he's not trying to manipulate it to somebody that he knows personally?
He would have been redirected anyways. Like it would have been a runaround. So he just called
Right, so he
directly.
called directly to the one that's going to be the one to work out in his favor the best.
Well, it was the one that's in his that's the one that he needed to contact for his area.
Yeah, but I feel like him being on the one that called, like he wasn't even there. So why would you be the one to make the report?
And so like when my car got stolen, I walked outside. I had just woke up. I got my coffee. I was going to smoke a cigarette. I walk outside. I looked. I was like, something's not right. So I walked back inside. I closed my door. I opened my door again. I'm like, my fucking car's gone. So I immediately called Alex and I was like hyperventilating. I was flipped out. And I was like, can you please call the police? Because I can't talk to them right now. Like I started pacing and like, I don't know.
Three-way, like that's just fucking creepy.
Yeah, no, we didn't three-way out, but like I was like, I was having a panic attack because I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. Like I couldn't believe it was happening. Like what happened?
Remember that Nina said when they did the custody exchange and that whole incident happened at the police station? She said the Proudfoots were very familiar with the law enforcement there, that it was very kosher.
Yeah, they're friends with they have friends in there.
And they locked her and her fucking kids in a dark closet. And like when that was supposed to be the safe place to do the exchange. Something is about that.
Yeah, something is off about the enabling of him having access to children, even though he's known to mistreat them. And he doesn't actually want to be in the child's life to better the child and have a relationship. He wants to be in that child's life to hurt others and control the child and use the child as a pawn and a tool. So it makes you wonder, why are people helping him do that?
Right. Well, it's because it's got to be known to coexist with him. You have to be okay with knowing that your existence is beneath him. You're a peasant, and you will act as though, and you will respect me as you are beneath me, Mr. Chris. I mean, come on. If you're the kid's Mr. Chris, can you imagine your stepmom calling you Miss anything other than like?
Oh,
it's weird.
I called my stepmom Miss Angie, and my brother, like my stepbrothers, called my dad Mr. Chris, and then like my mom's after my dad, I called him Brandon. Like I didn't call him Mr. Brandon, you know what I mean? But we had a more lax relationship, whereas like my stepmom was a.
And keep in mind, they were both in the military, so they were treating their freaking kid like a damn, he was in basic training.
But that is a Southern thing, especially.
Why are you beating him for not having a belt? That's only a thing in the Army. Like they don't even it's a rule in school around here anymore. It's like an option.
Well, it's illegal to beat your kids with belts, but
not wearing a belt. That's an Army thing.
At school, if it's uniforms, they're made like my daughter has to wear a belt to school.
Yeah, but they're not gonna like send you home and write a referral or anything like that. It's just like you don't wear a belt, like it's not the end of the world. And I would imagine having conditions like that you can
get away with it,
right? And at the end of the day, the mom has the responsibility to make sure that he's in uniform before she sends him.
Yeah. See, when I was in school, if I forgot my belt, I would get like a write up.
Or call a mom to bring it. Like, is that not an option?
No, I would get a write up. My mom got to work.
Is there not special things? Is he not in any kind of special class?
Oh well, no, I don't think there's anything there. I think he just wanted to hit him. Like I think that's just what it is. Like I know when I was in school, I would have got a write up, but The Mr. and Mrs. is a Southern thing, especially like if the kid doesn't feel comfortable addressing as
Yeah,
dad or
which that
mom.
but that just shows you though that it was a, oh, you respect my authority, like I understand ma'am and sir, but the Miss and Mrs. is just a little bit too much on to be a stepdad. Like he's acting like all when they have a bond and they're so close.
I guess it's so common around here. I don't see it that way. Like I know a lot of people. It's common around here for me. I'm not just saying like
Yeah, but
that's just the South.
there's definitely, but like you said, it's the when they're unfamiliar or there's no
Oh no,
connection,
I still
emotional connection.
call my stepmom Miss Angie to this day.
Yeah, but do you like her?
No, but like my mom's second husband, I called him Brandon, you know what I mean? Like I never called him dad, and I met him when I was 2.
Yeah, but do you call him Mr. Brandon?
No, but that sounds weird.
Thank you. Okay, but you call her Miss Angie because she's a cunt, right?
But it sounds right.
Yeah, but
no, I mean that's what I referred to her as, and my dad was Mr. Chris.
Yeah,
Literally.
But you weren't very fond of them, right?
I mean, it's not that I don't like my dad. Like it's just like a proper Southern thing. It just shows a sign of respect. But like my stepdad, yeah, I don't know. It could be what you're saying. It could not be. I just know like my mom, if I didn't want to call someone dad, my mom wasn't gonna make me call him dad. So I just call him when I want to.
You should call him dad. Chris would work,
Yeah. Yeah. And it could just be a sign of respect. It could just be maybe he did force him to refer to him like that. Like, you're gonna call me Mr. Chris. You're gonna call me that.
To you, respect my authority.
Yeah. Yeah. Because my stepmom was kind of like I miss Angie, but I mean she is like major bitch, so but it's not uncommon.
And keep in mind that they've been together pretty much as long as since before her and Seth even separated. So Sebastian's had a long enough to be familiar with him and to be comfortable with him if that was the case.
Yeah, but that may be the title he wants to be referred to. Like you're a child, you're gonna refer to that person as Mrs. or Miss,
Yeah,
and
you're
Mr.
gonna be at this dinner table at this time and you're gonna eat it and you're gonna like it and you're gonna keep your mouth shut and you're gonna call me Mister.
I know people kind of are holding on to that, but because I grew up with like that same that's like it's a respect, like especially when you're a child. And I know it's probably
it is just outdated.
Yeah, I was about to say it is probably outdated. The Southern things are kind of outdated. So I may be that's normal to me, but it's definitely not normal type thing.
Yeah, especially if you're being beat into submission if you don't.
Or verbally abused until you cry.
Or called the R word when you have disabilities.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, I mean, my stepmom, she didn't like me.
See?
Yeah. But.
So it's a low-key way to still be respectful, but to let it be known, I don't fuck with you. That's why I'm calling you Miss. Like you're like.
But my dad didn't dislike any of her children. It was just but it was kind of her thing. Like, she's like, you're going to call him Mr. Chris. So I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Maybe they're related.
Yeah, respect your elders type thing, Mike. And I'm from Louisiana. And so, I say yes, ma'am, to every person in public.
That's more normal, but most people don't call me Miss or don't call me, that's my dad's name. Don't call me that.
Well, my neighbors even are like, oh, thank you, Mr. Shad. I even as a grown woman, when I meet people and they're they're my elder, to show respect, I'll say that. Okay, for instance, my stepdad, his parents, I refer to as Miss Fran and Mr. Warren. My brother called them Mimi and Pappy. And there's only I think like a 4 or 5 year age difference between us. So I mean, and when I met them, I was a little girl, and they loved me like I was their own. But it was just, I don't know. It's just a Southern thing, I swear. But I called him, like I called my stepdad Brandon. If that makes sense. But it could be he wanted to feel superior. He wanted to have an authority title. It could be.
I wonder if his daughter calls Katie Miss Katie.
Possibly. Possibly. Very possible. I called mine Miss Angie. Don't call her Angela, Miss Angie.
I just wonder if it's only, just how far it goes, if it's a household thing or if it's just him.
See, it was like a whole family, like just a whole culture thing for me. It's like the culture. I mean, so I don't know. Because just like I said, like my neighbors I met, I call them Mr. or Mrs. And I mean, I've been knowing them for over a year now. Unless you're kind of like, unless I know like you smoke weed or something, I'm not going to refer to you that way. It's just like, I don't know, uptight people, just like, I don't know.
I'm like, hell, if I hear that, I'm like, are you here to serve me papers? What are you calling me that for?
Come back with a warrant.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Who? I don't know nobody by that name. Trespassing.
Oh my God. I mean, the guy, no doubt, is gross, to put it. I'm trying to be YouTube friendly. You know how YouTube is. He's a PS. He's gross. The house. Okay, so yes, I do have. He comes out with like he comes out with a swag. My little raccoon that I've found around here. I can't believe there's a raccoon around here. He comes out with a little swag. He be looking at me sideways. But he don't have nothing against me. I'm gonna start calling him Mr. Pimpy. I don't know, Mr. Swag.
I thought he was Bandit.
I don't think I named him that.
Someone did. Smoking in the Bandit.
Yeah, I haven't seen him tonight, but it's because I've been outside a lot, so I've disturbed his peace. He may come with a warrant. Who knows?
I'll come back and peek into the door, and then grab the stick and then disappear into the night.
Oh my God, I do love raccoons. I think they're so cute. This one looks like he has a hard life. It's slim pickings around here.
He looks like a criminal.
Well, he may be. He may just.
Gloves on. He's got a mask on.
He may have stolen my AT&T fiber cover from my front yard. Who knows?
The whole place canvassed out.
Oh, I'm not feeding that damn raccoon cat food, Fast Eddie. I have to put my cats on a diet, and I'm buying very expensive food. That raccoon does not get no $50 bags of cat food, okay? My cats are obese. They're going to end up with diabetes, catabetes. I don't need him to come here every night, Fast Eddie. I'll send him to your house. How about that? You can feed him.
Trash pandas in the desert?
Yeah, you don't have any kids, so you can afford that. Hey, Woob's mom. There, yeah. 9 lives. I'm gonna feed you 9 lives, Fast Eddie. That's why you have pimples.
It sounds like your cats do better than I do.
Dude, my cats are yeah, well, my cat's overweight, so I have to get like special diet food.
About
Can't put him
buy
on
less cat food, and that'll probably help with the diet. Just don't feed it for a week or so.
Oh, I have 3 of them. How do you like? I would have to sit there and be like, no, you can't have it. Let that one eat. Now you can eat. I don't have
That's
time.
what's happening. It's bullying the other ones. That's why the other one's so fat.
Well, my 2 females are fat. My male isn't. They're all fixed, but he's still growing. I think that's why.
And they're not letting him eat.
No, he eats plenty. He's just not finished growing. He's gonna be huge.
Yeah, because he's running around chasing pussy.
No, he's fixed.
I don't know what his is in.
He's a baby still. Well, Mike, I would feed them less, but how do I know who's getting what portions if I don't sit there and watch them? And I can't. I don't have time.
Cat cam.
Oh my God. I just put them on a diet food.
They all got to suffer because of one fat ass.
Why is Stacy scared of Walmart?
She's bougie.
Is that where she groomed you?
Yes, in the Walmart parking lot. Coming to get in, she had name brand shit, and that was all it took.
Where does Fast let Eddie live? On another planet where he has like huge raccoons?
Arizona.
What are they doing to them? How are the raccoons so big in the desert?
They ain't raccoons, boo-boo.
What is... He said that they have huge raccoons there. And what's a javelina?
I ain't never heard of that.
I don't either.
Mountain lions and coyotes.
Mike, I just put them on a diet food and they'll be fine. I don't have time to separate them and you eat here and you eat here and you eat here. But they are, what is like a chupacabra, a javelina? Or is that like your mother-in-law?
He's not married.
Well, no, he doesn't have any kids either.
Must be a fake animal.
Is that where he gets his pookie?
Probably.
I don't know, but they are.
That must
Can't
be like
do
a
Walmart.
cartel gang.
When I go into Walmart, I always get an old lady's phone number. I swear to God.
Why?
They love, like, I don't know, they love me. Even though I go in there and I try to not make eye contact or engage in any conversation with anyone, it always happens.
You call them miss and ma'am, that's why.
Well, it's like they want to start up a conversation and then I end up with their phone number and shit. I'm like,
now you're their
wow.
granddaughter and you'll be coming over for Thanksgiving. Talking about plants.
I know several people there at Walmart.
They're the door greeters?
Yeah, most of them. Yeah, they all give me I have all their phone numbers. Then I went to like a herb and antique shop and I got her phone number. I swear to God, guys. And she also gave me her daughter's name on Facebook.
That's not weird.
She was like, I'm gonna let her know that you may contact her. I'm like,
for what though? Like, are you gonna give you potting soil advice or what?
She's like, you remind me of her. I'm like, okay.
Oh, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe like try talking to your granddaughter.
I don't have time. Get tight with them into their will. I see what Fast Eddie does. He's trying to get into our wills right now.
Oh, I see your hustle. That she's getting in that 401k.
Herding cats. You can't get them to eat separate. No, and they're God. I have to figure out something with Brenda. She coughed up a hairball like I was sleeping, and then I heard something like 3 a.m. I was like, and then I bleh, all over my freaking bed. Okay, right. Look at the clock. Like 3 in the morning. You do this. You couldn't do that on the floor. I could get that in the morning.
Hooker.
Could get that in the morning. No. Yeah. And then she runs off the bed. Like, yeah, I know it's no more good. Yeah. You can't sleep on that, can you?
Clean it up, asshole.
Oh my God.
I bet you do, Eddie.
I look for people with no airs. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gotta get cool with people that have no one else on the will.
How the fuck do you learn all that in the Walmart freaking
I
exit?
don't know. I'm learning this from Eddie. Yeah, that hairball paste. It looks like a cigar. What the hell? Oh no, okay, hairball paste. Yes, okay. My mom said fish oil. I'm gonna get a brush and brush her. She's fluff. And some kind of paste. That's what I was told. But she hasn't done it again. It's just the point of when and where she did it. That's the problem. But I love her. I love my Brenda.
She loves you too, and I clean it up.
So I read that some people's cats don't like it and they'll track it all over the floor, that paste.
Yeah, you know, she was respectful. Just put it on your bed. So you didn't have to go hunting down.
God. My cats.
Oh, I know, right, Lacey? Or Stacy?
Yeah.
Fuck my life.
Yeah, I don't know. I always get stopped by people in Walmart. I don't like talking in Walmart. I don't. I just want to go in and get the fuck out.
It's a vital rule. You cannot make eye contact with people in Walmart. It's just it's an invitation, and nobody's got time for that.
So I broke my glasses years ago, so I really can't see faces. Everything's blurry. And so if I make eye contact, I don't know I am.
Squinting and fucking seeing blurry
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I squint a lot because I can't see. I need to get some new glasses, but I rather not see people. But I go in there and yeah, it never fails. Like you're just trying to get some milk and this old man's like, oh, look at those pretty girls. I'm like, get the fuck away from me.
Here's my number.
Yeah, that's my children. Now get away.
Yeah, here's my number.
Take a cat, you will attract all the old single no. I'm basically like that, Fatty. Yeah, they sell glasses in Walmart, but I don't want to go to
She has to
Walmart.
walk right past it because the greeters usually sit right there at that fucking door.
No, that's where all the people stand and visit. Oh, hey, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Well, just call them later.
They haven't seen shit in a while. They just got the new glasses. They can see again.
Get out of my way.
I can see now. Damn, it's been ages.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? How's your kids? How's your mama? Oh, yeah, they're great. And they're standing blocking the whole.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull it. I'll show you a picture right now. Oh, hold on. I don't know how to use this damn thing. Oh, how do I unlock it? Oh, shoot.
And I can't go to Walmart with Alex because he's one of those people who will talk to everybody in Walmart. He had a freaking 20-minute conversation about eggnog with some guy. Like they both love eggnog. I'm like, I'm ready to get the fuck out of here.
I don't know that I could carry on a conversation that long about eggnog. I mean, what is there to say about eggnog besides ew? Like what the
Yeah, ew.
I mean, is what I'm curious. Like, what did this conversation consist of? Recipes, like personal stories. Like, what the hell could you talk about eggnog for 20 minutes?
Basically, and then why don't they have the good brand in here? And I got to settle for this brand. And I'm like, oh my God, let's go.
Y'all might as well just get your fucking wheelchairs and your knitting circle. Like, y'all are that old couple. You and your fucking plants and him and his eggnog.
Yeah, no, when I'm like plant shopping, I always never fails. Someone's like, "Oh, I'm trying to buy a flag for my daughter's front yard. Do you think this is a good flag? I'm like, I don't do flags.
I'm going to hell. You're going to hell, Eddie. Stop it. Don't make me laugh at that.
I try to like always do that, get the delivery or get the pickup.
It's too swampy. That's what they tell me.
But yeah, sometimes I gotta go in there because I gotta look around. I gotta look at stuff and touch the stuff, and then
she's got to find that new hustle, you know.
And you can't order produce because one time I ordered cucumbers and they gave me zucchini.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I got them out the bag. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a salad. This is zucchini. This is a zucchini. I double checked what I ordered. I was like, this is not even close.
No, entire meal's ruined. How do you have fucking salad without cucumber? And how do you replace cucumber with zucchini?
I was like, gotta be somebody that just, they don't know nothing.
Yeah, just gave up on life.
Oh my God. Or they'll give you a whole thing of rotten strawberries.
I'm not caring. I'm fucking complaining, getting a refund and going, and they're gonna bring me something fresh.
Oh, I've done that with avocados, with strawberries. I brought that. So this shit is rotten. And then I go get me some new. I go pick my own. So yeah,
you don't bring me some new ones and act like you got some sense.
Hey, B. I was gonna say Bay. Yes. And then now they put the Claire's in Walmart, which is a bad idea. Because even though I'm grown, there's something about a Claire's store. You know what I mean?
You talking about like the costume jewelry and shit?
Remember, okay, you go to the mall and they have that Claire's store.
It's
and
like
it's
all
like,
the little cheap jewelry that turns you green.
Well, it's not even cheap.
No, but I mean, it's cheaply made.
Yes. But it's like cute. It's like, I would go in Claire's as a kid and like have a heart attack.
Yeah, Claire's and Build-A-Bear, and then oh my God, you gotta get your Skechers, girl.
I never got a Build-A-Bear.
So sorry.
But I would pass it. I would pass it like $80 bears. My dad would go, "Fuck, you're crazy."
Oh, my dad definitely didn't buy it. That's for sure.
We're not building a bear today. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, it happened at Whole Foods. I don't have Whole Foods. I have
We have Walmart and Publix and Winn-Dixie.
Oh, we have like one Winn-Dixie left. We have A-Bears. We have oh shit, Super One and Walmart.
And we have Aldi's. That's the thing that's taken over now. Aldi's.
Oh, and Piggly Wiggly. Or as my dad would call it, Ugly Wiggly. I don't know why, but
probably got to be ugly to work there. It sounds like it.
But one of them was like infested with mold.
Cheese and rice. Yeah, let's get me some moldy cheese from Piggly Wiggly.
Sprouts.
With my food stamp card.
We was rich. Start working on getting in that will. Yeah, the more you make, the more they. I'm learning that. The more you make, the more taxes they take. It's like, huh? You basically making the same thing. I don't know. This world's gone to shit. You want to listen to Smiley?
Not really, because she's like, oh, but I do want to listen to Chris because I mean, look at what we just uncovered that quick.
He is such a, and they are not home, but I mean, they are getting like death threats, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but we caught him in a legitimate, documented, available, traceable lie.
Yeah, shame on him for that. I swear.
And this was after he tried to seal it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Seal, can't seal it all.
Oh yeah. He you don't want people to know what he done.
But that's a paper trail that shows that there was a legitimate report done by CPS, and the fact that Seth didn't know, like, if that's true, he has proof now, not just hearsay.
So I was like kind of holding out on, because I was like, okay, there's no way he bold-faced lied to Nancy Grace on national television. I thought he lied to Smiley. So I was thinking, because it bothered me. I was like, okay, there's just no way. He really went on Nancy Grace's and just lied to her? He did. Nancy gonna get him.
You're telling me Nancy Grace hasn't looked into this and found this?
Nancy questioned him about this.
But I'm saying
and
you haven't heard anything like that people looked into it and found it?
Well, that's what leads me to believe she probably did. So she knows that he lied to her face.
So, but still, you haven't heard anything publicly said about that, though? The connection with the guy?
Well, she just did a second interview with Seth and went in on the stuff. Like, it was totally different. Did you see the newest Nancy with Seth?
No, not recent, not today.
It was like
the other day.
So have you seen both of them that she did with Seth?
No, I've only seen one.
Okay, so it was like a day or two ago. She did one with Seth, and actually, I think the full thing came out today. She put out 2 clips yesterday, I think, it's 12:55. So
no, I was watching the one on Pascal.
And yeah, no, it's
and the one that he did with Vinny. That's the ones I was watching.
Yeah, I watch all of them. I can't keep up anymore. He's done multiples with multiple people, but they're always good, and he's always like, he never changes, you know. But Nancy went in on about the all of that, and that's when she asked him if he would take a lie detector test, and he's like, yeah. That's when she said that, you know, Chris said he's not going to take one because TBI told him not to, and like. And then I heard something, I think, from JLR that Chris claims it's something to do with HIPAA.
Fucking medical records? HIPAA protects like privacy from medical records. It has nothing to do with a fucking voluntary lie detector test. What the hell?
Yeah, I know. He's making up just any excuse he can, so he doesn't have to take it. Because if they ask him, they're gonna probably not even ask him about the disappearance. They're gonna ask him if he's probably physically harmed him, and he's gonna fail because he has. You know. Oh yeah, we did change subjects really fast. I'm sorry. I thought
you should expect it. Squirrel.
My kids like the bakery there. When my mom used to bring me to Winn-Dixie, and they have like, you know how there are those donuts in that glass thing? You just grab one and pay for one. Well, we would just eat it in the store, and then we just throw the parchment paper away.
Sorry. Stacy knows. You got to help them, Stacy. Sorry. Yes, we were talking about grocery stores, but that's because I have the attention span of a gnat.
You're crazy. We both are bad about that.
That's probably why we should not be allowed to do true crime cases.
I cannot be your co-host because
you're not allowed.
I'm not as good as
not
Ruben.
allowed to talk about true crime cases.
Well, we're the last 2 people that should even try to solve a case or like talk about true crime. Did you not even know that?
We don't even qualify to have an opinion. Don't you know?
No. Would you want us 2 idiots trying to figure out your case?
The only thing we can do is have inbred children. Don't you know?
Yes, inbred children. And we love attention. We're both we love attention.
Attention, and we're here for duty.
And we're liars.
Big time. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Disgusting.
Oh my God. Every time I try to think of a word that ends in G, and then I always I go blank.
If you now say you try to talk with like a Chinese accent and change it and see if that changes it.
I'm thinking too
What are
hard.
you what are you doing?
I'm kinking it too hard. When he says thinking, I always think he's like kinky, you
Yeah,
know?
2 squirrels looking for a nut.
Yeah. 2 squirrels on panel.
Thinking.
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, you guys made me ink.
Woob's mom is being too nice. Don't lie to us, okay? Be real.
No, I'll have a long message when I get off here. Like, what am I going to do with you? Like, I'm going to go ahead and prepay for your month of therapy because you need help. And no, I can't be your therapist. It's a conflict of interest. I've already asked.
Don't harass. She's harassing me.
I'm telling.
Bullying.
I'm telling.
You're bullying me.
The police.
Oh,
I'm not
my
crying.
God. Crying? Are you crying?
Yeah. Don't you hear it?
I thought you were in your garage.
I'm drowning. Oh, no. No, I'm back in the house.
Oh, yeah. Did you have to sell your podcast stuff? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, now I'm grifting to buy it again because you can't hear me because I have a shitty mic because, I had to sell it for.
I thought it was because you were flying your drone.
No, I've sold that.
Oh. How much liquor did it get you?
Well, I'm not too big on the liquor, but it dang sure got me a lot of fucking vape pens. And Mondello. Just trying to relax. And it took me a couple trips to the casino.
What happened to the G on your action verbs? Fast Eddie, I know a guy that you can blow for a new mic.
Oh, yeah, me too. I think he travels. I don't know. He's some fool that travels around. I don't know. I heard he was a cool guy, but I don't know. I never blowed him. While we're on the topic, Eddie bought me my mic.
Did you have to blow him?
No. I popped his pimple.
Holy shit.
And I testified for him in court.
Damn. Well, I might have to get a restraining order on both of you.
Oh, good.
Fast Eddie, show me your kids. Who are you? You liar. I couldn't believe that. That was crazy. That was like really crazy. Show me your, like, he will show you. Nobody should be showing him their kids. I'm sorry, Woob's mom. This is just old stuff. Some old, some new. But there is a guy. If you want a mic, just blow him through the computer screen.
Yeah, that eating a pepper, like, that's just a cover so that, you have a reason to, like, use your mouth,
It's a fake pepper. The pepper is a crisis actor.
Oh my fucking God. It's a LARP. It's a pepper. It's a LARP pepper.
It's a LARPing pepper.
That's why it's called Ghost.
Oh my God. I've been hearing he has all your pictures, Fast Eddie. I never seen a fucking picture of you unless that is you in your picture, but I can't even be sure because you're a fucking crisis actor.
He's a big fat little
He's a
Mexican.
a big fat pimple.
Yes, with no kids. No wife.
Honestly,
no wife.
If I had to guess, I would think he was like a teenager because he sounds young. Yeah, that's about it.
He sounds like he hasn't even hit puberty.
You're a distractor, Woob's mom. I won't answer that question.
No, she's a groomer. Eddie's the distractor.
Oh, I thought, well, you're a crisis actor and a distractor and a groomer
Yeah,
and a
but there's different roles
trafficker.
and they got to play their part.
And I'm gonna get with the Underground Railroad and I'm gonna bust all of you.
Yeah, you're probably gonna bust something, all right? A nut, you weirdo.
Yeah, yeah,
Creep.
all over.
To save the victims.
All over
Fucking sick whack job.
my no job having life.
Yeah, and don't talk about pegging anything.
Oh my God. I do love to peg. I do love to peg men who own music stores. Sorry.
Oh man, listen, I can't keep a straight face.
I was one time I was in Pinellas County and I met
This
a
one
man
time
in a
at
music
band
store. And he was like, "Hey, I have this thing in the back." And I was like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Yeah, it's not really an instrument." And he's like, "But you want to try it on?" And I was like, "Sure." And then he's like, "Yeah, okay. Let me bend over." And I was like, "Sure." And then I just kind of boop.
Hey, this one time at band camp, it's what happens at the music store stays at the music store.
Yeah. And then when I left, I was a musical genius.
Yes.
On the butt
Facts.
trumpet.
That's a fact.
What am I grooming? Not my dog. That's for sure, Stacy.
And not the cat, because the cat's grooming itself.
Yeah, she's too fluffy. I have to fix that. I'm not gonna shave her, but I am gonna brush her.
Well, in her defense, she never hung out with him.
I didn't mind Salty for a while, and then he got weird. He got kind of weird, and then all of a sudden he just doxed me for no reason. Twice.
What he does.
Twice. He made a weird video with that little saw guy on the bicycle.
Would you like to play a game?
Yeah, he's like, play a game. Bazoid's coming. Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Salty? He's like, this is not Bazoid.
This is not me.
Expect us. I'm like, what the fuck? Expect what? A call from your psychiatrist.
He don't go.
Oh, she said I said pagan. Yeah, well, I did a ritual on his butt. And then he was all cleared up.
Yeah, I had to relax him, so don't tense up.
I told him, bite the pillow. I'm going in.
Squeeze my hand. Make sure you remember your safe word.
No, he didn't want no safe word. He just felt safe that his degenerate sons weren't around. He was in good hands with me.
Man, for those of you listening that won't
You're gonna have to cut all this out because this is not gonna go with this podcast here.
Oh no, there's no editing done. It's been way too long. It's got to stay.
Oh shit!
You can't edit anything past 6 hours.
Oh my god! Holy shit! I've been doing stuff and doing this at the same time. I didn't even realize.
Me neither. Maybe we should push play.
Yeah,
there's still a fucking shitload of interview left.
What is that? Fast Eddie?
That's Eddie.
No. What is that on your chin?
That's his goatee, girl.
That's a landing strip?
Yeah.
He hits it all.
Don't be judging.
Damn, save some for the rest of us.
Yeah, save some pussy for the rest of us.
Oh my god. Ariel!
Sorry, Ariel. So
I'm done.
I'm so sorry.
It's late. I think we're delirious. I'm so sorry.
Yes. I'll blame it on what she did. It's definitely not hard drugs.
It's Stacy's fault. She made us do it.
Yeah, she's the groomer.
She came in here and then Eddie distracted us.
Yes.
all
Oh,
mind
okay, I'm
control.
sorry. I thought you were saying. I was like, oh shit. Man, we're gonna have all kind of misinformation. Did you hear what they were talking about?
I forgot what they.
It was good though. It was more gooder.
I think Smiley is like she's the cutest thing. She just gets on a little roll. She's like, I'm sorry. I gotta ask y'all the hard questions. I know. I really want Sebastian found. I really do have to ask y'all the hard questions. And so what are those marks on your arms, Chris?
Oh yeah, that's what she was asking about. We should push play.
Like
Oh
a
my
fit game nights. He would do hiking because games.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Done some hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have
Ballin'
in the
or
summer
bowling?
a family member with a pool, so he
hell's
absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And
sorry.
we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game.
Could he swim?
Like a
Like
fish.
a fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends on
depends
what
on which day of the
day.
week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
Um,
Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu,
not a
believe it or
food.
not, tofu.
Chocolate
Not
milk.
He's not a huge steak eater, but
not
steamed tofu.
fried. Not fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves
Oh yeah.
sushi.
I can get down
Yep.
with some sushi, boy.
He loves it.
Did he like going to, did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that in front?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
hibachis, yeah.
he
Yeah.
likes it, but he doesn't at the same time because it's so loud and clanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her
And they
aspect
use a
is
lot
flat.
of the teriyaki style sauce.
Yeah.
Her voice is flat,
I'm
like her
bored too
aspect.
every time Katie talks. She's so monotone. She puts me to sleep.
Yeah, he liked chocolate
And then
milk.
you got Chris so aggressive and yelling, and you can't even hardly hear little Mighty Mouse over there. It's a very strange fucking duo.
He cuts her off like at certain times.
She's just okay with it. I'd be like, bitch, did she ask you? Is your name Katie? Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, no, she did. She did ask at one point. She's like,
No, I'm saying
I'm
Katie.
sorry.
If I was,
No. Oh,
she just
yeah, 'cause
lets him talk over her. Like, bitch, I can talk to myself.
Smiley was like, I'm sorry, but Katie, do you have a voice? Can you talk?
Yeah, like I was actually mid sentence. As a matter of fact, Chris, I got this. I'll let you know if I need you, bud. It just shows the dynamic. I think it really does.
And she may be on benzos. I mean,
I said that, Stacy. You gotta listen to the beginning of this video. I said she's got a glaze about her that says she's been checked out. She's so checked out on Xanax that she probably honestly has no fucking idea what's going on. She's not but she's so detached. It's not even funny. And I recognize that. You know why? You know about my childhood experiences. I called that from the jump. That lady is so she's got a benzo glaze that just shows that she does not give a teetotal shit about what, who, where, and probably genuinely doesn't know.
Or it could be, because we still have to keep it open. It could be that she can't deal with it and she's on it because she just cannot cope like with what's going on. You know what I mean? But either way, I agree. I believe she's on something.
I think she's taking his, probably.
He's on bullshit. He's on the bullshit.
Well, because when Nancy Grace asked her if she was on anything, she said no. So that means if she is, she either lied or that. Now that would be covered by HIPAA. Chris, you freaking moron.
And they don't have to be honest with Nancy because Nancy's not law enforcement. So she may have told
No, but
she may.
they can't be upset with having all the scrutiny when they go on and publicly contradict themselves every time they do a freaking
Well,
interview.
she was asked that night, so it may be a new prescription for what she's going through. You know what I'm
She's not
saying?
going to work or looking for a son, but she's going to get scripts. That would be interesting to know. Too bad that's covered under HIPAA. There you go again, Chris. There's two.
When we like
now.
Seth said, when we find Sebastian, we'll know what happened.
Exactly.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask, like, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see here. 1 something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it
Yes.
back? Or?
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just
No. You know, so there's a couple things that, because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Mm-hmm. Over this?
Yes, over this, very much.
Yeah, Stacy, he's very strange.
Mm-hmm. And because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, you know, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going, and we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to get down there and finish packing everything up. Oh, I say we, she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, John Cook.
Who the fuck is we?
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean,
I think it's a
allow you to go back
slip
to work
like,
there. I
No,
mean,
it's
in
probably
Memphis.
fucking mommy.
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good.
Maybe.
So why the three-way call?
Thank you.
Well,
Because
I'll give
I
you.
was
Yeah,
hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic.
I
And
believe
so
her.
he
I
told me to
do.
mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and then within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot? Or
Have you've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
yes.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons. And this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments. I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us.
It's not a
Not one
vigil,
time
it's a
has
vigil.
any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents.
It's not a vigil.
I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a quarter
And
mile down the street.
can accommodate all of the people.
Not only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said. And
I know.
if you're in our
reading
shoes,
now. I'm
it
trying
could be
to read it.
it could be a security reasons, because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I could see you're talking if you moved. All right, we'll listen for him. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So, I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So, no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
No. So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved, and we're our version of spending time with each other, because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work, so we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot, but that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
Yeah. I mean, if it's, every night, I mean, that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't. I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
Well, and then that's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and not my husband. And, and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a
Yeah.
part of, the family. And for us, that is our normal, albeit some other people, may not
Yeah.
be the same way. Not everybody wants to be around somebody all the time, but sometimes, just
But
being on the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
But is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean, but is that not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son that you could be spending with your son,
No,
being on the phone?
no, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. That's just kind of not something that, I don't know. A lot of people just find weird,
Well, and a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this situation, then, maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But, I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
yeah. And what
Like,
about, and Chris,
I
do
can't be
you,
on the phone for that
like,
long.
are you were off nights, or do you work, do you mind telling, do you work night shift, or is it days, or, I mean, do you mind, is that okay to ask, or?
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So, in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So, helping a guy out right now till I go back, I'm filling in for a guy. His
Yeah.
shift starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
Yeah.
That's not your normal shift, so it kind of depends. Some some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site, determines on like the hours, because if you're doing a concrete pour, um I mean, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
And
just
for the
kind of
record,
depends.
because a whole bunch of people just snapped back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well because he does.
Yeah. I don't know, for some reason my chat is not moving and I'm having to stroll it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know
Oh,
why.
okay.
And I don't know how far behind y'all I am, chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. Um, I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
apologize.
sure.
Let's see if it reloads. And I think, who is Katie up here? Or
Yes.
Chris? I got one of them's up here, but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind, y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend, or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend, and then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And oh, okay. So you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when specifically, when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants. He had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did, of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wedding issues at school and or home, he would
I think
go
a
back
better
into,
solution to that
regular underwear.
would have been a
Um,
mattress
and that
protector.
unfortunately is just something that has been happening.
You know what I mean? Instead of like
Or getting to the root of the problem, what's causing him stress and anxiety to do it in the first place.
well, it is something that will happen in autism.
My stepson's never done that.
And not every autistic child is the same.
Clearly, though, it's something that is when something has got him anxious, or maybe he was scared to get up and go to the bathroom. Maybe you had to walk by Chris's room.
I heard, I mean, a lady called in, she's an autistic son, and she said that it would happen, for different things, different changes, even just a change in their routine. But I feel like a better solution, like I feel like it is a little humiliating to put a 15-year-old
In
in
a
a
pull-up? How
pull-up.
do you even sit? That's crazy.
I have mattress protectors on every mattress in my house. Mine, the girls, you never know. Somebody's gonna throw up or something, and it goes through the sheets. I just feel like it would be better for his confidence and mental health, maybe to just like quietly, like, hey, if you had an accident, just put your just put your sheets in the dirty clothes, and I'll just take care of it. And when you get home, it'll all be like your bed will be clean, and we won't talk about it. You know what I mean? Instead of like
Shaming him and
putting
rubbing
a
his
pull-up
nose in
on
like a
him.
dog.
Right. Like I just feel like it's kind of like a teenage boy. You're becoming, just like for a girl, you're becoming a young woman, you're becoming a young man, you're going through puberty, he's already having difficulties connecting and making friends, that's what they say.
Yeah, but
And
keep in mind the SA trauma, that's not normal.
no, well, but like I said, for autism, it can and does happen. And supposedly the only instance of that was years ago when he was 7 or 8.
But they said the same thing. It was years ago that the belt incident happened, and clearly it was just.
Well, this is what Seth said, though.
Oh,
Seth
yeah.
said.
Oh no, I'm not
Seth,
talking about SA. I'm talking about the wedding, though. That could be like a symptom of not dealing with that in a proper way.
You'll have to do research on that, because it is, like, I've heard from multiple different people with that have children with autism, and this is something that happens. So I think it could just be that it may be the abuse, but I think
something's got him anxious, and it's not a change of routine. It's probably the incident that had him so terrified that he couldn't tell anybody.
Well, I don't think Katie kept a very good routine.
That in itself creates chaos in an autistic child.
Right. I from what he said, she didn't. She didn't put him on a routine, and that
Even
he
when
would
Chris was
thrive.
home?
I don't think, probably. Well, when Chris is home, that is a whole different atmosphere, I'm sure.
And that in itself could be that's a very tense situation for a kid that doesn't have autism.
Right. Yeah. And then when you have like a partner that works away, they don't really know like what go like. It's like, oh no.
FaceTime with him 24/7. He's right. Might as well be there.
Yeah, I can't talk on the phone like that about like work or what boring
Like he's
shit for
on
hours.
while you're eating. Like, okay, lady, that's a little weird.
But I think I think that it could be because I did hear Seth talk about like he did. He said that he didn't wear pull-ups at his house, but I did hear him say that he did have accidents at his house before. So I just think a better solution to it would be put a mattress cover on, tell him it's nothing to be ashamed about, and just put your dirty sheets in the dirty basket, and when you get home it's like it never happened because your bed will be clean. Your sheets will be on your bed. You know what I mean? Just like be discreet, and I don't know, instead of like just put this pull up on and throw away if you pee in it. I don't know. It just feels degrading.
And here's your dunce hat and go sit in the corner.
Yeah, it feels degrading.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
And for, ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right. Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel, I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I had brought up the question and said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's the GoFundMe page up there.
So, okay. And, but, okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like, there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this has kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now, and they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed, if somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
We got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
well, in my opinion, you have to put everything aside. Your feelings, her feelings, and I know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's, it's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June. And the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been, unfortunately, found. And, but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know. And there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian, and they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this. search for Sebastian. You know, because everybody deserves a fair shot, you know, Raleigh. Everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, you know, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit. But you can't give up. We can't give up. You know, and sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, you know, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things. You're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, you know, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're gonna find you. We're gonna bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out, because we're gonna come and we're gonna find him. We're not gonna stop, and we're gonna bring an army with us. An army of support, of people that are helping to look. And son, I love you.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just I would have I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times. You know, they get older and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the night, like when you get up. You know, when he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. You know, I was always looking at him, and as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how time, we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there, and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. Well, I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? they said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay, so they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, gives me a big old hug, says I love you, says I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
You know, I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. He's looked for, they've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah, and
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
in fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all, be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down it, and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay, okay. Okay, y'all, be nice. I have to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while.
Okay.
Back in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio safe step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
I don't think you have anything. Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night and sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing, but sleepwalking,
And to
no.
clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just, one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And
when you're done with it, you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And
what happened to her head?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason. It's not showing me the comments.
Says you got killed, Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't know.
Everywhere, no. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be. They paid to ask that question, which I'm just now getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why. I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel.
No, I'm not. I'm sitting there, I'm like, interested, like, her head, blood everywhere. Okay. Well,
yeah, I mean, that's a new one on me. So I don't really know what's going on there. Again,
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean, that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
Yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where that all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yep. The medicine that Sebastian, is that life-threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life-threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Correct.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, and in a hurry, it can cause seizures,
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It was not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah, yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? Just like, I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? What could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. Anything.
All I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. We've gone over wild probabilities,
Hey,
all
we got a
sorts of
lifelike bird
stuff.
inbound.
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Carrie Fisher personally, the one that redirected the search? Was a
No.
you know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
Oh yeah, there was
About
a
that,
woman
but
that was
no, I've never
interfering
met
with
her
the
before.
search.
How
I
do you
don't
feel
know
about
her at all.
How do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, an issue and somebody with felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and was like, what the heck? Like, what is this? What are y'all doing with it? Is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything, do you? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
It's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because
Yeah.
law enforcement said that that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was just a question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know, somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Always L8. Okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. Um, his behaviors become a little more like he'll flip-flop between his moods more, like being overly excited or, he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on, whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah.
He um, can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. An unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more.
Mhm.
But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence.
He's very
So
Right.
his
sporadic. He's
thoughts
very
become
sporadic.
less
He's all over the
coordinated.
place.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah. Oh. So okay. So when he took. Okay. So Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night. Was
Hmm.
there any strange cars around then? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog pick up that scent at the end of the driveway?
Can
So,
I? No, okay.
Okay.
go
Uh,
ahead.
No. So I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all.
mhm.
So the dog scent, everybody said, "Oh, the dogs didn't get a scent. Dogs didn't get." The dogs got a scent.
Mhm.
What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. Um, for the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. Um, but of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone
Mhm.
and took them over to a retention pond.
Uh-huh.
Now, the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it. But from there, the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you lawyer up? They said.
Boy, well, I mean, who's my lawyer? I'd love to meet him. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks,
Yeah.
but
I don't
we
know. I'm
don't.
just
I
asking
mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because,
the.
sure.
Yeah. I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. Uh. So let's see. So somebody said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading. I'm just reading the questions. I can't see all of them until I pop them up. unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see with this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media who is more concerned with how they begin being portrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, who are you? Why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out? Oh, did he drop down again? Oops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like they're
the whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular, I don't need to put the name out there.
It's okay.
But the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem. So we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like, and just if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless.
I understand that, but here, listen, I know, and y'all, let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, Lord have mercy. Now I can't. There's my comments. Sorry, y'all, I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we do want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids. I don't care. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again. Hold on. Paste it back up. Y'all must have, are you having a Wi-Fi issues or storm, or is that where he's at right now working?
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. He said he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace, but I'm sure she would love to have them.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she would love to have it. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But Chris, I was just going to say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not like? Is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit of important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's drugged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian. It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you,
Yes, ma'am.
what about Nick Barris? I mean,
That's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm just gonna say okay. Okay.
Right,
Nick
and
Barris is the
unfortunately, and
one
it's nothing
that
against
put out
everybody out there.
the light
There's
video
stuff that people don't know
and clickbaited.
and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
You know, not only that, but
Ooh, I don't know what that noise is he got.
you know, it just sucks. And there's
Yeah.
difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not, and like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but
Oh no. Yeah, I'm
know,
just trying to figure this out. So yeah.
I mean, trust me, if I can go to everybody else and I can go get all these people and we can get Nancy Grace and we can get anybody else out there to spread the word, I'm not going to worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic, but it is what it is. It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you again, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, it don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. Looking forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a man of emotional words, but Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Let's say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home. You were in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different because we both would have been home. I don't know. I mean, there's so many shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and I wished I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because I don't know. I mean, I know I got My stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big, big emptiness right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home. I don't know.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's not. Yeah. So they're saying that some people were saying that you like didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
Well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah.
yes, because I could not leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car and leave. You know, I mean, there's a lot of safety involved. You know,
Yeah.
Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able to just be like, "Hey, I'm out of here," and walk out the door. You know, I left as soon as I could, when I could.
What let's see. Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
That is a personal family matter.
Okay.
That unfortunately, that's not one I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not
well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another
yeah.
a way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that is he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife? Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
No.
So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter.
Okay.
And absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come Ellie, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear? Because I
They
know what
can't.
you've said, Chris.
Right, but
Why?
they can't.
Why?
Because the
Protocol.
investigation is still ongoing, because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are.
If you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. Brandy Neal Monkey, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to, and others in the news. That's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
Because there's so many agencies involved in this investigation.
I agree.
And I mean, across the board. And you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I
fortunately
have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. That is
Mhm.
the answer we're given.
Mhm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why, because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying again, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious, or this is suspicious. However I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either. I'm
No,
really
I
not.
mean so here's something that's very unique. And I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly, as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it, because poof, nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case, where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know. Um,
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
I do too. If I could get it, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean that it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing, and this definitely means a lot that so many people are in here. They're in here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just
Well,
saying.
and don't get me wrong, and like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you want
Yeah.
to talk, you call me, you want to send me a message, something, and as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't,
You have.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I may not always say the right things, I may not, but it's that last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions, I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue that is in very short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley, a 6'7" guy disappeared in the flood, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
You know, if you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that me, Katie, and Seth sit in to this day, or the Riley family for that much, I promise you, the outlook that you're gonna see from our view, you'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions, and you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just want your loved one.
Right. Right. I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's job.
Oh Lord, no. Sebastian, no. Sebastian knows when my job sites. He knows what to look for, and
The
what I
construction
do
site.
has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site. Period.
Yeah.
The,
Go ahead, Katie. I'm
the
sorry.
construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting. Today's my last night covering this crane, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt University at the hospital, 300 feet in the air, with a skyline view, and I get to sit here and do what I do. But I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters come in and land every so often at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital, and
Yeah.
I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah. I understand. Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all, and Seth, and Katie, and you, and the grandmother, and everybody, and Sebastian. I want everybody to, the whole Hendersonville, the community, people that didn't know him, love him, and I want to see this come to an end in a good way. In a good way. Just to think positive, happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
Very, very true.
And if anybody has any information, to call that number, 615-442-1865, or the 1-800-TBI-FIND. See, I got I moved it, but please print one of these out. Print it out. Pass it out everywhere. You never know. Again, like I asked you today, put it in your mail. Don't hurt if you mail a letter to somebody. It's your old friend. Mail it. Put it in there. Send it all over the world.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that because I've got confirmation that there's folks in Australia, Spain, England, Austria,
UK.
UK that they've got wind of this, and they've got some posters posted. So it was actually kind of cool. I never thought that would happen, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. But Funny Face Brenda says love should have brought you home. Yeah. And they were talking about he wanted friends. He's got more friends than he will ever know what to do with. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Well, I said it before, when he does come home, and everybody complained how packed the block was with cop cars. Well, he's now become like the son of Sumner County, so it's going to be a long line.
Yeah. Yeah. I sure hope it's soon. I sure hope it's soon. Was there anything that you would like to say that either one of you that you think that we can do to help? I mean, that we can really do to help those near, those far? I don't know.
I want to spread his face to the ends of the earth and back because he's out there somewhere and someone does know something and someone needs to come forward. Whoever may have him, assuming that someone might have him, needs to let him come home. And we need everybody everywhere to see his face and to know his face. All the missing children. But I personally think that the more people that know his face, the more likely it is that if he is out somewhere, that more likely someone will actually recognize him and be able to call and we can bring him home.
And we can do that, and we have these platforms. Will you, I mean, consider doing something for me, though? Will you please consider talking to some of the bigger creators? And it don't have to be like the news or whatever, but like, would you consider talking to some, especially, I know JLR again, Chris, I hope I got you calmed down on that a little bit.
I'm calm. I mean, emotions can sometimes get the best of a person.
I know. And because I personally want the word out. And what Katie just said about, that was perfect, what she just said. But if you will allow yourself, and listen, if you ever have a question and you want to private ask me, look, is this person, whatever. I've had my fair share with some of these people. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say, but it's your ultimate decision. I would say, I don't know. I'd watch that one, because what I don't want these creators who's going to end up like Summer Wells' case and then be fighting each other. I don't want that. Okay. This is about him. Okay. This is about him. But what I want you to consider is, I want you to consider, Chris and Katie, to please, right now, early on, go ahead and let's get his name and face out there. And please consider talking. I mean, you got Jay for Justice. And she's sweet. I mean, just let bigger channels, please talk to them. You know, the ones that's really for the kids, please. I'm just looked up because I'm nobody, and you did make a promise to me. Trev time is, I know you spoke with him already on another channel. I don't know how you feel about that, but he really is for the kids.
Well, here's what I'll say about Trev, and I'm gonna say this open and publicly.
It's okay.
So Trev sent me a message and he apologized.
Mm-hmm.
He apologized to me and my wife because he made a mistake. He got wrapped up in, I'm going to call it the sauce. He got wrapped up in that with jumping on the bandwagon of assuming and accusing us. Now, he went back and he has changed that. He has apologized.
Mm-hmm.
That right there alone, I'll do your show.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did it. You did what you were supposed to do as a man or a woman, excuse me. A new age thing nowadays. Sorry. Righteousness, the right thing, that will get you a lot farther than the rest of it. I mean, it's one thing, and that's what I'm saying. JLR, this dude, he's gonna have to make a public apology. He's gonna have to make it public for me to consider him. And the reason why I say that is because how much crap he put out there and to the level he has gone to certain topics. There's one topic, okay? My kids, don't.
Yeah,
Don't cross that line.
I
I don't care who
understand.
you are.
I understand. I'm just
You know,
saying,
I mean,
and it don't even have
one
to
of
be.
the well, one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews. Okay, and this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media. We were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. You know, we would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey, man, do you want to like phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. You know, unfortunately, you know, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but it's everybody's getting the word out.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah. I just don't want anybody's ego and nobody to get in the way. I mean, I'm just saying, because Katie did say it perfect just a minute ago, and if you can say it for the for the flyers and stuff, I just want it to be known that, because I always say, and no matter if it's a missing child, I always say it. Sometimes I do little things on just what's in my heart and stuff. Sometimes it could be on freaking, I don't know, it have nothing to do with a person. Sometimes I just get into my feelings sometimes I come on here, and it ends up, somebody says, you don't know what you did you? And it's just a lesson or something. I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head right now. But I always say, no matter how little we are, we might take and say something, and then somebody sees it, and then they share it, and it goes on and on and on, and somebody really might be helped by it. Well, it's the same thing with Sebastian. Somebody might share it, come in 2 weeks from now, or hopefully not that long, but and see him somewhere, or remember something, and something may click, or it could be tomorrow, tonight, an hour from now, and it really may help. But sometimes you need other creators, and it just needs to all just flow like that. I don't know, no matter how big or how small. And it don't matter to me. I want to kind of promote everybody. If they have a channel and they're good and they have good intentions, I don't care who it is. I don't care what they do. And I just hope that y'all, as the parents of him, don't let your ego get in the way. Just let it roll off, and do what you got to do. Just bring him home. Bring him home. I just hope that makes sense. I
it
mean,
does.
I hope it's okay advice, and I hope I'm not overstepping saying that.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. Trev is a good guy. I'm glad he did whatever he had to do.
Well, he didn't have to do it. He
Yeah,
manned up and apologized because he made a mistake, and he said, "Look, I know I did. I'm apologizing. Appreciate that, man. That means a lot."
yeah, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
Now, all your viewers out there, I want to say thank everybody, regardless of what your personal opinion is of me and my wife, the situation, the bio father, anybody. It doesn't matter. I personally say thank you for being able to continue to spread the word, be a part of this in any form, shape, or fashion. Um, and just know that you got three parents missing a son that needs to be home. And compassion
yeah,
is, like I said, in short demand and could be overfloweth with people out there if we could just find a way to become all one united group, and we can just do this.
yeah. I agree. I agree. It's sometimes it's hard though. Something pops off, or you hear this, and you gotta you gotta just do it. And again, like I told you when I first talked to you through there, I was just like, we got to set our feelings aside. I mean, number one for me is you have to understand. I have to think of all sides, and I have to do until they say. And I think outside the box. I'm not like any of these other people. I'm not with them. I don't really, there's a couple I'm like talk to here and there, but I don't work with nobody. Get that straight, everybody, while you're on my channel now. Even these creators wonder, what do you do, Sally? I don't work with nobody. If I want to know something, I'm pretty much going to go to you. If I'm going to call you out, I'll get on here and fire up live and I'll call you out. I'm not like these people, but don't put me with everybody else.
Well, I mean,
So
there's
I have my
just
feelings too, and I think what I want, and I say what I want, and sometimes it's not good.
well,
But
there's like I said, there's information that we still, even as of today, we had a meeting with law enforcement, and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying. Is there anything you want us to change? Is there anything new that we can put out? And honestly, they said exactly what y'all been putting out, the way you've been putting out is exactly what you need to do. Don't add to it, don't take away from it. And trust me, it kills us because there's so there's facts that we could put out there and it would put a lot of things to rest. But we can't because of they say it can potentially cause issues to the investigation.
yeah. And somebody said, Smiley asked the hard question. I don't know what y'all want me to ask, because that's what you better tell me before I get off of here, because if you have anything, I'll ask 2 or 3 more questions, and I'm not going to ask any more because we've been on here 3 hours, y'all. And what do you want me to ask? Seriously.
Make them good. Come on. I know y'all got them hard ones.
Yeah, make them good. Ask something that's not been asked before. I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me. I was on Justin's panel, and I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me to come on right now.
Well, the reason, just to clear this up, because I had already heard that somebody in that show popped off and said, well, he don't talk to a man. Well, I'm not jumping on that show because that wasn't your show. That was his show that y'all were in. I told you and made you a promise that I'd come talk to you.
Yeah.
Never promised them.
Yeah. I understand that. So, yeah. And I did tell you, hey, yeah. And you said, how do you feel about that? And I said, yeah, I will do it, and I'll fire up a live right now. So I guess you thought I'd fire up a live right now, and I would. So they said, oh, let's go over there. So it worked
And
out.
see, they could have jumped in on your show. I wouldn't have been upset with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have cared.
So, well, Josh came over, and but look, yeah, but see, I have to stop there, and then I had to come fire this one up over here.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
no, it's fine. It's confusing, but yeah. And then I was like, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I better do that because I don't know how this is going to go. I really thought you were going to be mad at me for what I said, but anyway, I'm like, but anyway, I had to get ready. I had to get prepared to put on my boxing gloves.
No, and I mean, you put on boxing glove thing. You walking into a slugfest. No,
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I told you what I would do, and I've delivered. And like I said,
you did.
You got people out there want to ask a hard question. And I got no problem still to this day. Tell them, find me on Facebook.
Yeah.
You want to ask a question that wasn't answered in the show? Hit me up on Facebook. Send me a direct message. I'll answer you.
Yeah. Tam just wants to know before we go, she does want to know, what do you think should happen to the person if they did anything to Sebastian, or somebody took him out of the house? What do you think should happen to them?
Oh, they should absolutely be punished to the fullest extent possible.
I'm going to give you 2 answers. And the first answer is going to be exactly what Mom said.
Yeah.
The legal system will do its due justice.
Yeah.
My non-so legal issue is just imagine what a mama bear does when her cubs are attacked.
Yeah.
and what a mama bear could do,
Yeah.
just leave it at that. You know, I mean, it's. I'm not saying I'm gonna hurt somebody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the attacks. I mean, if you hurt our son, and just hope law enforcement gets a hold of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I will. I appreciate it, and I don't. I know that y'all have been through a lot, and again, I'm sorry for I had to ask you that, Katie, over there, but I wanted to know, and if I say something, I'm just going to ask it, and that's just the way that I am. I don't mean to make your lives harder. But if you're answering questions on Facebook and groups and stuff like that, I think it's all fair game.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do want to be respectful about it, and I do want to continue to bring awareness. All I can say is I'm just human too, and I just want to bring awareness to Sebastian, and hopefully somebody will see him or know what happened or come forward and get this taken care of where he can get back where he needs to be. So, is there anything else y'all would like to say?
Just thank you for helping spread the word and helping to search for my son.
Yeah.
My prayers and thoughts go out to everybody. We're all gonna have our own differences of opinions, okay? But we pray and we have thoughts, and it's all in good kindness and good-hearted, and we love you all. But thank you, and please keep spreading the word about Sebastian. Keep him in your thoughts, keep him in your hearts, and hopefully we'll get him home very, very soon, and we'll see about trying to do a big old welcome home bash.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have to
Absolutely.
rent out a big public space for that.
Yeah. We're going to hold the commissioner to that.
Yep.
Pay for it. Absolutely. Well, I thank you for joining me, and I won't keep you long, all night, because I know y'all are tired and everything, and I thank you for holding up to your end of the deal.
Well, like I said, ma'am, I meant my word, wanted you to know it, and like I said, anybody's available to ask me a question, I'll answer them to the best of my ability as soon as I can. I mean, ultimately, we are searching for Sebastian as a community, everybody,
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And y'all, I appreciate everybody in here, my mods. I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate everything. And if any of y'all have any questions, you can find him on Facebook. You can message him. That's how I got a hold of him. And then I spoke with him in or I made a comment under the Hendersonville Facebook, Finding Sebastian. And I think there's more than one. I'm probably signed up to all of them. But anyway, he answered, and he's answering. And, there's nothing that we can do except continue to pray, pass out flyers, pass these around, talk about him, keep his name out, and continue to look. They want you to continue to look, search the properties that you've already searched. He could have come back. Do everything that you can. And if you see something, say something, please.
Yes,
yes, anything. Contact Bobby Simmons at 1-800-TBI-FIND. He's the investigator up there at TBI.
or Brian Carter at 615-451-3838. And, you know, we just, you know, it's still an Amber Alert. We have to get Sebastian Rogers found, period. And that's that. So I thank you all, and I hope you have a great night. Y'all try to get some rest, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You too.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.
It's the middle of the night, February 26th in